a second.
I don't know if you start streaming from one account.
I've never streamed in my life.
Well, is somebody should, or can you, excuse me? Anybody who wants. Like sign in.
Going to center stretch the screen.
But we've had it.
Oh, okay.
It'll work great.
You can come log in and just say that, we'll be starting
We
soon.
might start a new package.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let me fix the text on this thing.
It's happening now.
It is happening
see
now.
it.
This is a bit.
Are we on meeting?
I need to change the text on
It's
this
actually
thing.
same thing happening now, description of thing happening now.
Yep. Let
I
me
like this.
let
Keep
me
that.
fix that.
That's a good vibe.
You sure? You want to keep it? We can leave it.
It's very like.
We'll change it. We'll change it when we actually do stuff.
Yeah.
Because for now it's what.
Cool.
Okay, so the stream is live.
Like,
and we're
like they
going.
can hear us live?
Yeah, right here. If you can see the bars we're going.
Oh, hi.
I need to fix.
Guys, put any emoji that you want in the chat if you can hear us.
Oh shit. You know, watch chat.
Hi, 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 hi. Very exciting. We're getting settled. If you guys, nice, aren't aware, this is the first time any of us have streamed. Not necessarily been on a stream for the first time, but the first time we've done like the full setup. So you're gonna have to bear with us while we go through some technical difficulties. We're trying to get a second webcam set up so that you can more clearly see all of these beautiful faces, as well as sort of like the main person who will be sticking around on the screen. But we are super excited to be here and super excited to be celebrating 10 years of animation in League of Legends with all of you. So thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
We're gonna quickly, well, not so quickly, we kind of have like most of today, but we're gonna roll through some introductions here so you can know who's talking to you in this mass group of people. And then some of us are gonna filter out. We have a bunch of really cool off-stream activities that we're doing today. I'm not sure if we posted that sort of quote-unquote schedule. Did anybody tweet that one? It's
Schedule. I did.
We will.
this
But-
is the stream schedule, or the off-stream schedule.
Not the off-stream one.
Okay, so we will post the off-stream schedule. We'll also post it to the Discord. If you aren't aware, we do have a Discord. So for the folks who maybe can't stick around and watch stream, but still want to engage with us and hang out, ask us questions, there's room for AMAs. So you can just post questions in there, and anytime one of us gets an opportunity, we'll be answering them in the answers thread. There's folks doing some fun activities that you can also participate in and just hang out, do some animation stuff. And we'll post that schedule in the Discord after we're done sort of doing these introductions. So, without further ado, my name is Lana Bashinsky. I'm a senior animator here at Riot Games. And this is my Twitch account. Latai is how you pronounce that name, if anybody's wondering. I just started at Riot like 6 or 7 weeks ago, so I'm just here to join in the hype more than anything.
Just a big old noob.
Just a big old noob, and yeah, who wants to take it away next?
Oh, me? Okay.
Shoot in.
You see me on that? Yeah, hi. Well, my name is Christopher. I'm also a senior animator. I work on skins. I've been working at Riot for about 5 years so far, almost. Yeah, my favorite champion is Azir.
Oh, there I am. Yeah, I'm Nick Matthews. I do also on skins right now, and I've been here about 7 years. So I worked on a bunch of champs before this, a bunch of fun legendary skins. So it's been really rad. So my favorite champion is Gnar, because he's adorable.
Is he though?
Yes.
Only
Self-serving.
Only sometimes.
All right.
You're self-serving since you worked on our.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's still awesome. Okay, gawk.
All right, folks are saying audio is a
Yeah.
little bit low.
The
Some are
further
saying
away
it's
you are,
fine.
you can sort of maybe try to walk up a little bit.
Yeah, we can
Or
also
bellow.
filter through.
Or
So if
speak
you're
a
gonna
little bit
intro,
louder.
Yeah, you have to.
and quickly, one other thing. Let's actually just pop out the chat. If
How
we
do I do
can.
that?
Or use MoveBot settings. Yeah,
MoveBot?
chat settings to the bottom.
Settings here.
That little thing. Then it should say pop out chat somewhere.
I don't see it.
Well, if our wonderful mod,
Wait, right there. No, never
what?
mind.
If our wonderful mod Jacques will message me on Discord how to pop up the chat, that'd be super good. Like I said, again, we are new to this. I also saw. Sorry, one last thing. People are asking questions in the chat. We will be definitely taking chat questions and interacting with you. But we will get to that as soon as we sort of roll through these things. So, thank you. You can sort of just maybe leave that on the.
Figured it out.
We got it. Okay. Who's next?
I'm going to,
Me.
I mean, you're there.
Get out of my way.
Get up
Where's the camera?
Camera's here.
Look at the camera.
You have lots of cameras.
I'm Adam. I've been here about 2.5 years now. And
No kidding.
Which team do you work on?
I'm on the champs team.
What's your
And I
favorite
like
champion?
Vi.
You like Vi? Okay.
Yeah.
That's your second favorite.
I'm out.
All right. Who's next?
I can go next. I'm Einar. I'm from Norway and I've been here for 1 year. I work remotely from Norway 7 months before I moved here. My favorite champion is Nunu because this guy made it. That's why he's so good.
Have a nice one.
I'm nice
Putting on
here
appearances for the
once.
stream.
Go for a shot. I mean, you're here.
Hey, how's it going? I am Sho Kisador is my summoner name. Been at Riot for about 8.5 years. I'm the animation lead over on Skins team. I don't know what my favorite champ is, but one of my favorite projects was Demon Blade Tryndamere. That was sort of one of the big projects back in the day.
Wait, but you totally play Sivir like every single game of
I
Summoner's
do,
Rift.
but I love them all.
She's not your favorite? Good.
Hey, I'm Skylar. I'm also an animation craft lead. I've been here for about 7 years. I worked on almost all the teams on League of Legends at one point, Skins, Champions, Summoner's Rift Update. My favorite champion is Heimerdinger. I pretty much only play Heimerdinger. I think I have like 1,000 plus games as Heimerdinger. So you can friend me. I'm Reach for the Skylar, number 4.
Oh.
The puns.
4 people wanted that name too.
Another 3 other ones. Hey, I'm Jason Hendrick. I'm a senior animator here at Riot. I worked in cinematics prior to Riot, and then worked on Champions and now on TFT. And I like Leona and support Shaco.
Are you?
And oh, that's good.
I'm bi.
Don't
Really,
listen to this.
Jason?
Don't listen to this.
It's
man.
good.
Seriously?
Okay.
Shake up the meta.
Don't do that.
Hi, I'm Tyler. This is Dr. Flapjack.
Hey.
I just started in August. I'm working on skins. I like Drake.
Great.
I'm Jesse, senior animator here, worked on R&D projects at Riot. I'm working on skins, legendaries.
I'm the odd man out. I'm Isaac. I'm on senior VFX artist on TFT and on Champ right now.
Nice. That's all of us.
Is that everyone? Wow.
Amazing. Well,
Well, everyone here.
that's everyone here. This is just a subset of the animators here at Riot Games, but we are all very, very excited to be here with you, and even more excited to start getting to some of your questions. We do have a couple of chat commands that you can use at any point in time. One, I think I mentioned that we have a Discord. That's !Discord. If you want the link to that, so you can come join us. They're saying the audio is cutting off a little bit. So I'm going to keep talking and let me know if you need that. If you are interested in following any of these lovely people on social media, I think !Who will, that's WHO, will sort of pull up a list of all the Twitters that I could find. If I missed you, guys, let me know. And you want to connect with people, we'll add you to that. So you can check us out there. And I think those are actually the only 2 commands that I made. So if you want either of those 2 things, they're there for you. And now we're all going to be hanging out here for at least another, 18 or so minutes before we sort of move into next adventure. So while we have this large subset of the team, what kind of questions do you guys have for us? Put them in chat, and we will answer them as they come up. I will kick it off just because I don't see any right off the bat. We already sort of discussed, like, what's your favorite champion? But one of my favorite questions to ask is, like, what was one of the most challenging champions or skins that you have had to create in the last 10 years? And why? I want to know, because I want to know what my future looks like. Okay.
I'll start. I guess, how close do I gotta be?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Oh, no, you guys.
So very early on when I joined Riot, we started working on Zac. And at the time, we didn't have a lot of tools for blending animations or doing like weekly overlapping action or anything like that. And so we had to create a lot of those tools, but even the ones we created were in their most like rudimentary form. So a lot of Zac was just like brutally hand done. So that was definitely like one of the more challenging champions that I worked on, and he had like, there had to be like hundreds of assets I feel like created for him to get like all his different sizes and run speeds working. And then interestingly enough, with all the tools that we have now, when they reworked Zac, they were able to just like delete half those animations, because now we have like parametric blends where you can just do like the slowest one and the fastest one and sort of blend between them. That was something we just didn't have back then. So that's kind of my one, Zac.
Oh yeah,
Paul.
hey everybody.
Yeah, we have somebody who just joined us. Paul, why don't you introduce yourself with your name
Oh.
and your handles or summoner names and
Sure.
Mike's a little.
favorite
What am I
champion.
looking at? Hey everybody, I'm Paul. I currently work on TFT. I'm on a break right now, but when I come back, I'll be on TFT. I go by Riot Partyist Cat, and I worked on Champion Update for a long time. I worked on Skins team. I'm just off of a stint of an R&D team, so I've kind of been all over the place. But yeah, happy to be here. Poppy.
You say no?
I like
you can't
you.
just know someone's favorite champion.
I'm just saying, come on.
I'm afraid not. You gotta pick
I'm
another
picking my
one.
own champion because it's just the greatest.
We've got a lot of questions coming in. We're just sort of answering questions from the chat for the next little while. So
Oh, right.
if
Yeah.
you see one, read
I
it out.
saw one of the early ones from Chris, it looks like. How hard was it to animate Callista? I worked on Callista with another animator, Luke, and I would say the tough part with Callista was her original concept was, she still has this, but her idea was, she's this ghoulish, undead character, but also still retaining some of her past and her humanity and all that. And there was supposed to be kind of like a conflict there. The tough part was like, as a game animator, or at least especially in League, like trying to convey that through like a walk cycle or a run cycle is kind of impossible. It's just gonna look like a muddled mess if you try to do those two ideas. Like, how do you have someone who's like human but half undead? Like, there's ways you can do it, but from our camera angle, it was a challenge just trying to figure out like, okay, so what I ended up doing was just going straight for like mostly ghoulish and then trying to get some of that humanity into other animations. The other challenge, of course, was her like weird auto attacks, which are like, just the throws, and they're very directional. That took a lot of time to kind of figure out. Although if I could do it again, I would figure out something more for like high speed, because she looks a little bit silly at high speed attack. But yeah, that was kind of some of the stuff with Callista. She was fun though.
All right, up next. Chalmers. Sorry. So, have you guys ever thought about making more casual attire skins, like champions wearing clothes that we wear on a day-to-day basis? Imagine KDA, but more tame. From FB Challenge, I believe it's French. You guys ever thought about it?
Totally wrong. I got it. No, that's it.
Great.
I mean, I think
I think we work some of that out.
Yeah, I can talk about it. Yeah, we've thought about that. There are a lot of different options for skins, from streetwear to casual onesies and stuff, and we have done some of the onesies. What we try to do is give the player something aspirational, something that is takes things to the extreme. Sometimes just wearing a t-shirt and jeans might not hit that super aspirational level, but there are a lot of options inside of that if we go into like the fashion space and everything. So yeah, we talked about it, but we don't really see a lot of just normal clothing because we want to do stuff that's sort of bigger and broader. Yeah.
Nice. One more thing before we take another question. I was informed that we don't have a title for our stream.
Uh-oh.
So we're gonna quickly make that. Thanks everybody who's joining us without having a title. I think we can do it from Moobot. Set your title on Twitch. What should we call it? What is the most hype? Anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Do I grant
I was-
this?
Yeah.
We dodged that bullet.
I stay up all night thinking about that.
It wasn't my idea.
Anniversary.
Amazing.
Okay, so when we were trying to, I'm just gonna tell a quick story while we figure this out. Oh my God, you're writing it. This is the best. We were trying to think of what our hashtag could be that you guys could connect with us this whole time. We came up with hashtag Al10Anim because it's straightforward and short, whatever. But we briefly debated trying to talk about, this is the League of Legends 10-year anniversary and animation, and we came up with the most delicious name of Anniversary. Which didn't make it, but was my personal favorite. So here we are, the Anniversary, hashtag L10 League of Legends 10 year celebration of animation live stream. Great. Thank you, Christopher, so much for manning the helm from the floor here. And let's go to another question. Here's a good one. For reals, are there any differences in animating a champion versus animating a skin?
I've never worked on the skin.
Well, I've worked on both, not to hog the answers, but
Yeah, brain.
well, more recently I've done a bunch of stuff earlier from Lucian to Gnar and stuff like that. I would say the biggest difference, there isn't a huge difference between the day-to-day work of doing a legendary, for instance, and a champ. They're basically the same set of assets. The biggest difference is the concept of the character is already established with a skin, and you're just kind of doing a twist on it. So you don't have to figure out what's their attitude, what do they even think about life, because it's already figured out. That's sort of the biggest thing with new champs is not having that figured out. No one knows exactly what the vibe of the character is, so you're kind of defining it. So it's a little bit less clear cut of oh well, obviously they do this for their taunt because that's what they would do. You have to. It's up to you to decide what that is. So it's a little bit more challenging in that way. But with skins, you also have the expectations of the players who already play that champ. They know that champ and they know what they would do. So if you kind of go against that, you're gonna hear it. So
just to riff off of that question, for people who've worked on champion or made it particularly different type of legendary, is there ever been a moment where you have thought so long and hard about this character's personality, you are you've gone really method with trying to understand who they are, that you've animated something that is a nuance, such a deep-seated cut to who they are that you did kind of knowing it for you, that didn't necessarily reach the wider audience by way of people being oh, sick backflip. Have you ever animated something that was so personality and heartfelt that you wish people would know the heart that you put in behind it? We're getting deep.
Underappreciated anims kind of is what you're getting at.
I got something that's similar in that realm. Of course, VFX again.
Yeah.
But Yumi, when she hits people with her Q, it explodes and all the sparks are actually torn up pieces of paper that follow a boat.
Wow.
So, a little thing that 2 people probably noticed was.
Oh yeah. I know.
Anyone else? We can come back to that if you think.
I'm tweeting.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like shadow posting
trying to
questions.
share the
Why are you guys so
screen.
beautiful?
Yeah.
How are you just so awesome?
I think that's it.
Someone asked earlier, how long does it take to make an animated skin recall? And also, what is the process for that like?
Skin recall?
Someone who's worked on Skins team.
How long does it take to animate a
Recall.
skin recall? Anyone?
Jesse?
Who haven't we heard from?
Typically, recall is about maybe a week or so, or a week or two, depending on the complexity, how many props or, I don't know, it's been a while since I've done one, but
What kind of champions are hard to work on or complicated to work on, which make it longer? And which ones are easy?
let's see, I worked on Darkstar Jin last, and
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of flowy garments, and he's got in that skin particularly, he had 4 arms, and that's usually a nightmare, having a cloak, and having 4 arms that can constantly intersect, and just creates, when he's twirling around gesturally and dramatically as Jin does, that maybe increases the complexity a little bit.
Forearms is
Skin.
nothing.
Yeah. They like to complicate things in legendaries.
All right.
Audio is a bit low.
Oh, wait, we don't have the chat up.
Oh.
Sorry, I moved
How
it
dare
over.
you.
I moved it over. I guess
was
we
gonna
can
say, on top of
keep
that,
it on stream.
Yeah.
I was gonna mention Union because in total he had 10 limbs.
Mm.
But you make-
Okay, just
Yeah. I'm not trying to just.
Yeah,
point
you
shut
shut
it
it
off.
off.
I'm just trying to-
Who worked on
But-
Nice story, Jesse.
Yeah, nice story.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse.
Who worked on Valkos?
Just saying when it comes to things like recalls, when you got 10 limbs and the cloak and other stuff going on. Yeah. I was gonna mention earlier before you moved on to another question.
Mhm.
But yeah, Nunu was definitely my hardest champ. Probably my most fun champ, but definitely the hardest.
What made him?
Characters too.
Oh yeah.
2 characters, that's what I mean in total,
Yeah,
it's like 2 characters, 10 limbs to worry about. Yeah, so everything just took, 3 times as long.
Also the skin lines, like you did like
Yeah, the
this
new
robot
bot.
animation, the new bot's pretty sweet.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But fun.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna be looking at some of your work on Nunu a little bit later. Are we? Am I lying? I'm trying to, we're trying to tease a little bit so people
Oh,
know what
are you
they're in
transitioning
for
to that?
soon. We're not transitioning into that.
We totally could.
Soon, we could.
Facial.
Volume is very.
We're still super quiet.
Oh.
Still
Yeah,
super
like,
quiet.
Game audio is over.
That game audio?
Oh, that's because it's a YouTube
Oh.
video.
Oh.
Rah, rah, rah.
Oh, we can't hear it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one. Animator room question. This is pretty niche to the animators, but close to my heart. Step mode or right into spline mode? General consensus.
Step mode.
See, I'm gonna fight the norm because I used to animate all in step mode, and then after working in R&D for many years and having to be forced to like animate very quickly, I now do like a straight into spline process. So I think it's kind of up to the person. The one interesting thing about splining, going like straight into splining is I think you have to have like a pretty good like idea of what you're gonna do first. Whereas step mode's a little bit more forgiving. You can kind of go back and forth, but if you like start straight into spline, you really have to have like a really good vision of what you're creating before you even start. Otherwise, it's just gonna turn into a mess very quickly. So,
Yeah.
my 2 cents.
Whatever it takes.
I think they're both really useful. I animate in a little bit of a hybrid system. I use step keys for seeing my poses and seeing timing. And I can't see the poses if I'm in spline and it's just going through the pose. So I'm always in step keyed, but I switch over to spline when I want to make sure that something is smoothly going through that pose. So I think that if you utilize both forms to their advantage, you can actually animate in whatever you need at that moment.
Yeah, for any of the non-animators in the house, the debate between stepped and splined is like when you're starting out in animation, whether or not you, I don't know if you've ever seen like really rough stop motion footage where it's like, it almost feels like the character is sort of jumping a little bit between things because it's not like going really smooth. It just looks like a very visually staccato. That is like a stepped mode, and it's a way of blocking in an animation so you get the idea without having to animate all the keys Whereas the spline mode, even just by the way the word sounds, it's like a smoother workflow where you're not animating in sort of pops and pops and pops. You're letting the computer do some of the interpolation for you before you go in and like really round it out. So two different styles of animation workflow, definitely merits to both. Yeah, pretty cool. So I see we've pulled up some beautiful animation work here. We're coming up on 11 a.m., which means we are going to start the first part of our animation live stream schedule here, which is, I think I called it Humble Beginnings, where we are going to sort of look at our old animation work and review it from like in-process stuff from League. We're also gonna maybe look at some old shitty demo reels, crappy demo reels, and generally just, hopefully not embarrass ourselves, but sort of show you where we came from, so you can see how far we've come from here. But before that, the reason that we're sort of moving into this part of the stream is because we have some folks doing some cool things off stream. Who wants to talk about the off stream activities?
Should we talk about making GIFs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna make some GIFs. For like kind of like what you see on screen, like cool outfit out, whatever, like GIFs and stuff. There's like 2D ones. I'd like to make 2D stuff because like I haven't done that since college, so I want to mess around with that a little bit. We're also going to be grabbing some fun animations from in-game and making like some nice high-quality GIFs you can maybe use on like, your Twitch notifications if you're streaming, or just as to mess with people in comment sections. I don't know. There's any number of options. There's 2 options.
But we have a specific channel for that in the Discord. If you want to, I don't know if you guys are going to be posting progress stuff throughout the day or what, but if you want to talk about gift making, you want to ask questions, you want to make some gifts of your own, and just generally hang out and do some art today in celebration, then you can do that with some of our incredible artists here. Pretty cool. We also have a Discord AMA that is running all day and possibly beyond if we have the time to do it. But there's a thread called AMA Questions where you can post your questions, and as we get time, there's an AMA Answers thread that we will go through, pull questions, and we will answer them in the Answers thread as we come across them. So definitely hang out in there, ask more questions, and we'll get to those as the day goes on. Yeah, so those are the off-stream activities. Oh, and then later down the line, I'll be posting the schedule to Twitter so people can check it out, and in the Discord. But we do have on the books like scheduled game time. So if you guys want to play some Summoner's Rift, some ARAM, some TFT with us, the animation team, we'll be doing that. I think starting at 2 p.m. right after the stream, and then at 5 p.m. We will be playing Sketch League, which is basically Pictionary but League of Legends themed, which will be great because some of us have kind of limited knowledge of what names of abilities are. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. So yeah, that's gonna be our off-stream time. And yeah, let's talk about some old animations. Adam, I believe you are up first, my dude.
Yeah.
Come. I don't know.
I don't remember what I put in my folder.
We'll look through it.
This is
All
gonna be
right.
like animation roulette. Just
Boom.
pick a random one.
Pick a random one. All right.
Wait, let me see first.
Okay.
So if you go back out of that folder
Back out.
into the and then there's like a general one.
Like Adam stuff.
I like it. Look nice and
Yeah.
big. Let's do it.
Oh wow,
It's actually
beautiful.
really fun. Really bad frame rate, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, ugh. Look at
it's
the
hard
frame
professional.
rate.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
that's what everyone's thinking. So I'm
Is that
sorry.
what you- is that what you use for your Twitters?
Fired.
Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, this is basically all the champs I've worked on so far.
Do you want to scoot in close? You can get close to the mic, and you can roll through it, talk about it.
Where is the thing?
It's right here.
Right here. This is the mic.
On that blanket.
Where's the camera?
Camera's right here.
Are you lost? Yeah.
Try not to run Nick over.
Man, getting this to
You know
work
who
is
you
so
are.
hard.
Yeah, feel free to give me feedback, everyone.
That's all right. You have
What
this.
you say?
It's like it's kind of skipping around for some reason. Is that
Frame rate.
intentional?
It's useless.
What do you mean by frame rate? What's that word?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
So yeah, my first animation ever for League was on in the top left. The laugh animation. I got to do the channel and the laugh. So he was super fun. I think I worked on him with Warren. I remember Warren.
Yeah.
Anyone remember Warren? No.
F's in the chat for Warren.
And I think Luke worked on that too. Chris has hidden my animations with a folder.
Did I? Whoops.
How dare you?
I can't multitask. My God.
Yeah. And I'm gonna scoot over to the chat and look for questions
Yeah.
in chat over here.
So yeah, I mean, the main ones I've worked on is Kaisa, Nunu, and Yumi. The other ones I kind of helped out on. I think Paul, you worked on Ezreal, obviously, and then I helped out on Pulsefire, doing some attacks and emotes. That's basically it.
All right,
What
so
do you else to talk about?
you brought these up. That was your first animation. What is that animation?
There's which animation?
The one in the top corner?
That is On's laugh.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Look at him, he's laughing. Look at that.
So,
You know.
So is there like something that you learned from doing that animation that you pulled like forward with you? That being the first one, where you like, well, I mean, looking back, it's in this little reel, so you obviously like it to some degree. But was there an element to working with it that you were like, this is the fucking worst?
I think it's just in general like the way the League works with the camera. There's a bunch of times like, I don't know if you see it there. Yeah, there you go. See how he drops his hammer when it leaves again. So when he spins around, he drops his hammer. See, that's one of the things that I learned, that you can't see it from all angles. So like originally you could barely see it from any angle, and then Warren kept telling me to bring it out further, make everything like more exaggerated so that you could see it from all angles. Yeah, just general League stuff really. Really exaggerating the up and down motion. Yeah, we just got, you don't really see it because of the frame rate again, but you don't really see it.
What's frame rate? So what do you mean by general League stuff?
Basically, like, if this was running correctly, you'd see a lot of jittering up and down, which kind of looks weird if you've seen it from an angle that you would normally see it at, like a front-on angle. But from this angle, you need that kind of up and down motion to, you need to emphasize that motion. Yeah, and then next one is Ezreal, that's his auto attacks. Lots of exaggeration again, when he kind of, the kind of pop motion when he fires. He kind of pushes forwards first and then back, and I always do that now. I think I learned that from you, Paul.
Yeah. If we can we move the table? Can we move the table here in front so I can put the mic there so it's closer?
Oh yeah.
I'm
So
Just more proximity.
we're still sifting through technical stuff here, stream. We're gonna try and get this mic louder. We're gonna try and move it into the middle by moving this big table over.
You're too timid, Adam.
Too quiet.
So what do you mean by general League stuff, Adam?
I do want to know. People don't know what you mean by
I'm
general
not kidding.
League
Like,
stuff.
what do you mean by that?
General League stuff.
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, where are we?
So it's like the placement of the player? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so just the.
We're gonna move
Sorry, we're
table
moving
like
around right
here.
now. I will answer
We're
once
on
and
right
right
here.
here.
Sorry, I was trolling before. I wasn't this time.
Can't tell this.
I can't tell. I know it's all lies.
We're coming. We're gonna answer this question in a second. But we'll just move.
Well, I want to keep it angled, sorry.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
keep it diagonal. Keep it for the sake of
Desk.
Yep.
Got it.
All right. Now we all get to look like we're presenting.
Yeah.
How fun is this?
Why do I need to be?
We're all
This is the
back.
mic. Talk into the mic.
I feel like we're just like shadows.
Yes.
Pretty bright.
I feel like I'm in an interview.
For the dramatic lighting.
You know, very
Ask me some
dramatic.
questions.
All right. Did somebody log into this?
Feels very formal now.
Need some space?
It's okay. All right. So I don't know if we actually heard your answer because it was a catastrophe of us running around. But what do you mean by general League stuff?
I mean, anyone can answer this. Probably there's more experienced people here than me. But for me, what I meant is like the camera angle the players see, so the way we have to emphasize things so that you see it from the angle that we show, because you very rarely see it from a kind of cinematic angle other than in promo pieces. Yeah.
Also, game height, I guess.
Yeah, that's
The
what I mean.
character
Yeah.
is like 3 pixels on the screen.
Yeah, so like the whole the
Extreme
camera thing
saturation.
is something we have to think about all the time. It's you and me.
So would you say like some of your posing would be a little unusual from other angles aside
Oh, yeah,
from the
definitely.
game camera?
I mean, if you watch a lot of promo pieces or gameplay videos, it's definitely noticeable to me. I mean, sure, everyone's seen that.
That's something that's so common, is that we'll animate everything to game cam and game distance, so everything is exaggerated, like you said, like especially the root of the character, the waist. You do a lot of up and down so you can actually read it from the game view, the bird's eye cam. But then promo gets a hold of it and they pull the camera down in front of the character, so you get a lot of goofy up and down stuff. So that it's like a
Yeah.
push and a pull to try to find like a nice middle ground. Where it's readable, but then we can also like show it off from other angles without it being insane.
Have you ever made a secondary animation for a promotional piece? So you look at it, they're like, well, this is how we're going to show something off, and then the spine is obviously breaking and stretching.
Yeah, I think I did that with Kaiser a little bit.
They generally don't ask us though.
Yeah, there's often no time to do that, but sometimes, especially with Kaiser, I had quite a bit of time, so they told me basically which animations they were going to use, and then I looked at it and it looked horrible, so I had to just basically redo it. Not redo it, but make it look good from that angle. Yeah.
I think we're doing it a lot more than we used to. We're finding more techniques to help with that and help supplement, and as long as we get the time ahead of time we can plan for it, then we'll be able to make stuff.
Yeah.
I think I looked at that animation and I immediately forgot what I was going to say. Sorry, it was very cute. Oh my goodness.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at you.
We're looking at you.
I'm sort of cycling through stuff. so
Oh,
I'm not sure
because I can
what-
talk about specific ones if you
Yeah,
want.
if you have anything and you just tell me, just pull something up that you have and just let me know.
So you can, the one you've got on the other screen right now,
It's
I can
on.
talk about that one. Yeah.
All right.
So this one is Yumi's Death, which had a million different versions. I think there's 5 in here. I think this is what you were talking about as well, Isaac, with
Yep.
the whole paper flying out. Did that ever get in again?
Yeah, we had
Okay.
again some of it in there.
Yeah, but like you said, it was kind of more so than we initially planned. Yeah, I always had this idea that I didn't want Yumi to actually die, because that's sad, because it's the cat. So
You learned your lesson from Nunu.
exactly. So after Nunu, I could never kill a champ again, because I got so many comments about that. But so the idea was always that she would fly into the book, but we had so many different iterations where she would fly into the book purposely, and there was a few where she got knocked off the book and the book would suck her in and kind of protect her. And then we had a bunch of gameplay issues where, like this one, it goes way too far away from the center, which is another issue, because in League the camera looks where the center of the character is. Is that right? And then if the center of the character goes out of camera, it disappears. So with Nunu, the book would still be on screen, but if the center of the character went out of the fog wall, it would disappear. So I think we ended up on something like this one, number 4.
Oh, so all these versions aren't in game. These are all just.
No.
Oh,
We just
I
had-
got you. I
yeah.
thought they were variants.
I really like the one where, I think it's number 5, the next
That's my
one.
favorite too.
This one,
Mhm.
where it kind of like, yeah.
It's like last beat at the end.
Yeah, it kind of bounces far away, but we couldn't use that one because of gameplay reasons.
Does it go exit fog 4?
Yeah, because it exits, it goes too far away from the center.
And enemy teams can actually click on your corpse and get data on your character too. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
actually
exactly.
click the model,
And
like
that
the
would be-
model versus the clickable area gets offset.
Yeah, so they'll be clicking, they need to click on the center of the character, whereas with this, the book was, miles away from the center. But yeah.
We definitely.
But
have
she doesn't
tested the
die.
data still.
She gets
What are you
protected.
Poppy, for example.
All right.
What's next, Chris?
Oh yeah.
Animation roulette.
That's right.
That's Sean's fault.
Just grab one.
What was it?
It's the one in.
This was Yumi's attach.
Idea 04 spline.
That's what it is. Attach 04, which means there was at least 3 other ideas, but I don't have those.
So do you want to explain what this animation is for people who haven't played Yumi or seen Yumi or?
Yeah, so Yumi can attach to other champions. The other champion here being that grey block. this was one of the ideas. I don't know if I have another idea in there, but there was one where she flies into the book and then you only see the book and no Yumi. But that had gameplay reasons too, because you need to be able to see the character. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted it to feel really flowy, and because she's going to be constantly diving between champions, I really wanted it to just feel really nice when you just jump in between people.
So something that is interesting, in the book you showed off, or that you mentioned that it went too far away, so it went into fog of war. But in this animation, you are translating Yumi super, super far. Was that like forward, like that front zooming motion, was that pulled from the character and applied procedurally to the unit in game, or was that character animated separately? Like, how did you get that forward motion actually in the game without it like leaving?
I mean, a lot of it is down to design. Like, when you press, I think it's W, you will fly, the actual character itself will fly towards the champ.
Mm-hmm.
So I just had to, in there I think Yumi is coming away from the center, but then I just basically pulled her back so she was always above the center point.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So it's like more of a pitch. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when people do run cycles, but they'll animate it off the center point, but then they'll bring it back so that it's always running on the center.
All right. Cool. What else do we have from Adam?
New stuff?
New stuff.
New stuff.
We're still getting audio, could be louder. I will ask a question while we're pulling up some new stuff. Thorwath asks, how do you work with the FX department to make abilities extra awesome?
This guy.
Yeah, so like example with Adam,
Sorry.
so he was just talking about how flowy he was making everything for Yumi. Me and him worked together pretty heavily on making really cool trails and like smooth vibes everywhere they go. So us working together to make sure that we're getting really good curves on both VFX and anim is usually like one of the strongest things. And of course, like bouncing ideas off each other, or like the death anim we had there, we were both getting excited to be like, oh, the light on the book should turn off, and all these things that we play around and come up with ideas together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it totally depends on the champion, but obviously effects and animation work heavily together on every project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, some champs are a lot more VFX focused, some are more animation focused, I guess, but yeah, I feel like Yumi was a bit of both. And motion trails are the best. I love motion trails. More motion trails. This was the very first run cycle I did for Nunu. One being his home guard on the left and one just the normal run. This was before Nunu even existed, actually. There he is. So this was before Nunu existed. This one. Yeah. Oh, that's me. I want to hear my own voice.
Sorry, we're setting up another chat so that we can say things to you guys in chat. I see you guys saying the mic. We're going to try and figure it out.
Do I need some titles?
Yeah, I fixed it.
Oh, okay,
Fixed it?
we'll see.
Yeah, I pumped it up.
Okay, great.
So hopefully it's okay.
Cool. So yeah, the one on the left is the very first thing I think I ever. Actually, go to the other folder, Chris. There's some poses first. I might as well start with that.
Okay.
So this was the very first thing I did for Nunu. So this was just trying to get the character. I worked really closely with the concept artist and the narrative designer really early on. We really wanted to emphasize the friendship theme in this. So I just did a bunch of poses just to get the team aligned and, make them feel like they were best buddies.
In his mouth?
Yep. That was
Best buddies in his mouth, yeah.
Oh,
I had a
okay.
few ideas where he went into his mouth, but people thought it was disgusting. So.
Did you guys ever see Ferngully?
Yeah.
Wherein he's like, that lizard's singing that whole song, and he's like, if I'm gonna eat somebody, and in the end, he's got Zach in his mouth. That just reminds
There you
me
go.
of that.
Yeah.
Good callback.
Originally, yeah, exactly. Originally, his ult also, Nunu dived into Willem's mouth to protect himself from the blast. But again, people said that was kind of disgusting. So.
Sometimes you might not even come out.
Exactly. What? Don't say that. So yeah, this was the first thing I did, and then I moved on to the run cycles. I always focused on Willem first because he was like the kind of driving force for the movement. Because he was, Nunu never really moved on his own other than in emotes. So because he was like the heavy driving force, I always did everything with Willem first, and then I added Nunu on top as kind of like a secondary motion. Yeah, I mean, these didn't go too far away from what they are now, I think I made the secondary arms move more like the first arms, because people were saying it felt weird when the arms are too independent. So yeah, that's the final run of one of them.
And the top left one,
Yeah.
like it's for people who are wondering. I believe that's not a low frame rate. That is what step mode looks like.
Oh yeah, sorry, that is blocking, yeah. So I always do everything in blocking first. I pretty much go through the whole kit without spinning anything, and then start spinning later. Mainly because things like gameplay can change, or even the model and rig can change. So it's a lot easier to make adjustments when you're just in blocks, because that's probably about, they're probably about what, five or six frames that I have to worry about. Whereas once you go into spline, it's obviously a lot more. Yeah, that is it for those.
Right on. Cool. Anything else? You
No,
don't
no.
remember
Oh, there's,
what you put in the folder?
there's a death idea I had,
Oh, yes.
which is less sad than the one that I put in, but this one.
Oh.
Basically, this is a very quick idea I pitched to the team, where Willem would literally turn into a pile of snow, and then Nunu would fall into it. But again, there was all these reasons. Like, it was kind of disgusting that Nunu falls into Willem.
But you're okay with having him in his mouth.
I just thought it was kind of like slapstick, kind of funny. It wouldn't be too sad, but then people wanted to push the sadness. So
We want to see the tears.
yeah, I think there is the current death, if no one's seen it.
It's
Somewhere
far
in
less
there.
emotionally scarring than the other one.
Yeah.
Why would we want to bring people joy?
I never wanted it to feel like Nunu died. I mean, I didn't want to kill both of them. That was too sad. So, have you got the other one, Chris? What is that?
He's
He's
got
got
the
the-
death retarget,
Oh yeah.
full death, and then
We
I'll
could.
bring all of them up.
Yeah, the retarget one's kind of creepy. I feel like I'm gonna give people nightmares.
Also, chat, can we get some emojis in chat giving some love to Christopher for literally sitting cross-legged on the floor, just like arms
He
up
is a
on the
god.
counter, doing all the stream managing for us. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Oh, that one's creepy.
That's the good stuff.
So I should probably explain that one first because it's kind of creepy.
It's actually behind us, like the video of us right now. Like
Oh,
there's
is
a
it?
video
Oh,
of-
you need to move it.
Alright.
So yeah,
There we
the
go.
bottom left one. Basically, usually we retarget other champions' animations before we put our own animations in, just so there's something in. I can't remember. I think that was just old Nunu's death animation. If anyone can remember. The one by Nunu.
That seems like it might be.
Yeah, I think that was new before they were two characters. So basically, Nunu is now taking on Willem's rig, and and Willem just becomes a pile on the floor.
He becomes Will Lump.
Oh.
Hey.
Alright, stream over.
So yeah, so that was in the game for a while. I think people started getting attached to it, and they actually liked it. And then when I changed it, they were like, "What happened to the death?"
Wait, that was live?
It wasn't in live. No,
Oh.
when we were
When they do play
when we were play
tests.
testing. That happens a lot. People get really attached to really bad retargeted animations, and then when you change them, they're like, "This feels different. I don't like it." It's like, yeah,
Bring the bad one back.
yeah. So then the top right one is where it ended up. It's pretty sad. I'm sorry. If you slow it down, you see that Willem actually protects Nunu's fall in his last breath. Right? This is how sad it is. This is how deep. Right? Can you slow it down?
How do I do that?
Playback?
So Willem actually protects his fall. I mean, if we can't find it, it's fine. But
I'll figure it out. Hang on a
Frame
second.
through it.
Let's do it. Need a frame thing, right?
That's really sad.
that was one of there was a question a while ago. That was a subtle thing that I added that I don't know if anyone noticed,
Mhm.
but it's there. So now you know.
Yeah, there he is.
So he lands on Willem, he protects him, and rolls him over.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
God, dude.
Wait, does that mean that Nunu falling on him was what killed
No,
Boom?
that doesn't mean that at all.
It's way to kill some.
Yeah.
I had to come to work and animate
Punctured his
this.
lung when he fell on him.
This was a sad time in my
Yeah,
life.
it would have been fine if not for
I,
Nunu.
yeah. Every morning I come into work and I have to animate this, and I'm like, oh, this is sad. But then I made the respawn really happy. That was the balance.
Is it respawn in here too?
Nah, I might be in my reel, but
Alright.
it's just basically that they both swing around each other. Like there it is. That's
Oh,
it. That's
that's
it.
it.
See, look how happy it is.
The
They're
magic
back.
of the rift has brought them
See,
together.
all the nice VFX.
It's a different Willow, though.
Yeah, every time.
No.
So if you play him, just don't die. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, that's about it. I think. Actually, if you go to the Kaiser one, there's another example of like blocking and stuff. I'll just do that quickly and then I'll get out of here.
In your reel or in the?
It's in the Kaiser folder.
Yep, you have 4 files: reel, tests, run test, recall GIF, or warp test.
Recall, maybe. Here we go. Kaiser skin. So these are, yeah, so you see on the left, there's not many keys really. There's maybe, I don't know, how many keys? Have a guess. Who can guess how many keys is in that?
At least 2.
At least 2. Paul wins.
You want real price is right
Price
with
is
that
Right,
one,
yeah.
yeah.
$1.
So yeah, it's basically just to get all the poses, to get the idea across to the team so that we can all decide on if it's actually going to work or not. And then I would spline it once everyone agrees and likes the idea. I think final is just very small polish points like the fingers, the VFX, and yeah.
Like a moving hold.
Yeah, a lot more moving holds and stuff.
How can they get the timing right once they're blocking?
Yeah. MTK_10, I want to say. How can they get the timing right when they're blocking? @
Timing.
That's actually one of the big benefits of blocking, is
Yeah.
that you can very easily move a single pose around to get very rough blocking very quickly. So you can push individual beats and ideas around in seconds instead of hours.
Right.
So someone says, how long does a blocking pass take? Longest you've spent on one?
Longest.
Oh.
How long does it usually take, and then what's the longest you've spent?
I usually
blocking?
make them really rough and quick, but because for me, the blocking, I mean, people use the blocking pass in different ways. For me, I always just try and get a really quick idea out there. Then if people like the idea, I'll then kind of do like another blocking pass where I strengthen the poses and things. Because the worst thing, you don't want to spend too long on it, and then no one even likes the idea, and then, you just got to start again anyway. So I just try and, I try and spend like no longer than maybe like half a day or something on
Yeah,
a blocking pass.
The less time you take on it, the less like emotionally attached.
Yeah,
you
exactly,
To it,
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Because, so I won't normally yeah, like I said, I'll spend maybe half a day on the blocking pass, and then I'll pitch it to the team.
There's a phrase that I think is just sort of like permeates the art industry in general, and probably lots of industries, of kill your darlings. And so when we're talking about like making something new or refining something or getting better and better, like this thing you've created, it's a work of art. A lot of people say, oh, this is my darling, like how could I change it? I've made it and now I'm so, like my heart is in it. And so kill your darlings, because your next darling is probably better than the last one you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. This was more, I made this just to kind of try and get, I don't think a lot of these actually went into the game. Did they? Yeah, I basically made this just to show the team about the different ways of that Kaiser could run, because she had so many different runs. Because she had the E, when she goes into the E, she has 2 different runs, and then she has the normal base, fast, and haste runs. So just trying to make them feel different, especially the E. So as soon as you see that she's in E, you know that. Because if the base run was the same as the E dash, then, gameplay-wise, that would be very hard to read.
General question for the animators in the room. How much Naruto do you watch, be honest?
Never seen it.
Everything
I've never seen it either.
I've been since high school. Yeah.
Oh, well, I watched
There's
a
too many of
bunch,
it.
but
There's too much of it. I can't catch up now.
Alright, we
It's
got
too late.
one more.
Just watch his son instead.
This was an idea for Kaiser's E attacks. I think because Nick, you worked on this with me too, and we were going through a bunch of different iterations on like how she could do the E attacks so they felt really agile. So we came up with the idea that she would like warp between them.
Oh, yeah.
And we were trying to push that kind of warping thing into a kit. So yeah, this is a spline pass, but I think with the blocking, it was literally just pose to pose. Yeah, so I think we stuck with this one. This is what went in. And obviously VFX made it look 10 times better. I don't know why she's shooting Timo, but she is.
So while you are going through all these iterative cycles, when does effects typically come in? Is effects iterating right alongside you? Do they have to? Do the effects team usually have to wait until you're totally done? Isaac, maybe you can give us some insight into when effects usually starts partnering with animation to make a final product, or even to just iterate through a final product.
Yeah, it totally depends on the spell. So a good example are like, let's do Akali. Akali is a lot of integrated effects. Like animation and VFX are kind of blended together throughout the entire thing. So when Anthony was doing her Q, where she threw out a bunch of like shurikens, we had to work heavily together, being like, where do the shurikens go in her hands at that time when she throws them out? How does her hand spread out to where each one looks like it's coming out from her fingers? That one is like, hey, day one, we're working together. Where on something like Yumi, where her Q is very separated from the animation she's looking at. He finished up all of his animation, and then I went, saw what was there, and like tried to like help bring it even more to life. So it really depends on like the champion and how physical they are or how magical they are. It's like on something like Lux or something, it's just like, oh, I'm just following the movement. So like, oh, I see they're doing something flowy, and I just enhance that flowiness.
So one thing that I think might be interesting to mention, I feel like a lot of people who are super interested in video games and like appreciate art, like the difference, like where animation stops and where effects begins is sort of a blurred line to a lot of people. Can you sort of explain to those who might not be developers or students, like exactly what an effects artist is and where it sort of merges in with this, like something like this?
Sure. So with VFX, the thing that like separates it from animation is typically connected to the character. So I do a lot of animation in my VFX, so they are animated, but the difference is I'm usually doing the magic. So whenever you're talking about blood, magic, swipes, blending, that's typically a lot of VFX. As you see on here, whenever you see like a bright glow, anything that's a lot brighter than the character, that's typically VFX, especially in our game. We have a rule of, hey, the only thing that is allowed to be above a certain value point is VFX. So a good rule of thumb is just like, is it the brightest thing? Chances are it's VFX. But there are some exceptions here. So with the shurikens that she was throwing, those are shurikens. Those are actually VFX as well. It's any projectiles that I'm throwing at. We're using a bunch of velocity systems and different ways to make the VFX come out. Some stuff that's always like surprising sometimes to people, what is in VFX compared to animation, is weapon swipes. So an animator will make a really cool swipe, and I'm the guy that actually creates the classic like anime blending of like making it look like a one smooth motion rather than, hey, this is 30 FPS and this is what you get. A lot of that is, I guess, the general realm of VFX compared to animation.
Right on. Very cool. Somebody says this is the most satisfying video of all time.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I'll take that to heart. Thank you. Thank you. Right on.
Cool.
All right.
Shall I get out?
I mean, you do it. It's not a matter of us saying get out.
No, seriously, I'll get out.
I mean, please leave, but.
Well, you're doing the gift stuff.
Yeah,
right?
but you're doing the gift stuff.
Yep.
So one more reminder.
Yeah, so let's do one more reminder of what we have going on off stream while we're hanging out here. We have a couple folks who will be doing some gift making and posting and hanging out in our Discord server. That's sort of happening for the rest of the day, basically. So go in there, hang out, make gifts your own, just generally chill out, celebrate animation and League of Legends. And we also, of course, have the Discord AMA. So just post questions in the AMA questions thread, and we will get to them as soon as we can, and just start posting in our answers thread. So that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So, any closing remarks, Adam Turnbull?
No. Maybe.
Where
What-
can people
what kind of-
follow you on the internet?
Oh, who are you? Who am I? I'm on Twitter. Anim Turnbull. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clever.
It's your name.
It's not my name.
It could be.
I'm not called Anim.
Adam?
Who knows what
Adam?
now? Yeah.
Wait, what coffee are you getting again? Daniel?
Here we go. Yeah,
Daniel?
follow me on Twitter.
Okay.
If you use the the command in the chat, exclamation point Discord, no, ignore me. Exclamation point WHO, WHO, you should be able to find links to all our various Twitter handles. So check that out there. Adam, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Great work.
Thank you for having me.
Yay, thanks.
I'll be back. Maybe.
Maybe.
That's not fun.
I don't know. All right, so who is next? We're gonna go. We have more stuff to show off for different animators and things. Who else submitted work to the folder? Who wants to talk about what they've created? Go do that right now. Come right back.
Oh yeah, where's the folder at?
There's I think we linked to the folder in the Discord, which you should be in the animators thing. Great. If nobody else does, I don't have like League of Legends stuff, but I can show you guys my student demo reel.
I got.
Oh, Jesse's
Cool.
good.
I don't have to do- I don't write.
Relevant information.
Going from super. Let's do the first one first. The
Yeah,
yikes.
get really close to the mic.
No.
I think the sound goes in this
Which-
side, not the
which
light.
end?
This end.
We don't speak towards the light.
No, we're getting there.
Oh,
Oh,
actually, yeah,
geez.
no, you can turn it around.
Going from super polished Atom stuff is amazing. Ugh, so this pains my soul to put this on the internet, but a student reel from way back in 2005, the old days of animation. This is stuff I did at the Noman School of Visual Effects in Hollywood way back in the early 2000s. Back in the day, you'll see a lot of these people that went to school in the early noughts would remember a lot of these rigs. Everybody worked on the Norman rig here and various student exercises with weightlifting. Who remembers this terrible thing?
I do. Hey,
Lots
there
of
we go.
Simple. In school, you do a lot of ball bouncing exercises, a lot of walk cycles, a lot of weightlifting exercises, and that stuff that still applies when you work professionally in a video game. You do a lot of walk cycles in a game. You do a lot of various acting pieces and recalls and emotes.
I've never
You
seen this
just-
sick rig before.
You never. I actually made that character.
Wow.
Oh God, sucks. In a work collaboration with another student who modeled this Velociraptor, and I did a real shoddy rig and animated it, and it's hurting to watch this, but it got me my first job at least at Insomniac.
Yeah.
And
You're
from
saying-
there.
I love the irony of you being like, ugh, this old reel is such trash. I'm like,
2005. That's
and it is so much
that's a
better.
decade and a half ago.
It is so much better than my reel from 2012 that it hurts my heart.
Get out of here.
I was in middle school.
Shut up. Oh my God.
All right.
I'm an old man, yes.
So, like, going through these pieces, I've seen that we have some students in the chat. We probably definitely have people who are interested in, like, this got you your first job at Insomniac. Was there something in this reel that they told you was, like, the thing that got you that job?
Nothing in particular. I guess it was just an overall variety that they back then. It was a lot more divided. You were either going for film or you're going for video games. Now it's a little more blurred lines, but back then they really preferred you to know how to do walk cycles and various things that you would be doing in a video game. And they just liked the variety, I guess. I don't really know, it was so long ago what they saw in this, but it was for a very junior piece, so junior animator.
So fresh out of school, they must have liked what they saw. But
Yeah, that's awesome.
But you got, and then the other one in there is a more recent. Chris, the other one, next one. You didn't get this abomination off the screen.
I believe it's called a glow up.
And this one's from more recent stuff from my time at Riot, where I came to Riot as a part of an R&D team working on internal cinematics, and where ultimately we got this Rise piece shipped out and a couple other things, but in terms of work that was released, there wasn't very much. A lot of stuff that was left in the R&D discovery phase before I moved on to the Skins team working on Legendaries, showing just a brief.
What do you like more, cinematics or in-game stuff?
I like doing both. I can't decide. Because in my spare time, I'll do a lot of stuff in Source Filmmaker, which is, you can do a lot more cinematic stuff. But I also like the working in just little nuggets of acting pieces and emotes and very specific game stuff, which you can't treat as a regular, like a cinematic animation. You have to go for what works in the game. Timing is exceptionally important. Efficiency in your keyframes is, you really have to learn that over time. It's all really more about what you feel. You don't want to see a lot of the frames because it might be too heavy or too slow. You got to be quick with attacks, especially in the abilities. And you learn that over time, just how to get what feels right for the game.
Was there a lesson that, like, from your time working cinematically that you specifically think about while you're doing gameplay stuff, and vice versa? Is there something that you've sort of taken to heart in animating this gameplay stuff that when you do stuff with Source Filmmaker or something at home that you bring that lesson there?
Yeah, cinematically you work for a camera, and it's kind of freeing and kind of terrible to work in where you can see an animation from every single angle. Because if you look at a lot of times when you look at a animation that's done for a movie, if you look at it from any other angle other than what the intended camera angle is, it's often hilarious how the animator will pose him and position the things that are off camera to look just totally ridiculous. And that's one of my favorite things to do on the internet, is just to look at off-screen animation is often hilarious. But working into a camera in League is very, very specific because it's so high up, as Adam was talking about this a lot. But sometimes we camera lock emotes or recalls, which helps out a lot because you would only see it from one specific angle at that point, and that kind of helps you. Oh, okay, I don't need to focus on this area here. It just needs to be this specific. I don't have to look at it from every single angle to make sure it looks good.
So what was the best process you learned over time to cut out unnecessary keys and get your motion in as few keys as possible?
It's just a lot of trial and error. A lot of getting it into the game as early as possible. Especially when you're working in the abilities, I think that's the most important. I might just start something with three keyframes and get that in the game as quickly as possible, play it, see, okay, that doesn't feel right, let's speed this section up so that the initial read happens immediately. There's no anticipation or hold. This section needs to happen, like, snap right away. And just constant iteration, just trying over and over again.
The Janitor 214 says, speaking of those blurred lines, how do you all feel about the stigma around games versus film animation?
So I think that used to be I saw this question before. Personally, I feel like that used to be more of a thing back when I was in school, like around 2006, 2010. I don't know. I haven't been around any colleges recently to know if it's still a big thing, but I feel like with all the cool new stuff that's been happening in games, like since then, like it's there's a lot. It's not so much like, oh, it's the film is the prestigious thing you go to be a cool, good animator. It's like there's so many more new things happening in games, like you can see with these cinematics and just in-game stuff that like, and then the working environment at games can sometimes be healthier. So yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't feel like it's as big of a thing, but
Well, game engines are able to like render almost the same level as like pre-rendered film.
Right.
So it's like the lines being more and more blurred on a daily basis. And culturally speaking, I kind of feel like more people are involved in games now than in film. That's just my opinion. But yeah, I don't think it's whatever line there was, it's very blurred right now.
Yeah, if you look at Lucas, what they're doing, a lot of their previs work is done through Unreal 4.
Yeah.
Or 5, whatever the tend to be using. So like there was a lot of stigma with like VFX is the same realm, animation the same thing. Now it's like the lines are so blurred that it's, hey, there's real-time VFX jobs at cinematic studios, and the reverse, right? It's slowly all becoming one piece as technology gets better.
I mean, it's like entertainment in general. It's like, do you enjoy it? Cool. Like that's that's ultimately what it's all about.
There was a follow-up that says it still seems to be a thing based to a lot of different studios and recruiters. I don't think that like the stigma that has existed is gone. I think that you have any industry that's been around long enough, there's definitely going to be like some of the old crew that is very bent around, what I do is best on both sides of that kind of fence. Like what I do is best, and anybody who wants to do the other thing doesn't know what they're talking about. Like there's always going to be that level with people who are just kind of stubborn, which is a bummer. And then of course, occasionally you'll get like proteges that see like the people at the top and have the perception that people at the top know everything and what's what, when really it's more like it's a collaborative effort. It's a big team. And so you can see some of that trickle down of people who are just emulating what people do at the top in order to try and be at the top as well. But I think largely that it is, I haven't really felt or seen that kind of stigma in years and years and years. So, cool. And then there was one more question that I saw. Does the head of animation allow you guys to be creative in your own way?
Well, I guess it's as Riot, right? We don't really have a head of animation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like everything's kind of like pod based, and it's like more of a group collaborative effort. So there's no like someone from the top, like on a big mountain, saying this is what's happening. Like it's really just like what people working on the characters feel like what needs to be done.
The reason why I'm at Riot and will stay at Riot is we have full ownership of what we create.
Yeah.
I can't say I made this and be very proud of it because I owned all parts of it, and everyone should be proud of that because that's the dope part about here.
When I was going to school, when I was in school, there was definitely a crazy stigma of people who were like, if you don't want to work for Pixar, you are an idiot, and like we're very aggressive about it. That has definitely changed. But even when I got my first industry job, I got an internship at a AAA company. I still was like, I'm gonna work at Tippett Studio, or I'm gonna work at Industrial Light and Magic. Like my whole dream was to work at a Creature House. But being in the video game industry and seeing what an amazing collaborative experience it was, and beyond that, how much ownership I had over my own work, that even if there is like a head of animation or animation leads, in my experience, again, it's a super collaborative space. So the whole point is that you are bringing something to the table, and there are people there who you can sort of like hold hands with and like usher these ideas through VFX, working with your modeling team, working with your tech art team. Like there's just like an incredible team of people who work together to get things done, but almost never has somebody been breathing down my neck telling me this is what you will do and this is what you will do next. The ideas that come forth are the ideas of the team, and they are trusted and selected by their leadership because they are bringing those ideas to the table. So that's my experience. Me, Christopher just said the webcam is so blurry, sad face, sad face. How do we do that? Put your hand in front of it.
Well,
That's what they do.
It might be autofocus.
Well, no, the focus, just you guys are very far away. The webcam is not meant to necessarily focus
Oh,
all the way back there.
we're sorry that it's so blurry.
It's fine, but it frames everyone. They're okay with it. So.
Okay, great. We are
Nebulous voices.
great. So, did you have more work that you wanted to show off?
was it.
Next.
Who's
Chris.
up next? Christopher.
Christopher
I think.
sings.
I think
No,
it's.
not me. Please.
Yes,
I'm too,
you.
Too busy managing. Oh wait, Paul.
Oh, Paul. He's not back, but he's
Paul's-
putting
Paul's
mark in a
still
folder.
putting stuff in there.
Yeah, he's-
Who else?
Maynard, Jason, stuff.
He's
You
not
wanna do
here.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's audio on some of these, so it might be a little jarring. Just FYI.
Just make sure it's low.
Yeah.
Also, people seem to be getting really excited. I have MooBot set to not allow people to caps lock because I was worried that people might come in and do
Yeah.
like a weird
I
spam.
tried doing raise your dongers for Jesse, and then I got shut down.
Okay, so let's just before we
Is that built in?
open Jesse's stuff, you know, I want to make sure that certain people are able to be as hype as they want to be. And by certain people, I mean everybody, you guys. So, can we open a MooBot? Christopher, please.
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
Answering a question. Okay, what's next? What are we doing?
Can we open MooBot quickly?
MooBot, yes.
And open it on a monitor that people can't see, maybe?
Okay.
That's that screen.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I'm gonna close. We're gonna do some technical stuff. People can look at the chat and answer questions if you like.
Thank you.
Moderation.
Okay.
So Jesse, how are you doing today?
Turn that off.
All right, I'm just gonna open up the
Great.
phone.
Now people should be able to. I mean, actually, I'm not gonna reveal. Maybe you guys can get excited or not. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So let us carry on with the reveal.
Okay, we're going Jason.
Yeah,
Jason.
yeah.
All right.
While you open
Jason.
Jason's stuff,
Oh,
quick
God.
question: how long have each of y'all been in the industry? Christopher, you can start because you're close, and I want you to talk more.
Yes.
All right, industry. I have been at Riot for 4 years, and I've been in the industry for 4 years.
Oh,
Yay.
All right.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but you can repeat that if that's the case.
He said, Christopher said, I've been at Riot for 4 years and in the industry for 4 years. Pretty exciting. Riot child. All right, Nick Stravaganza.
Yeah, I guess it's been like 9 years total in the industry since 2010, and started off at Sony ImageWorks, worked on a movie, and then came here after that. So I've been here for like 7 years. So this is my second big thing, but I love it.
Whee!
Yeah.
14 years.
Dang. Brag much? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
That's it, just 14. 14 years.
14.
Got it, drop it. Yeah. 13 years.
Wow.
3 years here and like 10 years at Blur.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Mhm.
Nice.
I've been in the industry for 6.5 years.
6 years.
Oh.
All right,
Who said
Full
Mystery
ASMR
voice.
there. I've been in the industry for almost 6 years. 6 years, yeah, coming up. Pretty good. Riot for 7 weeks. Great! Jason,
All right, let's do it.
take it away.
Open it up, Chris.
What do you want to start with?
I don't know. Let's do it. You can pick whoever you want. Watch out, there might be audio. Just saying. Oh yeah, this is basically Evelyn. Yeah, I worked on Evelyn, the rework on Evelyn, and she actually has several different spell casts when she's doing the heart animation, and this is just basically showing what she's doing when she's trying to disable someone. So you can see in the top left, it's basically standing, bottom left, running without boots, bottom middle, standing while invisible, bottom right, standing with running with boots, and bottom right, running without boots. So basically, since she goes invisible, she kind of has 2 different anim states, and that's something that we had to focus on to make her very appealing.
For folks who are animation inclined and not necessarily League inclined, what do you mean with and without boots?
Oh, okay. So in the game of League of Legends, there's movement speed, and so when you're trucking around, you move at a constant rate. I forgot the number, but oh boy. I forgot the number, but when you get boots, you move a little bit faster, and that's an item you can purchase at your base. And yeah, so like when you're moving a little faster, generally speaking, we try to showcase that a bit by having a unique animation to show that you're moving quicker. You can open up the other one if you want, Chris.
You want the speedy one?
Yeah. So this was kind of like more of a joke that this was one of the ideas I tried coming across for when it was for our home guard when you're leaving the base. I think the pod felt it was a little silly. I love it personally. This is very near to my heart. I even had music, but it is playing. Is it playing the music? I don't know. That might be a bad idea, but
I picture. Have you ever seen those videos of like a bajillion ducks running? And
I
like
think
the noise their little feet make.
I like.
It's just
like-
I picture that noise like.
I wish no.
Yeah. Oh my.
But yeah, no.
gosh.
Sadly, this did not go in the game because it doesn't really match the succubus murderous intent. Like, I mean, maybe it does for some people if that came at you to freak me out.
I deeply
Oh my God.
love it.
Yeah, but maybe one day, but not
Oh
today.
my God. So in the bottom left, can I just talk about one thing in that bottom
Oh.
left corner? Cristo for
Yeah, bottom left. Yeah.
from behind this video.
Oh, you have to move the.
There you go. No problem. She does this cute little jump,
Mhm.
and I see that you sort of turn in the air while she's jumping. In my experience, not here, but just animating from this camera angle, like that is such a beautiful motion. If she turns around, do her tails whip around? Like, how did you make that particular animation so clean?
So we actually have this tech, kind of called like Dragon Tech, where you can apply it to. This is more on newer champions. We haven't really like. It's kind of hard to apply it to older ones, but generally we do like reworks and stuff. There's this tech that you can apply to certain appendages where when you're moving in 3D space, they actually react to it somewhat. So in this case, if you pay attention to, see, do I have really good examples? I guess if you're playing as her, you'll probably notice it, but like if you're running around invisible, her tails kind of react to you moving around in 3D space. Like it's something that you don't really notice, but you definitely feel it if it wasn't there. But that's something that's happening in the lower left where I animated her I guess her tips, her wings, her lashers, and yeah, just moving in 3D space, they actually react a bit to it.
Yeah, so beautiful. I love it. All right, what's the next animation? Oh, that's smart.
Oh, that is actually a good idea. This was like, so basically this is something that some of the animators do using a term called pre-visualization, where this actually isn't in-game. I used compositing to kind of put this, I used a background of League of Legends, like the floor texture, and this was something I pitched to the team where when she recalled, she would slowly go like disappear to kind of play into the fact that she, you know, that her gimmick is invisibility. And yeah, this was on one of the skins in addition to base while working on it. So yeah, this was like one of the things I came up with.
The little wave.
I know. See,
Dang.
yeah.
So saucy, Jason.
I know.
Yeah.
It's Evelyn. Like it's like one of her pillars.
So sorry, did this go?
This
in? Or
I
did it make it?
I think so. Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
on.
this in.
Yep, that's where we fall.
So I was like, that is a very robust effects mock-up. If that
Yeah.
didn't make it. Ah, gorgeous. Dang.
But that's Evelyn. You can pop up another one if you want.
Okay, we have Aurelia next.
Oh yeah, and also I worked on Evelyn and Aurelia. Those are the two champs I had a lot of fun with. And this is basically, yeah, this is Aurelia's dance. So in her promotional piece, she actually does the same thing. So I animated this kind of twice. So this is something that I think was it Jesse or Adam kind of talked about, where when we have promo pieces for champions, not always, but sometimes we're able to kind of have them move to camera. So if you notice on the animation, oh, that's me spamming it. If you notice the animation on the right, that's kind of like looking towards camera. Like I'm animating towards you, the player. Like you're in the sky. One on the left would look completely different because it's kind of like looking towards you as an audience member watching her do the dance on like ground view. So even though these look very similar, they're very different if you actually looked at it from all angles.
And did you animate all those blades individually, or does one follow the rest of them in the game?
Yes to
view?
both. So we there is something that our great technical team, we have a really good technical team here where Frank, he set up a tool for me that basically allowed like a follow script. Like I kind of like have a nickname, like I had a mommy blade and baby blades, and then they would do what that blade would do. I know in one of her lore pieces, this isn't official, this is something that I thought it'd be fun, is that one of the blades potentially was like they kind of represented like her family, and I thought it'd be funny if one of them was like the grandma like had trouble catching up, so it was like really slow. And anyway, like we didn't do that, but I thought that'd been funny. But yeah, we have a tool where the blades would follow each other, and then you can adjust it and react and change things up. So it's a mixture of that and also animating it by hand.
Oh, there's a question here about, do you guys animate emotes so that they're spammable and funny now? Actually, we actually have been thinking about that more, even in like skins and stuff. Like we even like kind of look at spammability. Like, does it feel good to spam? It's not like the most important thing, but if there's ways we can get it in there, we try to do it.
So I'm also on I'm on the TFT team now, and I actually feel like spamming's more important than that, because as a little legend, that's kind of like you're not actually playing the game as like a little legend running around and picking up items and attacking people. You're playing team fight tactics. So when you're spamming emotes, it's like almost more important than the actual emote.
Yeah, especially like TFT, where we're allowed to go a little bit crazier because there's not as much gameplay relevance in those moments.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to work with Jason because we like embrace it very heavily. If you look at like the turtle, it like has a bubble that instantly pops, and then you can like spam it, and like that's something that we actually strive for.
Yeah, because I think if the turtle little legend was in League of Legends, like probably wouldn't be able to do that because you have like this bubble popping nonstop, and as like an enemy player, you'd just be like, well, what the heck's going on? And like it'd just be very confusing.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about flashing in TFT.
Mm-hmm. This is like recall. I guess I should have put more ideation stuff, but yeah, this is just Aurelia's recall. Same thing where it's like she's just kind of playing up her dance background, and then also like dangerous blades.
Yeah, so gorgeous, so smooth.
Oh, okay. This is kind of like a making of. Like this is when I worked on the one of the Riot cinematics. This was like kind of like a work in progress of Ahri when she just like loses it and just goes and just bombards Darius. So that's like first pass, second pass, final pass, and it's a very big difference, and then render pass. This was something that as like I was on an external team outside of Riot during this, and this is like a large part of this was trying to discover like the character process kind of in a cinematic format. Like if you notice in Aurelia's or in Ahri's second pass, it's actually very dramatically different than what she actually does. Mm-hmm. So it's like, yeah, just more intent, more dangerous, more focus. Yeah. Less dancery.
Like I like that she stays like a little bit more in frame. Like the jump flips are so.
Yeah, it's like it's like too much. Yeah.
But so awesome. So I noticed that in your like first pass, like you're not animating those. The tails aren't even in it.
Oh, yeah, the tails is like, well, I guess for Ahri, like the tails is kind of more like a secondary element. So in terms of staging and everything, it's not as important, like compared to like the blocking of her motions and her position and physicality. Mm-hmm. A lot of the times when she was in motion for this, we actually treated it as one tail, because when we had it all up, it kind of had like a weird Cthulhu, like weird just alien. It felt very strange. So usually when she went idle or like floating in this case, that's when they popped out, because then it would be more dramatic. But in motion, having a single tail actually felt way nicer because it was like very clear visually.
Oh yeah. So those other bunch of tails that pop out just in that last sort of beat, were those all like hand keyed with a rig, or those?
Those are all hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was we did not have any tools at that time. Yeah, she was very difficult to work on.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
Looks amazing.
Quick question: as animators, do you control the camera, or do you work to where the camera is? Most of the time you're kind of, it's up to whatever the camera. So in this case, like the camera would be set by the layout and like storyboarding team and everything. Whereas in League, obviously, like the camera is controlled by the player just to some extent, but you're generally stuck in one angle. It'd be very different if we were in like a full like 3D adventure game or something, and you could move the camera around the character. We'd probably animate them differently that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. All right, you got more to show us?
Do I? Is there any more stuff in there, Chris?
Basically everything except for your collie thing.
You can, I guess, show that. This was like a Thunderdome here, where there's no like real story or anything. This was an unofficial, like it's just a nice emotive piece with a collie. I think the idea was it was like this was oh okay, I guess that's it. Yeah, but mainly just to showcase like, hey, we could try like doing higher fidelity on some of the characters, to more of an experimentation to see if we can do it or not. So she's got like like some basic cloth effects, some pretty solid hair effects. Yeah, more of a test than anything. Nice Thunderdome piece.
Man, so slick. Dang.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
How long did this piece take you? Start to finish?
4 days. That was
Nice.
yeah, that was crazy.
Damn.
Very crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend having that as like a constant schedule. That's very crazy.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Woo! Who's next? Peer pressure. Paul's not back.
Nick, you didn't put anything
Did you
up.
submit?
I don't have access to that.
Oh, here comes Paul.
You
Oh,
don't?
there's Paul right now.
He's coming.
You can send it through like Discord, and then we'll still pull it up if you want, or you can find it on the internet.
Hey, you can have that one, Paul.
Okay, cool.
It might be easier.
I have like my old reel and like stuff I could
Yeah.
online.
That's
but-
the good stuff.
I'm waiting to show, like, I want all, like, the most pertinent League stuff to go first before I'm like, you guys want to see my student reel from
Yeah.
2012? All right. Well, Paul, welcome back.
I just threw a whole bunch of stuff
Hey,
in a
we'll
folder.
We'll just randomly go through stuff.
I'm missing a whole bunch, but that's fine.
We're
Whatever.
gonna talk about Zach, Warwick, Tarek, Poppy, or Ezreal first. Or Swain.
Oh man, pick one.
We can ask the
Poppy-
chat. Oh, fine.
Who would have
Just
thought?
kidding, chat. We're looking at Poppy.
Actually, let's look at chat. Okay,
Okay,
so we have
chat.
a couple options. Hang on a second. Let me put them on screen. Switch.
All right.
What do you guys want to look at?
Chat, let us know what you want to look at. Somebody says Poppy. Glad I
Poppy,
stayed then.
Zach, Poppy.
All of them at once. I'm not sure.
Everyone's complimenting you on your voice, Paul.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is an ASMR stream
Good
now.
voice. Good voice is back.
The A is for animation.
Good voice is back.
Poppy.
Poppy?
All right, see
I will
lots of
start
Poppy
with
and
Poppy.
Tarek.
There's not a whole ton of Poppy stuff anyway. A lot of this stuff I've already shared on social media over the years too, and there was even an article written about this that a lot of these videos are from. Poppy was a really cool project because up until this point, we never really played around with doing facial animation on a character. Most of the time, the characters are too small. Their faces specifically don't have much of a read from game distance. But Poppy's got a big old head, and Yordles were like a great opportunity for us to see if we could push the boundaries. We did a whole lot with almost nothing. Like this entire face, I think only has maybe 7 bones in it. And we faked pretty much everything. Her eyes are on planes, and we just kind of shift them around and scale them. Her eye shapes only have 1 bone, I think, in them to squish and shape. And then she has like, I think 3 bones in her mouth. So yeah, we managed to do quite a bit with some rigging magic to make all this possible.
Man, that's awesome. I remember watching this facial test and just being like so brutally envious because we had like a jawbone was like as much as we could possibly manage.
And that's what we did for a long time too.
Yeah.
Poppy's entire rig, we put most of our effort into the face in the end because the rest of her is mostly just a biped. But
Yeah.
we only had 68 bones. I don't know what your guys' limit was on the Heroes team back in the day, but we were scared to break a certain bone limit on League characters.
Yeah, we
In this
definitely had
era of champions, because we thought it would just sort of break the world and no one could play our game.
Yeah.
We proved ourselves wrong, but yeah.
Yes.
So like the hammer, for example, in the upper left too, we were like, oh, we really want the hammer to have some personality and life to it too. So we found a way to get, I think, 3 bones in the head of the hammer so that we could get some really fun smear shapes.
Mm-hmm.
We like pull the hammer out and make like this really nice arc and curve to kind of the spins and the attacks that she would make. And a lot of it in the end we just sort of brute forced because we had to shape every individual frame and then hope the interpolation between frames looked okay. But yeah, like
Did it?
sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, like the upper right one, which is her ultimate, well, the charged version of her ultimate, was I think the farthest I pushed her. Where like if you pause on her smear frame, her arms are just like 20 feet in the air, and we didn't have any shaper bones to make those shapes clean, so we just sort of hoped that it wouldn't get seen, and we polished until it looked good enough. And then the bottom right one's kind of the same. It's the same spell, but if you just press the button instead of hold it, you smack someone up into the air. And that, I think, was the farthest we pushed to the hammer in this case too, because we wanted the hammer to be the focus of the attack. But yeah, she was all head, pigtails, and a hammer. Everything else was just sort of a basic biped, and we stretched her arms out as far as they could go without looking too goofy, and we tried to hide everything through quick pose changes. But she was a lot of fun.
I love it.
Yeah, so gorgeous. Beautiful. Yeah, the I think the post that you're mentioning, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably still on the internet. So if you guys are wanting to learn more about this, I think it is on League of Legends dev blog.
We have a dev blog of some kind. It's the older dev blog. It might still be like archived.
I'm almost positive that if you just search, like we immediately got it. Animation
cool, there we go.
copy.
Yeah.
I know that when I was doing my animation test for my application, I went
I
through
love
this
visuals.
quite thoroughly. It's like a really, really beautiful, beautiful look at more of what Paul's talking about right now. So check that out if
Yeah.
you are looking into do this type of animation.
Put that in your eyeballs.
Put it right in your eyeballs. All right. What else are you going to show us?
Man, yeah, pick another one, Chris.
I think Tarek was the next most popular.
Oh,
That's not terrible.
Tarek's a wolf
Where
now.
were we?
So I don't have a lot of stuff saved from Tarek. I could have gone and rendered out a lot of other shots from him, but I think I only have the dance. So what you're seeing here is, I think this was the first video I took of his dance when we were first trying to figure out what it was going to be. This one here, the front one. And as a team, we were like, oh, it'd be so cool if Tarek vogued, because he's just such like a fabulous dude. Okay, good, you have it muted. The right one has sound. And we will get VOD muted if it plays, because it's Shakira. But at the stage that the video is playing here, I hadn't really put it to music yet. I didn't really know how long it was going to be. And I ended up throwing out some of this work, I think, to make the rest of it work. Because animating it, for anyone who hasn't animated a dance, it will make your life a million times easier if you pick a song to animate to, because then you have a beat to track. You'll usually be doing things in groups of 4 or 8, and I don't know, it just helps a lot. So if you play the final one,
Sans music.
if it plays, yeah, it will feel a lot more natural if you actually use music and treat it as if it's a real person dancing.
Yeah, you can feel.
Real fabulous.
He's really keeping that beat with them hips, baby.
I like that you have the
It's-
gems.
And the jams back.
That was like a very last minute addition. Like, I didn't do anything with this. Tarek had so many different moving pieces. He had two shoulder gems, or 2 sets of them. He had a cape. I turned the cape off for this video, just so I could track the hips and everything. But then he's got like a little front
We can see
loincloth,
Slack.
and you're connecting to
Hide
Slack.
the Slack, hide the Slack.
But
All right.
yeah, so Tarek was a fun one. I think I ended up doing about 75% of the animations for him. Mike Higgins, who I think is now at Blizzard, did the rest. And Mike did some amazing work on the emotes for him. just some of his best stuff. I know you're good friends with Mike as well.
Yes. Maybe he's watching. We don't know.
Oh no.
He could be.
Oh no.
That's why. That's why he'd be watching.
It's the only.
Because he's
Yep.
Canadian.
So this, I released this thing on Twitter not too long ago. I broke down Ezreal's dance. Ezreal was the last thing I did on Champion Update. And his dance, I put a whole lot of effort into. I felt like that was something that players really wanted to be kept. But that also meant extending the dance and making it really complicated. So I think I spent about 2.5 weeks on this. Came in a lot after hours to work on it because I just really liked working on it. But here you can see just sort of a breakdown of all the different steps that I went through to sign off, I guess, at different stages to whatever I was happy with. I would say, okay, this is the end of blocking. This is the end of blocking plus. Okay, now I move into spline. Like that, I really wanted to keep track of my process with this one because I had so much time to work on it. And this has music at the end too. Hopefully it's muted.
I'll wait one
Yeah,
sec.
it's good. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Ezreal was a blast to work on. I did all of Ezreal's base and sort of managed Pulsefire. I didn't do any assets for him, other than some preliminary testing, mostly base.
Hey, this is awesome.
Yeah, there you go. There's something that's actually useful side by sides.
Were you there for the step blocking versus blind discussion?
Yes.
So again, if anybody in the chat's wondering, you can really see, particularly in that last phase, the sort of the what step blocking sort of initially looks like, and then how it gets more and more spliny and polished.
Yeah, once you spline, that basically just says, hey, computer, fill in all the gaps. And then that usually makes a big mess of things, and you have to clean the rest of it up. Because computers don't know what good looks like.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Is there any other Ezreal stuff? I don't remember.
Two more. Character study, and then there's a
Okay.
And also one more thing, I'm struggling. I don't know how to do it on mobile. Maybe Pacemaker mod. Is there any way you can please change? Can you change the role of Isaac _Zach in Discord to the animator role? Are you able to do that? Let me know. Isaac cannot access the answers thread right now. I'm so sorry. He wants to answer your questions about effects, and I have not. I don't know how to change the role from my phone. Great. We can play this video. Oh, unless Chris can do it too.
do what? No, I can't.
Okay.
So this was the first thing I ever made on Ezreal. We had just gotten a decimated mesh with like real basic color from our character artist, which basically just means they took a really rough sculpt of the character and just made ugly geometry out of it, and we put it on a rig, just so I had something to do. And at this point, I was pretty used to like spending a week or so trying to just find the character without worrying about game constraints. So as you can see, like he has no face, he has no hair, everything is real ugly. He's just like a basic biped. His hand is permanently in a fist. There's very little to work with, but I wanted to see if I could get like the tone of Ezreal, like see if I could sell my idea of what remade Ezreal, a slightly older version of the character would feel like. So it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think that's about it for that. I would love to go back and finish this with the actual model someday. That would be a lot of fun.
What is this model? It's just something you.
This was normally we have like a proxy stage where the modeler has put, maybe like a week of effort into the model, and it's something. This is more of like a proxy model in this shot where more of the pieces of the character are in place and the proportions feel a little more accurate. Like his legs look right, he has the right boots, his collar actually exists, that kind of stuff. The version that was in the previous video was literally like, hey modeler, can you just give me where you're at? and I worked with that for like a week, and they had just started on it. Like this was so far before Ezreal was even beginning. I think I was still finishing on another character when I was working on that. But this video was, I think, my pitch to our VFX artist to what I thought some of the visual effects could be, and I think she actually used the idea in the end for this. I forget what the final ult looks like, but
It's very similar.
okay, yeah. But again, this was really early on in development too. He hadn't really gone too far. As you can see, it's in blocking. It's really just kind of pose to pose with nothing in between. The final version of the spell ended up feeling a lot snappier too. This one went through a lot of iterations. I had about 6 or 7 versions of this spell before I was finally happy with how he moved. In the end.
When you put these effects, I'm sorry, I was modding Isaac, so I was
Oh,
like
sure.
somewhat pulled in 2 places at once. Like these little blue blips.
Yeah.
That's like your.
This is just my work. Yeah, I just created, I think these are just spheres in Maya. Ran them across a bunch of curves that I created and then tried to make it as like appealing motion-wise as I could to sell the idea.
And so this was like your pitch to the rest of the team, like to the effects artist and.
Like, oh, maybe like the energy could come out of his gauntlet and then form in front of him. It forms into a bow and then comes out of him. It's a giant yellow banana that goes across the map.
Yeah. I've been murdered by it many a time. I
Oh
believe.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. I couldn't find the final version of this. I wanted to do a couple of renders, but that would have taken like 20 more minutes to get it all ready. And then this was one of the more recent things I released on social media. I broke down one of reworked Zach's spells. I just wanted to see what it would be like to make a video about like the more like game designery side of how we make assets in League. There's a lot of communication that goes between an animator and a designer, at least on Champion Update when we were working on these, because we wanted to push the boundaries of what is possible with our spells. So we did a lot of really non-conventional stuff with this spell. So I think this character, I'm probably saying the wrong number, but I think he's made up of like 17 or 18 assets just to do one spell, because we had to account for Zach's size, how far his arm was going. That usually meant that he had to have like a short arm version and a long arm version. He could get really big and really small, so we had to account for that too and blend between all those different states. And then he had different steps of this spell too. So he would throw one arm out and attach it to a unit, and then he would punch the next unit and then slam them together. So we had to sort of tell this story across multiple spells in one attack. So this video just sort of briefly breaks down all the limitations and all the stuff that I had to pay attention to when I was helping build all the pieces, putting the puzzle together.
And so this video, people can find that on the internet if they want to look through this again.
It's not super easy to find. I think I put it up on YouTube, but it is on my Twitter, and I'd be happy to share it again in the Discord too.
Right on, cool.
The Ezreal one that was posted earlier was kind of the same deal. I tend to share stuff on Twitter. I'm not very active on other platforms.
And then somebody also asked, going back to earlier, is the Ezreal dance block out to spline example available as a GIF anywhere or as the video itself?
I could make it a GIF. Yeah, I can share that. That should be easy enough to make.
All right. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Zach.
And Swain.
Oh man, yeah. Do Warwick before Swain. Swain's got a bunch of these things to pull up. Warwick, I think I only have a handful. Warwick might be one of my favorite projects too. I had never animated a wolf, let alone a quadruped run for an animal before, so this was a lot of firsts for me. And similar to the Ezreal thing, this was sort of the mood piece that I did for him. Before we had anything, we literally just had his neck and his head, and we just pulled it apart from whatever else the modeler was working on. I'm like, oh, what can I do with his face? And we just had the rigger put a bunch of bones in his face, and I just went to town for a couple of days.
Did those bones end up in the final?
They did, yeah.
Wow.
We actually ended up keeping, I think, 90% of what you see here in his face.
Cool.
We went a little too ham. I don't think we needed to put so many bones in there, so much detail. But I mean, we liked the results, so we stuck with it.
Yeah, awesome. So doing stuff like these mood pieces, that's like helping the team sort of all feel what your character is. But like when you're going to do a mood piece, what exactly are you looking? You sort of have like a couple different moments there. And like what do you think makes a good mood piece?
I tend to try to shoot for different like emotional beats. In Ezreal's case, with his mood piece, we didn't have any way to do emotion, so it was more physical acting. But with Warwick, it was like, well, what's the what's the breadth of emotions that this like savage wolf could even have? And A, would it even read? Maybe, maybe not. But B, could we make it look good? So we were shooting for like emotional breadth, and what kind of tone do we even want this wolf character to have? Like, League's take on a werewolf meant so many different things to so many different people when the project first started that they leaned on animation actually a lot to help figure that out really early on, because a werewolf is such a common trope, or it's like a trope character, I guess, not a cliche. It's used in so many different pieces of media. It's like, well, what could we do to sell the werewolf and make it really clear what he is, but then layer on top of it? And that's where like we developed the idea for these tanks on his back, and he has different animalistic features that aren't just wolf. Like he's got a very like foxy tail. He has sort of bat ears. We had this sort of chimeric combination of different character traits as we decided, like as we started putting tentpoles on the ground of what we wanted Warwick to be. So what you're seeing here is just a bunch of his in-game assets. We've got his attack cycle and his hunting run cycle. So Warwick, if you don't know the character, has the ability to see characters' blood trails and can chase them down. And when he's chasing characters, he goes into a more sort of feral state. And he goes down on all fours and will chase after characters like a beast. And I would say the challenging part of this was that his character rig is not made for quadruped motion. Everything here had to be faked and brute forced, especially in the arms. You can see his arms sort of popping a little bit if you have an eagle eye. That was the best we could make it, because he's built like a human. He's upright in his rig. So getting him down on the ground to get his arms constantly above his head is something that's challenging in rigs, especially low poly rigs.
Okay, for people who aren't necessarily aware of like what like why that would matter, or what the difference would be between the two, like what makes a rig or a model better suited for a quadruped versus upright?
The base pose that the character is modeled in determines their range of motion generally. Minus, you can always make fixes and adjustments to account for changes like this. But generally, your base pose, like what we call the T-pose, which I think is now
a meme
worthy. Yeah. The T-pose, base rigged pose of the character, will determine like how far their arms can go above their head without looking really goofy, or how far they can bend forward or back without stretching and destroying their spine. That's that sort of stuff.
Like if anybody saw Adam's examples from earlier, where he had the Nunu rig that got like accidentally put on the wrong rig and it looked really messed up. That was like a really messed up example, obviously, but those are the kind of weird sort of artifacting things that you could see in like smaller sections of something when you're animating something and that rig is not sort of meant to do that motion. So if you have like a big shoulder and you're cranking the arms up over here, if you don't have enough of the model itself existing underneath, you'll get weird stretching, and in the end you'll get like little glimpses of what could be something that looks really messed up. Yeah. So just a little education interspersed with entertainment and information. Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's great. But yeah, do I have any other Warwick stuff, or are we on to Swain next?
That was all the Warwick stuff.
That was all the Warwick stuff. Cool.
Space_entropy says, isn't it an A pose for games?
An A pose, A for animation?
A for rather than
A for
T, like
it kind of is. T-pose I think just comes from like the legacy, because they literally were T-pose, and some games still do that. More modern games or more modern riggers tend to like the arms down a little bit further, because that softens the range of motion. Like if you're twerking your arm in a big circle, that tends to make everything just a little bit nicer. But it's totally up to the people working on it. I know a lot of modern games still do T-pose too. I think like Fortnite, for example, their characters are like that.
And someone says, do you have to care about, Alex_illustration says, do you have to care so much about those kind of things in a video game where it's maybe not as appreciated as much as maybe on a cinematic? I think by appreciated you mean like in video games, there's like clipping, there's like sometimes models deform in a strange way just by the nature of that it's a video game, and like no matter what, we have lower poly counts, we have lower things like.
Yeah, the technical side of that is something that you have to pay more attention to in gaming. With film, I mean, I haven't worked in film, but I have a pretty decent idea of what their pipelines tend to be. They have cleanup crews that come in and fix a lot of the things that we have to kind of just get in one go. So like clipping, for example, there's entire teams who will just fix clipping on a film before it goes out. They don't have to worry about that. And they have a lot of tools at their disposal to do that. In gaming, we're pretty much limited to the character rig and some other rudimentary tools to get around that stuff. So it tends to be a different kind of challenge. But those problems exist in both spaces. It's just sort of a 3D animation thing.
Yeah, so like the short answer I think to that kind of question is we have to care about it. We have less we can do about it, but we definitely have to care about it as much as possible, even though it's not as something that has such granular detail as a cinematic.
We do our absolute best with the tools that we're given, especially to the end of like poly count, where the poly count is like the number of polygons on a whole character. The lower that is, the weirder it will look when things look broken, because a single polygon this size versus one that's like super, super tiny is much easier to see when things go wrong.
Yeah. Right on. Okay, so what's up next? Do you have more? I don't know how much you put in that folder.
I have a bunch of Swain development stuff.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of this is all real early Swain stuff, actually. I took a lot of videos on him for some reason. I don't know why.
Bye.
Bye.
You have to stay on your chair, though. You guys scoot.
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
Slowly scoot across the window.
But yeah, Swain was a Swain was a really interesting one. He went through a lot of development woes throughout his problem. Not a lot of that in animation, more in like deciding what we wanted Swain to be. Is he bird guy? Is he general guy? Is he tactician? Yada yada. Like there was a lot of different layers to the character, and where we wanted those to come through in the character was really a challenge for the team to decide on, because everyone had such a different idea of what Swain was based on their experience with the character, and like whether or not they knew his old lore and whether or not they played Swain a certain way. Like it was a really interesting and ebb and flow to how we came to the decisions we did.
I really love your naming conventions. Going walkies.
Oh, he's going walkies. That's right.
Yeah.
So a lot of these are some real early explorations of his run or walk cycle, I guess. We decided to make him walk on the map instead of run. We thought that was grander, and he's exerting less effort. He doesn't need to be as active to get to you, because he'll just crush
angry
you.
Little hand.
He's got a real fierce. He's got a demon hand.
Is his other hand in his pocket?
He has it behind. He's tucked behind his arm. It's underneath his coat, so you can't really see it until he pulls it out for his abilities.
Yeah, gorgeous.
But far and beyond anything else, his coat was an absolute nightmare. We didn't really know how to rig his coat. We had never done this sort of like 3-layer setup before, so a lot of the cleanup fell on animation to just solve, and we just sort of pushed our way through until it looked good.
Question, why use a jacket for a cape instead of a cape?
The short answer is we thought it was cooler. I mean, there's more to it than that, but we felt that because of the military vibe, that something that was his military tactician coat draped around him was just a really cool look. The concept art, his early concept art, really leaned into that. We're like, oh, that's so unique. And it was a challenge. We're like, do we even think we can do this? And early on, we're like, yeah, let's give it a go. We'll see what happens. And it was challenging, but yeah, this is some early exploration. Before we knew what his abilities were going to be, we just had this real early mesh without a coat to just try ideas. We're like, oh, well, he's a mage, so he'll probably have projectiles. So we tried a couple of things on the casting front, different types of casts, different types of things related to the arm. We didn't know how much of his arm was going to be demonic back then. We didn't even know how far on the demon side we were going to lean either until much further in development. So that's both a challenge and a freedom. Like, it was cool to be able to try a bunch of stuff, but unless you start locking things down, it becomes really tricky to know really who the character is. This is his boomerang attack. I forget exactly what the name of the spell was. He sends a ball of energy back, and he pulls it back to him. So it's sort of a related to like an REQ. This was a real early idea of what his ult could be. I think at one point we were like, oh, what if his ult is just this massive laser that goes across the entire map? What would that be? And I don't even know if that made it into gameplay, but we were like, oh, well, let's just animate it and see what happens. So a lot of these are real early, just like cut up kind of action figure type of rigs. His arms are just detached from his body, and we're just making him move like an action figure. This is a final asset, actually. This is his idol for his demon form. When you go into his ultimate form, we had to make an entire set of animations just for like the 15-second moment where he's in this like heightened, crazy, demonic state, where he's got his wings out, his cape is fluttering. He can do almost his entire kit while he's in this state for just a brief amount of time. So we had to almost double his asset list just to make that happen.
Damn.
Yeah.
Convenient.
Yeah, we threw a lot of bodies at it. We had a couple of other animators who helped us push that through. This is some early bird animation. When we decided we wanted birds to show up on the map, we were like, oh, well, we need a bird rig and a bird model, and we need to figure out how expensive that could be in terms of like memory use. So how detailed could we even make the bird without it just making the game lag?
Is there a different model state for when those wings are folded?
Yeah. We came up with the idea to have like a second set of wings inside the character. So when the bird kind of, I don't know the term for it, when the bird just like tucks his wings in and is in like his tame idle state, to just swap the geometry really quick. Pull the main wings in and pop the other wings out.
Man, that's
This was a rig test. I just thought that would be fun to add. We were just seeing what the rig limitations were going to be, and we needed some kind of motion.
right on. Beautiful.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah. Sorry.
Like I'm going to move every single part of this bird all at the same time.
It's your best work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
That's all of your swing stuff.
That's all the Swain stuff. Sweet.
Man, amazing.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of the final stuff for Swain. Sorry, a lot of that was from a dev folder.
Good job.
Yeah,
Thank
holy
you.
smokes. Beauty. Well,
Yeah. So I think that's all I got.
yeah, that's good stuff. What's this?
Oh yeah, this is Jason's work.
What's
He's
this
still here.
thing?
What's
This
Oh
was
yeah,
our.
this thing. Oh, sorry.
Do you want to talk to this?
You can talk about it.
I don't remember a lot of what you went through because you really made this happen.
Oh, so basically, this is like a modified version of a game character. So this is actually Game Swain, I guess, but more up-res. We had a really awesome artist, Ephraim, who kind of reworked the cape a little bit more, gave it more geometry, gave his headdress or the thing on the back of the bird thing attached to him a little bit more geo too. The background is a matte painting, so yeah, this is like very cheated, and I handled the camera work and the animation for it. So this is kind of like the promotional video of like when we announced Swain.
Did we end up simulating his cape, or was that all hand keyed?
It was hand keyed and then simulated on top. But
Oh, interesting.
yeah, so
Hybrid approach. Okay.
Yeah, hybrid. So it's like you can kind of notice a little bit in the shadowing that there's some like extra stuff that'd be really hard to do by hand.
Oh, I
hand
see that. Yeah,
animated.
sure.
Man, the sort of like snappy camera pull out when those wings are revealed is like one of my favorite. Like this cinematic is how long? What, like 30 seconds long or something? Like
Super short.
like so impactful that moment. I love it.
Yeah, that's a dolly zoom. So basically, when I pull the camera out, I'm actually counter animating the focal point. So it
Oh, nice.
they do it in the movie Jaws. That's
Okay.
kind of what it's famous for.
There is so I've heard a couple times that there's often not a lot of time between like finishing up a champion for their animation in game and then creating something like this, like the
Yeah.
assets that go forth into publishing and making
Mhm.
sure that all the players get to see like the coolest look at him. How closely were you working with the team in development and creating it cinematic? Like,
Well, I mean,
like-
I was on the champ team, so
Oh,
that
wow.
was very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the communication is basically me just bugging Paul, who sat right next to me. So that's really helpful. Yeah, and it was very quick turnaround. I think overall the whole thing took probably about less than a month.
Yeah, man, that's amazing. Sorry, I'm just seeing if there's any questions in chat about it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So, who is up next?
The camera guy is.
Technically, it's already past 12:30.
Oh,
So
technically
we
it
should
is
be
already
talking
past
about
12:30.
What viewers want to do at this point.
That is a good
Oh,
question.
Point.
If you guys want to see more of what we've done in the past, ask on Discord, and maybe we'll be nice enough to show you. But you're right. Based upon our schedule, we're running a little 7 minutes over from our humble beginnings or earlier animations that we've done in the League of Legends world. And we're moving on to figuring out what you guys want to do. So we have a couple options set up for you. We could do Sketch League, where we together in this room will play Sketch League for your entertainment, and that will be pretty fun. We also have an animation demo where we have a Maya set up here, and we can pull something up and we can show you guys how to do that. We have game advice. I don't know how many people who are watching who are interested in game development or want to know more about League of Legends or like just our like personal perspectives on the industry, and if you're interested in doing that. And then finally we have RP Trivia, where we will be asking you, the chat, trivia questions for fun. And if you get questions right, maybe you get a little bit of RP. Pretty cool. Pretty sweet deal. Somebody said, why not do all? Maybe we will do all, but we can only do one thing first. So, yeah, let me know what you want in the chat. And do you guys want to take like a 2-minute break while the things roll in, or do we want to just go?
So, there's lunch, right? Might want to take at least a small break to get food and come back.
Oh, that's really smart. Yeah. Okay. So, do you want to start up with viewer's choice?
It does seem like most people want to do an animation demo.
Yes, I see animation
Of
demo.
sorts.
Animation demo. I see
Slash-
Sketch League.
Yeah, game dev
Please
advice.
feed us.
You can probably do demoing and advice at the same time in a way if you want to like chat and do your thing.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I think that might be an interesting way of doing that. So to do animation demo, I think that will take a scooch a bit of setup on our end. And
Also, we have hit 200 viewers.
woo! Hi. Yeah. Let's do that. So I think the plan is that we can sort of.
Do you want to do a rotation? Like if some people start getting food,
Yeah.
some people start doing the thing, then take out.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. So we're going to pick up the animation demo basically ASAP. We're not turning off the stream or anything. We are staying here to hang out with you in the meantime. But we will kick up the animation demo. I will say if people get food and bring it back here in like 20 minutes, maybe less. But or faster, or 20 minutes or less. But in the meantime, anybody who wants to go get food and bring it back, if you want to come keep hanging out, do so now. I'll take like a second shift, and I'll be there, and I'll chat with you guys, keep you company. In the meantime.
Sounds good.
Sound good?
Sweet.
All right.
All right, and break.
Great. Animators.
You're back.
Great. Okay. So, thank you. See you guys soon. All right. Christopher.
Yo, what's up? That was mayhem.
That was mayhem. There's a lot of people.
I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
You, I gotta say, are like in a wizard at just moving around spaces on the Microsoft desktop, because wow, you got those videos snappy, pretty sick. Ebenfall says, hi, Chris, Lana, and Chris only. Here's a fun fact. I should have just included it as part of trivia, but did you guys know that Chris really doesn't like being typed out Chris? He likes Christopher.
Wait, you wrote that?
No, somebody
Someone
else
else
did.
that? Who wrote that?
Ebenfall says, hi, Lana and Chris only. So I'm letting you know, it's actually Christopher, if you please. No, that's fine. He probably doesn't want me to say that, but here I am just saying Christopher. And I'm Lana, pronounced Lana, like banana. Not Lana or Lena. I know in your head, or Omu, I guess you could just call him Omu. I'm assuming that that's fine because that's his Twitter name. Not even handle. Twitter name is Omu. Great. Pacemaker, you're fired. It is not like Lana. I don't need this from you right now. You're my mod, and I need you to set the example for the rest of the chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I like the... It feels weird using people's real names when they don't even know mine. I also feel like that. I feel like there's been times where I've met a lot of people who I've this is actually not the same thing, but I've met a lot of people that I play games with on the internet at like conventions and things, and it always feels strange to be like, oh yeah, your name isn't Elite Boy 420. It's James. So I totally feel you. I feel like I wanted to go by like a user handle my whole life. I wanted to have like a cool hacker name, you know, that people could like refer to me by. I just thought it'd be like the dopest thing to be like, yeah, call me the Sketcher, or like something ridiculous. And then it sort of happened for me in reverse, where Latai is actually a really dumb name my brother called me one day, and then my friend thought it was funny. And somehow everybody in my junior high school started calling me Latai. Yeah, I know we're off topic. For those who might just be joining us for some reason, we are just taking a little lunch break. And so we're just here chatting. Do you want to?
Can I put, I'm going to put the earphone. Hang on a sec.
What are you doing?
Where is it?
Where's what?
Nothing. It's fine. Keep talking.
Okay, I'm going to keep talking. Yeah. Ask Me When I'm Dead asks, is this the legendary Christopher? There he is. You can see the whole top of his head.
My balding head? Yeah.
No.
My balding hairline.
That's not. I'm staring straight at the back of your head, and that is not what's happening. Yeah. So while we're here, does anybody have any questions for the legendary Christopher specifically? He's been here the whole time. He's been working at Riot for 4 years, in the industry for 4 years. He's an all Riot all the time animation buoy. Do you use Maya for animations, Christopher?
We do.
What do you guys use to make the models? Also Maya? Yeah, welcome back.
3D artists use a mixture of lots of stuff. Like what? What do they use? 3D Copaint, 3ds Max, ZBrush. But ultimately, everything does have to be put into game through Maya.
Yeah. I don't know if you caught that. There's lots of programs that people use to do lots of things, but everything pretty much goes through Maya in the end. Yeah. Excuse me, I hiccuped.
What's up?
Somebody asked how the parking and the traffic is. The parking and the traffic. I live in Long Beach. Riot Games is in Santa Monica.
I walked tomorrow.
Wow, must be nice.
Yeah, it is.
My drive is it's a
Yeah, sure.
it's like an hour ish. Actually, today here's my great joy today is I usually leave for work and it takes me about an hour and 15 to get to work. And then today, so that I could get here in time to set up for the stream, I left my house 45 minutes earlier than I usually do. And I only got here like 15 minutes earlier than I usually do. So that's how traffic is. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Okay. I'm gonna try and pronounce your name right. Michiri. Do you visit animation festivals like animation industry meetings? Yeah, definitely. But that's not necessarily on a like Riot Games basis so much as it is an individual basis. So I actually facilitate a lot of the animation content that happens at the Game Development Conference. I am an animation summit. I'm one of the animation summit advisors, along with a fellow named Mike Jungbooth of BioWare. And Riot, I know, definitely had like a big presence at the Lightbox Expo, which I think had its inaugural year this year, which was pretty cool. There's lots of animation conferences that are wonderful, and if nothing else, in various cities across the states, I know there is something that is called the Game Dev Drink Cup, where you can go and you can have a soda pop or you can have a libation of your choosing, and you just meet other developers in the area, which there are lots of. So there's definitely lots of fun ways to get connected, and I love them, and so I do as many as I can. Were we able to reveal the bone count on a ring? Somebody asked, you may have answered this already. Somebody who I think is probably a very cute girl. Sorry, I know her. I'm not being weird. Somebody asked, what's the bone count like on your rings? I'm so sorry. I don't know if we could talk about what the final bone count is, but earlier Jason mentioned that they were working at some point with rigs that were like 60, sub 70 bones. Cool. Alex illustration, Chris, how is your approach on moving long hair? Like, you know, what kind of circle things it has to do to make it look so fluid?
Long hair?
Long hair. Do you have like a specific approach for doing secondary animation?
So, I mean, in the end, right, the ultimate way of getting things to look smooth is to track arcs, right? So as long as your hair is doing like lots of S's and all that stuff, that's what you're trying to shoot for. The easiest way of doing that from what I've done is when you block out shapes, do it all in FK according to the kind of the numerical parenting, right? So from like the top of the chain all the way down, it's a lot easier to sort of formulate a shape or an S that you like with that space first. But then when you're polishing, because in-betweening in that kind of system is always very difficult, then you need to convert everything into world, right? Because then at every single point in the animation, you need to be able to take any point along the hair chain to then angle it or shape it the way you want, right? So it's interesting for 3D animators because instead of 2D, where it's like, oh, I just need to draw and be better at drawing to make it look nice. In 3D, it's a lot of like this tactical, technical approach. So you have to continuously experiment with what kind of workflows or things help you achieve the effect that you want. So for me, at least for hair, to get it to look nice, posing it out and blocking in all FK and in all parent spaces, normal default parent spaces, works the best for me. And then when converting into actual spline and polishing, having the level of control to be able to take any part along the chain and put it where you need to, independent of its relationship to the rig, is usually the cleanest and fastest way for me. Hope it answers that.
That was the most thorough answer regarding secondary animation in that way that I've ever heard, to be honest. Yeah, I don't do that at all. Somebody has asked if you don't. Is there like a student program that you'd recommend if you can't shell out the honestly amazingly expensive Maya?
Right.
There is a free 3D software. Well, first of all, I'm going to give my normal answer that I think is maybe the most important thing for anybody out there who wants to pursue anything really, but particularly anything animation or art related, is that the computer and like tablets and all these programs and sort of anything you might use, no matter what, is just a tool.
Oh, that's true.
If you, like the principles of animation, aside from like very slight differences, like maybe solid drawing, and even that can be sort of translated to the 3D space, like the principles of animation that make animating what it is and make it satisfying and understanding weight and physics and overlap and trails and hairs and things, like all of that is the same fundamentals across 2D animation, stop motion animation, and 3D animation. Right. So if you can't afford a software, you can learn how to animate with a pencil and paper. Absolutely.
Yeah. Animation principles, which are the key to being a good animator, are principles, right? Those are independent of the medium that you're doing. Actually, there's a lot of, obviously I would say, for example, people who are good at drawing or have talent for it can probably do 2D drawing a lot easier. Mm-hmm. People who are technical savvy or specifically like developing specific workflows with computers can probably get into 3D animation a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. There's always like a translation process when you're switching from one to the other because the skill sets are slightly different. But understanding what makes good animation, what looks nice, what things you're looking for, those are all constant across whatever. There's actually this person on Twitter that I follow. I forget what his handle is. Let me see if I can find it. But it's a guy that animates purely on the 3DS.
Oh, I've seen that.
And his stuff is awesome.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, obviously 3DS costs money and the software costs money, but it's one of those things where animation is not limited to the medium.
Yeah.
Right? Video games for us, 3D is just a specific type, medium, and like, I don't know,
It's a
genre or whatever that
yeah.
we chose.
Yeah.
Specifically, like you can think about it, the animation discipline crosses tons of fields, right? There's video games, there's film, there's VFX, there's realistic style, cartoony style, there's Disney flat 2D, Disney 3D, Disney photorealistic. It
There's
just varies.
Advertising, UI, like animation is everywhere all the time, like in your life more than you probably even register that it is.
Honestly, I saw Isaac, right here. He's a VFX artist. Technically, he's also an animator. He just animates different things, right?
Yeah.
He's doing not character animation per se, but he's doing fire and explosion and
I'm
elements.
manipulating models and textures in ways that is similar to animation. You guys have a rig, sometimes I don't have a rig. That's the biggest difference. But I make a lot of my own rigs. To me, like animation, VFX are like probably the closest of like disciplines out of anything out there, or at least for VFX.
Yeah. But to give you a much more straightforward answer to your question, there's a free 3D software called Blender that definitely has all the same functionality that you might need. They also have like a huge community of people who love it because it's a free 3D software that is really robust. I've never used it, so I can't advise it on any communities or whatever, but it's definitely out there. Furthermore, I learned on a program called Cinema 4D, which integrates super well with After Effects, which is also another animation software for different types of animation. Maya does have a student version, and the only thing that's really annoying about Maya's student version is that you can't open more than one instance, and when you save a file, and open a file, it gives you a little pop-up that says, this is a student version of Maya. And that's like it. It's just, or like this was made with a student version of Maya, which can be kind of frustrating only if you have a scene and you reference a ton of stuff into your scene, and then it will pop up for every referenced object. So if you'll open it, then you'll have to close 30 dialogues that were like, remember this was a student version when you made it, which is just really annoying. But that's about it. It can render without watermarks. It's a great student thing. So that's good.
Alpha Apocalypse asks for Isaac. For learning VFX, is it important to be comfortable with character animation too?
I would say so, yes. I studied character animation when I was in school. The things that are important to know are learning the basics of like squash and stretch, all the classics that we've all learned. But with character animation is knowing stuff like follow through. Things where, hey, I want to make something look punchy. That means I want to make sure my hand is leveling out with their elbow. Typically, I follow their elbow. And knowing like, hey, at here, I expect them to do a big hit both on my arm and on my, VFX. Usually, it's the biggest connection I have is expecting on like timing is going to be your biggest comparison. Also knowing like, hey, if I know all the bones inside of a body, I know where to add in my glows, know what parts to enhance. Like Ezreal has a little like VFX on his arm at all times. Swain has his arm completely VFX all the time. So coordinating with animation and having like that background is pretty important.
Somebody asked where we recommend learning animation principles for folks not in school. That's a really good question. I mean, not to, like the internet, it sounds really lame. There's books that would be good for that, but there's probably a bajillion tutorials out there in the world that are just free on the internet. And like finding good ones and really worthwhile ones, that's not necessarily the easiest part of things, because you could maybe get bad information. But chances are, if you find anything like a book or like if you search like explanation of 12 principles of animation on YouTube, there's going to be like one that obviously has most views in it. There's honestly a really great image that's a GIF or a GIF if you respect the creator of that file type. I think it's actually, it says the 12 principles of motion design.
The box.
Yeah, and it's just, it's like all animated on a box.
Oh, I have
And it
that.
sort of visually shows off the 12 principles. And I think some of them are,
It's pretty famous. It's really dope.
yeah, it's really, really, really beautiful. Right there. Ooh, not that one. It's that one, yeah.
Mhm.
So it is the 12 principles of motion design.
Did you want, because this is the one, but it's different, it's not.
Oh, that's
this
the one
one's
you're
color.
thinking of? I was thinking of the one that was in black and white.
Yeah, let me find it. Keep talking.
And it just sort of shows off. When I was learning the 12 principles, I actually I was doing it at a club that I founded at school, and honestly just working with other people who are interested in it. So if you aren't at school for this stuff, there are definitely still communities of people who are interested in these things, and talking about it with people, especially if you're in 3D animation, like taking one principle and understanding that one principle and looking, oh, how does that principle, like, what does this principle look like? What are examples in real life? What does an example look like on something like a cube? What does it look like in the graph editor? Like, what is a curve on one of these channels that represents that principle? And then, like, what are more robust applications of it? So you have squash and stretch by way of, like, physically squashing and stretching the mesh of something. And then you have squash and stretch by way of, like, what your posing actually looks like. Like, you squash your whole body down in anticipation of a jump, and you have a stretch frame when you take off and when you land. Like, so, like, taking one principle and being really thorough. Like, if I have one sort of mistake that I went through when I was in school, is I wanted to rush through it. I thought the most impressive thing that I could do was do everything the fastest. But trying to learn everything fast and just being like, look, I've proven it, I prove it, that that wasn't actually giving me time to soak it in and, like, know what the principles meant, like, in my bones. So that, something to think about. Anyway, this is that image. That's pretty cool. So if you want to know about the principles, this is sort of a visual representation of them. And if you, like, look up a description of what they are somewhere and then just look at them next to this picture, I mean, after that, it's just practicing it yourself over and over and over again until you die.
I want to reiterate hey, art is just a bunch of principles that you're following and learning one piece at a time and really getting down on that. I did not go to school for VFX because that did not exist because I'm old. And it was just me doing literally what Lana was just talking about of, hey, I read a book on fundamentals of VFX and went through each principle one at a time, tried to master as much as I could, and then managed to, make that into something that I still do today. Like, hey, what things am I following? Am I doing it well? Reiterating those. The beauty of art is just these fundamentals done well over and over again.
Mm-hmm. I know that as somebody who's interested in getting into game development or getting into art in any way, or getting into anything either way, like hearing, like, all you have to do is practice is, like, the most obnoxious piece of advice that you can possibly have or be receiving, because you're like, well, duh, I'll keep doing it, but then how do I do a job offer, like, but it really is that. It's just time and energy, and the more time you spend on something, the better you're gonna be. That's just how things work. I could, like, wax on about that stuff for probably way too long. I had, like, a couple really, really stellar teachers who, like, gave me so many little nuggets of wisdom. And my favorite one that I ever heard while I was in school, I was a student, and I am from Canada, and so I couldn't legally work because I didn't have a work authorization. I only had student authorization, and I was trying to figure out, like, how to get a part-time job as an immigrant while going to school so I could not be destitute. And I had a teacher who was hearing me talk about this, and he's like, why do you want to get a job right now? And I was like, well, so I can pay bills. And then he was like, how much do you need this? I was an RA, so I had free housing given to me and free food. So technically all my, like, I was covered for the most part, but it was still like a tough situation. And the one thing that he said to me at the time was like, you can get a job. Like, you can go be a barista somewhere. But my favorite phrase is, if that's what you do, then that's what you do. And I was like, duh. But then he was like, no, let me rephrase this. If you are an or if you're animating all the time, like that's what you're doing, and you're spending every day, all day animating, whether you're a student, whether you're not in school, whether you are working a job, like if you're animating all day, you're an animator. Like if that's what you're doing, that's what you do. But if you are an animator and you're like a barista, like okay, like you're animating some of the days, so you're still an animator, but you're also kind of a barista. So like, if you really want to get into something or want to get in game dev or want to get animation, like just do it. If you have the resources and you're able to, just do it. And don't burn yourself out. Find different ways. Talk to other people. Like practice. Show your work all the time. But like more than anything else, just do the thing, and you'll get there eventually. Ow!
I don't know if you did this, but right between when I had a job at Disney and then over to Riot, I really wanted to work at Riot, and rather than being like, oh, well, I'll try to figure out these other jobs, I literally studied for a year. I studied a year every day, made at least 3 effects, did that for a long time. The damnedest thing happened. I got better at making VFX, and then got the job that I've been applying for like 6 years.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things of like, we joke about the, hey, spending your time and doing that, but for me, it's literally changed my life and how it goes. And I think it's probably a story you'll hear a lot from artists around here is, hey, I dedicated a large part of my life to my craft, and it worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it was like I had an internship at another company, and then after the internship, I was like, great, you guys are gonna hire me, and they're like, you need to finish your degree or you legally can't work with us. And I was like, okay. So I finished my degree, and then after I finished my degree, I was like, great, hire me. And they were like, no, well, we can't right now, wait. And so I had a year where I was doing freelance illustration for like weird, they were sort of like internal marketing videos for like medical teams. And I was sick of it. Like after a couple months, I was like, I can't do this anymore. That's not what I want to do. I studied animation. That's what I want to do. So because it was freelance, I could just stop taking a job. And then I sat down and I busted out like this animation of a dragon. I did a lip sync because I hadn't done any other lip syncs. I did this other lip sync that I looked at the other day and I was like, hey, pretty good still actually. Like just as many as I could do in a row, and then made a new reel and then applied to a bunch of companies. And then shortly after that, I got the call back being like, work for us now. So pretty sick. Anyway, we're just waiting for you to come back.
You're the only one that brought your food bag.
That's
Ask Jason.
I saw him.
Yeah.
I need food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, we are. For those, if anybody's just joining us, we are we're in like a slight bit of downtime. We are going to be starting up an animation demo.
Hopefully soon, because we technically end around 2.
Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock. The stream is supposed to end at 2. Dang.
We can probably go over though. It's
fine. Yeah.
If it's just a demo, we just trail on. It's fine.
We'll just trail on and on and on. But yeah, we're taking questions. Again, if you are joining us and you aren't sure what is going on, we are here celebrating 10 years of animation.
That, 3 people can do that we have on that list?
I mean, we could just do a demo.
We can just do a demo no matter
or
what.
we can talk more about because you and me haven't shared anything about old work. If you want to do that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, chat.
Also, the reason why we were thinking about ending around 2 is because 2 o'clock is roughly when Riot official streams are going to start happening with their specific stuff that they've organized for L10, and a lot of that stuff is a little more exciting and hullabaloo stuff. So we don't want to necessarily take away from that, and we don't want to have too many competing streams all over the place for people to choose between. But
yeah, I actually forgot This has been really fun, by the way. We've been like plotting this and having like our fun setup for actually not that long, but we've been like busting our ass over like the last 2 days getting Christopher made all of our beautiful stream stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Like, it's so gorgeous. And like the last couple days where we're like, you know what, yeah, we're gonna do this stream, we really been hustling, and we're it's really exciting to be here and just hang out with you guys now. We do have a question for VFX. Looking to begin Alpha_Apocalypse asks, I'll start over. I'm looking to begin learning visual effects, but I have no idea where to start. What would you suggest?
Cool. So sadly, we live in a world where VFX is all solo taught right now. There is no schools really that are officially into it. So right now, I think your best opportunity of learning is actually look up Keystro's or Jason Kaiser's tutorials. Basically, what he'll go over is learning how to paint textures and animate in the 2D space, and then evolving that into 3D. So learning Maya. But if we're talking about just solely tools, first things first, Photoshop. Learn how to paint. Learn how to really understand composition, because that's what it comes down to. Understand colors and gradients. If you ever come to my machine, I'm literally studying color theory all day. And then after you learn your basics of fundamental art, move on to Maya, understand how to model, understand how to UV things, and then finally is actually learning an engine. I recommend Unreal. I started out there, but Unity works just fine. There's plenty of people here that have a big background in Unity. And yeah, in all reality, all these tools that are hey, should I use Unity or Unreal? It doesn't really matter. They're all the same thing. Mm-hmm. They have different names for what they do, but hey, move position, have physics, spawn more, all these different things are going to be the same across all tools. And chances are when you come to a studio, they'll have their own tools that you'll have to adapt to. On average, I would say a VFX artist knows at least 7 tools at a given time that they will use in their daily use. Mm-hmm. To where adapting to tools is important, but also easy after your first 2. So just go at it, dive in, know your fundamental of art, because that's what's going to carry you and get you a job, more so than, hey, I can learn a lot of tools. But yeah, that's, I would say, the basic rundown of VFX and getting started.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I actually just met Jason Kaiser the other day, and I think he literally just started an actual school. So if you have the means, you can actually purchase the class from him and take it directly with him. So then you'll be getting these kind of sick deets right into your brain hole. So that's pretty sick. And I do think it's one of the only effects classes I've heard about on the available on the internet or beyond. So pretty cool.
Yeah, check it out on YouTube. Get some free stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do either you, Jason, or Nick want to start a demo?
On what?
Anything. It would just be whatever character to kind of illustrate an idea or a point.
Because she's got to make them better. They're a little scrappy.
Ideally, I am asking you to buy time for me and Lana to get food.
Oh,
But ideally, the demo would continue up to 2 o'clock or past.
Infinity and 1, I don't think drawing is necessary to get into animation. I know a lot of 3D animators who are terrible at drawing.
Correct.
Especially if you are into 3D art. There's also roles that don't look like art roles, but are art roles like tech artists. They're the ones who making all the bones and stuff. So they just have to understand anatomy, how an arm works. And they work on the art team and they work with artists, but they don't. I don't know a lot of tech artists who are incredible artists, or incredible concept artists or painters or whatever. So no, I don't think drawing is necessary, but I know it's pretty cool. It's cool. It's a cool supplement, but I think in anything that you're going into, there's a multitude of ways that you can have supplemental skills that benefit your life as an artist. I know Christopher loves graphic design. That's my baby. That is not anything I get paid to do, but something I love doing. So there's other things you could do. Drawing doesn't have to be one of them. Somebody said that they have to go to sleep, but will we do a VOD of this stream, please? Yes, that is the plan. Okay, so before I just keep answering questions, there's so many more people here now. I'm starving.
Start just doing something?
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask chat if they had a character that they want us to just like sort of fiddle around on. Maybe just sort of like, oh, if we wanna do like a run or like a sidestep or like a something, like normal practice thing and then answer questions while you're going.
Yeah.
It's set up for you to do.
Or even like a pose.
What should I? When I pull from like a normal.
I don't know if you guys heard that. They did.
Normal archery. What?
But yeah, well, if you have a character that you'd like to see us animate for you here, now, live, type it in chat, and I will let somebody else read those entries. Pacemaker, I'm sorry.
And you can do whatever you want, just make sure, I've sort of hid this stuff, and then right now it's capturing just this window, so anything you do on top of the screen will not, it will show up.
Liar.
What?
Hang on a second!
Liar.
Okay, here.
Oh, those are just
Transition.
mine.
There, now it won't show up. So you
Is
should
that
be
true?
God,
Good job.
Except you just did the Windows shake.
Chaos!
Oh my gosh.
Wait, where's the
Good.
stream?
You did the Windows shake
It's
where
gonna be
it
chaos.
shrinks
All right, you
everything.
guys.
I believe that you guys can I believe that you guys can animate.
So I like, and you come back,
On fire.
somehow only the room's on fire, nothing else.
We're just all sat here, can't we?
Or like, I don't know what happened.
But just to
It's
be
all
safe,
fine
put on
and
the left
stuff.
screen.
Okay, just the room, everything else is.
All that other stuff, and then.
Open up the muddle through your hotkeys or something.
Ooh. Hotkeys are another thing. But
Oh.
I'll just avoid hotkeys for now. Just mess around in the window.
I'm trying to see which ones we've said the most. I'm kind of, anything that has like a crazy number of limbs, I'm kind of mentally saying no to. No, I've seen some new news.
No Velcounts.
No.
I think
Saying it's just
purely for illustrating ideas and points and just talking, it's probably easier to go with something that doesn't.
Do like Rise or someone that's
Yeah,
like
if you like-
We're seeing like Ivern and stuff.
Do penguins.
I've seen a lot of people ask for Ivern.
Yeah, I try Ivern.
Oh, sorry. Ivern
There's no one
ribbon.
here that I know.
Okay, so
I actually
I
built
just
that.
I just had a loop in the hall.
Pengu would be good.
Force Luke to come in here and
I was
work on
gonna say,
that.
I would say, but-
Do Pengu.
Try doing it.
Pengu would be
Oh,
fun.
that'd be so
This
nice.
window
Fury
just
Horn.
going, like,
Right there.
in the background,
Make Fury
panel,
Horn.
Sorry, layouts.
The one true God.
I'm sorry, by the way, chat, about our sensitive Moobot. I wasn't sure. Again, this is the first time most of us have streamed and like actually set up the stream. Big thanks again to Shaktirov, aka Pacemaker at 95, for helping us figure out mod stuff. We weren't sure what to expect, so we turned up the sensitivity. So sorry about that.
Sensitive what?
Of what they're modding
Oh,
or
I see.
botting. So it's like somebody wrote Jin with like a bajillion exclamation points, and it was like, cut that shit out.
It's like an auto mod.
The audience ended up being
Yes.
so much nicer and fun
You can change that if you want.
than I expected.
Where were you?
The mouse.
It's wholesome and nice.
Where?
Well, I don't know what you were expecting.
I was expecting what I see in Twitch chat when I watch Worlds.
I think
Yeah.
it's like it's a craft oriented thing.
Yeah.
A flood of sass.
Somewhat niche.
It's nice.
Makes sense.
Nice.
There we go.
We're sitting at 418 viewers right now, guys.
Whoa, no way.
Ooh, hot air.
It doubled when I
I
left.
think
Riot,
you look great. You
Oh,
look great.
nice.
Oh, you changed your shirt.
Adam got me my shirt
Oh, you
yesterday.
put it in with the fam now.
No,
Matching.
I wasn't here
I
yesterday.
feel like I always change your shirts, Paul. I'm sure last time
It's 'cause I keep going on
Actually,
vacation.
you start fresh.
Yeah.
No, just
Yeah,
make
yeah,
take
that's
some
right.
angle, and then you can like
Yeah.
move over
You
once
go up
and
there,
like
you
zero
go
out.
up there,
It
another
makes
one,
sense
Personal
on, like,
slayer.
zeros.
That's what it is.
All
Well,
right.
actually,
Not
We're still setting up the animation. I'm gonna turn the mic back this way.
Yeah.
Would that be more fun? Just starting from scratch?
Just starting anything? Just open Norman.
Just
You
grab-
know what?
I still stand by Pengu.
Just open
Open up
Norman,
Pengu.
guys.
I wanna do
Pengu.
Yeah.
But I might not have the
Not
source
now.
files for that right now yet.
Oh, you might.
What did you get latest?
But no, it's in companions. It's in a different.
Yeah, it's in
sector. It's in a
companions.
different sector.
Oh,
You don't
You don't get
grab
it.
everything.
Okay.
You gotta look at
Yeah.
it.
All right, so
Just companions
while
in
we
there.
were setting up here, somebody asked, "Do you animate through the graph editor?" I was taught that that is the neatest way to animate.
It's quite neat.
But I do think it is quite
Very
neat.
neat.
I do animate through the graph editor. Since starting here, like 99% of everybody I've met works in step blocking. So I've been doing my blocking. I mean, I still use the graph editor, but like in step blocking. But typically I work in a layered technique, which is like I only animate in the graph editor, like usually, because I find it super speedy and it like my brain could only process animation when I thought of it in the way of math, which is ironic because I'm not great at math. But yeah, I animate using the graph editor. Do you guys use the graph editor?
Yes.
Sure.
Not exclusively.
The better question is, who uses the dope sheet?
Nobody.
Nobody.
If you use the dope sheet,
You're
you
from
know,
1999.
somebody say if you use the dope sheet so I can ban you. I'm just kidding.
So it's
I don't
deceptive.
know how to do that.
The thing at the bottom is kind of the dope sheet in a way, in a
Yeah.
weird way.
I mean,
The
I polish in the
timeline.
graph editor. I don't animate purely in the graph editor.
I go back and
I will
forth.
go back and polish the
You just, you want to
the
clean up
tangents.
curves and,
But I-
yeah. all that.
Are they asking like, do we exclusively
Just
if we
use
use
the
it.
graph editor without
Like
controls?
student knowledge, right?
Reconnect.
Well,
the
I use
skin.
like I'll pose the character, but then like I'll make a full body pose like I would
Yeah.
for blocking, another full body pose, but like how I actually get my spacing,
Hyper shading, Chris.
yeah,
You have
that
to-
one
you
is
have
like
to
timing and
reconnect
spacing.
the
How I
space.
figure out how like my breakdown, I'll put a breakdown pose in too, but like I'll use the curve to get between those poses on the different limbs more than I'll use the like a full body the key thing.
I like how you guys are doing this. This is fun.
Traditionally, when Skins team works on a new skin,
I had a
they
bunch of people
move
on the
directory, so it breaks the base connections.
Oh.
It gets restructured.
Yeah.
There he is.
Get it up on there,
Oh.
or shall I just read some out?
You should come up to the mic if you're gonna read them out.
That's our boy.
Space entropy. Said, wait, there are people animating the dope sheet? That's not really dope.
Whoa.
You're my kind of person. Do you need an art degree to work in the art department of Riot? No, your portfolio is the only thing that matters, but you do need a degree if you need a work visa. Great. Adam, come here.
What am I doing?
You're gonna say something.
Yeah. I mean, it might be easy if we can get it up on the screen, but I guess we're looking at the live demo right now.
Okay.
Good luck.
Let's see if anyone wants
Alright,
to do
you go grab food.
All right, so
It's good food.
So, do you want to like just before this is going to read off people's favorite themes?
Yes.
All right, Adam's
Wow.
gonna come in and tell you guys stuff. I'm gonna eat food and I'll be
I
back.
can't
Thanks.
find the tweet now. Sorry.
Good luck. Have fun. I'll be back.
What are you looking for, Adam?
No, people were telling me their favorite
What are you searching?
league animations.
The favorite is league animation?
Yeah. Hold on, I will find the thing.
Hey, Jason.
I don't know.
Someone in chat wants you to make a GIF of the Sonic run that you made for Ed
Yes.
Petalin.
You mean the one where she's
Lasher
running
run?
very quickly? Okay.
Yeah, the Lasher
Why
run.
did you show
I
that?
tried on your Twitter a while ago.
Yeah, no, I could probably
They,
dig
they
it up
want they want a
somewhere.
clean GIF of it, like a clean background.
Yeah. Okay, no, I could probably do that. I'll see if I have the file up somewhere. If not, then I don't.
Oh,
think
that was
so,
before you.
but-
left
Yeah,
it
yeah, that's
back.
when my computer, like the
If
file.
it exists in
yes.
the repo, yeah.
If it exists, I will make it. I'll put it up online.
So there's a lot of Aatrox love, animation wise. Aatrox Q.
The remake.
People love
Aatrox,
that.
the new
Yeah.
Rory stuff. Yeah, that stuff's
It's
really
very something.
One sec.
Morgana's dress. Exclusively her dress. Thanks, Anthony.
cool. Yeah,
He said it
I
was.
feel like
really cool.
Anthony. I think there's a lot of Anthony love here.
sweet.
Did a great job.
Akali.
He should be in here. Yeah, Anthony worked on Akali, Morgana, Zoe. There's also a lot of Zoe love. Brahms crit animation. What is Brahms crit animation?
His crit. Is that the one where
Is it
he
the shield
punches
back?
over the shield?
Yeah, no, I think.
I thought that was just his normal attack.
Well, he does
'Cause he has the directional one, right? Where he like
He
has
has-
like
I
a-
think
been
that's
a
the one where he
while.
jumps over it. He goes like
jumps
this.
all the way over.
Yeah, he does bop.
It's like he bops him in the face. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
If you go crit build on him, he does it like crazy.
Jin's W.
So many of them kick people.
Jin.
There's Jin in general.
Nami laugh spam.
Oh, where she goes, and then she kind of wigs out. That's what you do when you play.
No, I do. Oh yeah, where she
Yeah, that's her-
the
yeah,
spin,
wiggle.
where she goes.
Where she goes.
I feel like a lot of that is VFX as well though, because
Yeah.
when she
Nami's-
spins.
Nami's.
Yeah, I think when you is it the laugh?
That's actually a cool like mix of
That's, I
VFX
think
and
that's her laugh.
Yeah.
there.
Is that Drew?
It's a Drew.
Drew Morgan.
Aatrox.
Still doing it.
Causing trouble, causing mischief.
Streaming.
Streaming.
Doing-
You're
yeah.
live.
Get an
You're
Anim
live.
demo ready.
You're well done.
Nick's about to woo people with his animation skills. We need Tom. Oh wait, you did the Pengu dab.
Where,
I'm sorry.
Tom did the Kiana dab.
where are we streaming from? Is that Lana's channel?
Yeah, no, Tom did
Yeah.
the
Yes.
Canada dab.
Okay.
He was saddened because Pengu kind of took over popularity of the dab scene.
There's a lot of
Whatever dab scene that there may be of dabbing.
Hey Nick.
Yeah.
Deep dab lord.
The deep
Someone
dab
likes
lord.
Camille's hookshot.
Oh, thank you.
I like it.
Nick worked on Camille.
She is very
Yeah, there's a lot of
sharp
Zoe
legs.
love.
I spelled her name wrong.
Mhm.
Someone says I like the death animations, but only when they are on the enemy
What is
team.
that? Is that
Oh,
Agreed.
that's a good one.
So there's a station out front.
Don't need to
Oh.
The front parking lot.
Oh,
Front
okay.
parking lot.
I'll maybe get it later.
There.
That sounds amazing though.
More Morgana.
How do you spell her Twitch?
Warwick's Ultimate.
Alright.
Did you do that?
I did that. Yeah.
I like Warwick's Ultimate when you
I like missing it.
This,
Yeah, missing it's the best part.
Warwick's Ultimate, it is so fluid and smooth. Heart emoji.
Like a car demolition, is that what they referenced it to?
Maybe. What,
I mean,
fluid
it
and
works.
smooth?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
How does your mind work, Jason?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder too.
Bard's Walk animation. Was that Rory?
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
See in the office right now.
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, Sphinx.
What else we got? The Get Jinxed video.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's a good one. See if there's anything in chat.
I'm trying to pull up chat so I can help
Oh,
track it.
someone says I like Kaiser's animations. I feel like they're just saying that because I'm
I know.
Thank you
I
for
like
being
that
nice.
Adam guy.
They're being a sweetie. So what are you doing,
So am
Nick?
am I allowed?
Are you posing?
Now I'm posing, yeah. Normally I wouldn't work with this view. I prefer multi-camera view with the thing in it, but I want you guys to see the graph editor just in case. Am I even like audible? Oh yeah, I'm audible. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone just said that someone said a dab, and that's whatever. So I'm just gonna make the pose.
You gonna make him do a dab?
Yeah.
You
why
Yeah,
not?
dab it up.
Glorious.
Oh, I'm commenting as Nick right now.
Oh my god.
I'm on Nick's account.
Oh, are you commenting?
I'm on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm you right now.
That's fine.
You can
No
do
one knows who I
anything.
am anymore. I
Whatever
mean,
you
like,
type,
at this
people
point,
think
been
it's
I've
Nick.
been Lana, I've been you,
Just
it's
so you
okay.
know, Adam.
Yeah.
It's recorded.
What is?
Whatever you type, they'll be like, man, Nick wrote whatever,
Ooh.
some crazy stuff.
What
Whoa,
can we write?
cool it.
What can we write?
Cool it, gent.
Don't say something polite.
I know. Do your best. Oh my gosh, you are making him dab.
Is that the? Actually, I'm not even like looking at reference.
I like how natural dabbing comes to you. This is pretty good. Like
It's basically a dab.
it looks like you're looking at
Tuck his-
reference.
Gotta
I'm
tuck
just
his
saying.
head down. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Real tuck it in.
And you have to have Daisy dab too, so they both
Oh,
have.
God,
the
I gotta
same-
get Daisy in
Oh
here.
my gosh, I think she's considered a different character, right? In Maya,
Mm-hmm.
so you could reference her in and then have them both dab.
Also, we usually have like pickers and stuff that we can grab some of these controls a little nicer.
If,
so,
if
but-
Warren's watching this, he's gonna be furious.
He doesn't like pickers. He likes pickers. Oh, because this is his lab, right?
Well, Luke as well.
Mm-hmm. So what do you mean by pickers when you say pickers?
So I can maybe just bring one up.
I think by picker that it's a
Are we allowed to-
fire scene.
Someone says, is there anyone at Riot that doesn't animate using step tangents? I think Lana said she doesn't.
Lana doesn't. I think she said she didn't tend to. Like she didn't start until she joined.
Yeah, I think
Riot.
Skylar as well said that he
Mhm.
doesn't.
I don't as well, but my reasoning is a bit weird. The reason why I don't use Stepped is for the majority of my career I used a program called Softimage, and if you
Oh, yeah.
switch from Stepped to Spline, it would crash. So I just
program.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
Yeah.
it became
That makes
good over
sense.
time, but yeah, so it's just like you just basically pretended you're in Stepped mentally.
You just get used to it.
You just get used to it.
Mhm.
And
I
then-
didn't do Stepped until I joined Riot as well.
So it's not like, don't worry, if you do spline, you're comfortable with that, don't worry about it, like, who's to say, right? Like, ultimately, it's what comes out in the process and getting there, like, if you find steps works for your brain to process poses, that's awesome. If you find spline works better, like, there you go.
Some studios will demand or recommend that you work a certain way, so it does sort of differ depending on where you're at and what kind of work
Yeah.
you're doing. But yeah, for the most part, if it gets you there.
Yeah.
And your brain works that way, then yeah, go
I feel
for
like
it.
we do encourage it a little bit to work in stepped. We did.
There was a time where I think demand is the right word.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
We wanted everyone to work the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one trick is that if you don't work stepped, then people demand stepped. You just
So-
switch to stepped when you present. And you switch
Just to
That's
demonstrate,
what I ended up
There you
doing.
go.
Clever.
Just to demonstrate what spline is. So stepped is basically where you see in the graph here. This is the timeline starts at 0 as the scene plays.
Can you make another key just to, sorry?
Yeah, there's 2 keys.
3 keys then.
Oh, you want 3 keys?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see a step. Get it?
Question.
Right. So basically, you can see like the pose changes. Now I only have the thumb selected right now, but they're all keyed, so you can see the illustrated. It's stepped because it's like a step, but it's like nothing changes until you hit that time, and then the whole pose changes. So spline would be if you took this and took these keys and then splined them. Suddenly, it just blends between them. So
They can't hear you very well, Nick.
oh.
Do you want the microphone closer to you?
Yeah.
So stepped and spline, you can see what I just did was stepped is just steps. It doesn't change until you hit the time. And then spline is like this. It's like a smooth blend between them. I will select everything real quick so you can. So if we get it to everything, you can see it just blends between the 2 poses, and if I play through it, it's just gonna blend between them. But generally, like what the computer does when it does this, it's just like it's just literally halfway between the values. So it's better I like step because I can just sort of visualize the progression of the animation through poses instead of having to worry about this halfway pose here that I'm not gonna want to keep anyway. So yeah.
Also, yes, this is Maya. And it doesn't matter what program you use to animate in, by the way. We just happen to use Maya here. It's always Blender.
Between animation programs, animation tends to be the most similar. Like the processes will change for a lot of other disciplines, but every animation program will have a graph editor. They will have the same kind of keys for the most part. Hotkeys change. I think that's the biggest thing that throws people off. But yeah, the process is almost the same.
Did you introduce yourself?
No. To the stream?
Oh my god, don't you know we're live, son?
Someone of your status must. I thought I could just walk in and sit down.
You thought wrong, honey. All right, do you want it? The mic's right there.
Hi, I'm Drew. Drew Morgan.
This is Drew, everyone.
Thank you.
Wait. No one can see you, Drew.
Like big old head.
So you are Felton Hearn.
Everything going okay?
Just about equal.
Yeah.
And I believe he animates. I think that's what the stream's about. So there we go.
No, but see, the key here is before this pose change. So we got like the rough dab pose in, but
It's a good sentence.
oh, thank you. Let's go to 60. So we're at 30 frames a second. So 30 of these key ticks per second. So 60 means 2 seconds. So you can just see he like does the. You could probably even go shorter, but. So there's a pose. So you got a pose change, right? And there's a lot of things happening. The feet are shifting. He's obviously like leaning over a different way. I could probably even make this more extreme. But the general thing is before a pose change, obviously you want to do some kind of antic, an anticipation, because he can't just go here unless he's on a really slippery floor. But even then, you're going to want some in-betweens and things. So what I'll probably do is do some kind of antic that involves shifting his weight a little bit, moving one of the feet, probably this left foot here, and then
Actually, I'll probably even like make this delay it longer, so he does like a really long antic where it's just like because that's how dabs go. That's how a dab do. Let's see. So I'm gonna do. He'll probably go up on his toe, maybe. Actually, he might not even move his foot totally to the next pose, but I'll raise it. And then I'll get him up on this toe here. Now, normally we'd move from his actual idle pose, not just this default pose, but, you know, saving a little time. And you want to counter, the way I like to do it is like, you know, since he's bent down this way, like the flow of this pose is all like centered around like kind of like this crook of his arm, and everything's just sort of radiating out. So, so actually I'll probably it might be good to, depending on how I anticipate that, I'm going to try doing it this way where he twists his body this way first as like a anticipation of that arc. But there's other ways you can do it where you could counter the motion and turn his torso the other way as an antic. So there's options. I'll try both. Maybe this way sucks. We'll see.
Oh, Wolferian says, I'm actually animating right now watching the stream. Really good time. Great use of your time.
That's the best way.
Yeah.
Animating while other people are animating, or like just working together.
I've never tried that.
Let's try and think of that. Usually I watch old reruns of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's a good idea or not.
How many like animation streams are out there? Like, do you watch any regular ones?
No, I mean I guess it's more of like the idea of like working with other people. So sometimes with my friends or like in college, what we used to do is like if we couldn't work together in the same room, we would just call in Discord and just hang out and
That's
just
sick.
like work. And I just randomly people would like fuck this, and then whatever, and people share in the frustration and in that process, right?
Yeah.
So.
Can we get everybody in the room just throw a quick dab for 420 viewers?
Are we doing
Nice,
that?
nice.
We have 4. Oh God, you're so.
All right, and on three.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Come on.
On three. 1,
What?
2, 3. Thank you, viewers.
Wow. Okay.
So if you're like, fuck.
It's gonna be delayed.
Hello,
Wow.
fellow kids.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, children.
It's a reference. Yeah, we're helping.
Just names just down phone it while he's doing this. You wanna do that?
I did that.
Oh,
Do I
you
do a big
wanna do
one?
it right now?
Do I have to do a double dab?
No, just a little one's
What's
fine.
a double down?
So like, me my.
Oh, I was picturing like.
Is that a new thing?
What?
Is that a new thing?
Could
Look
be.
how many. Yeah, dabs in chat, everybody.
Nowadays.
Thanks, chat.
Revitalize.
Yeah, I know, you gotta bring it back.
Hey, everyone's age is showing.
Oh my God.
We were
Just saying.
What is a dab, is it?
The people still
Is it
playing
like a trump?
Tom would be so
Is that just a
proud.
flex?
I was not impressed with that.
Oh,
piano cat? What?
there's so many dabs, no questions. What questions can we throw at Nick? We could do an
Or
impromptu hot seat right
To
now.
anybody. Uh-oh. What do you
What's the
mean?
challenge?
Hot seat showdown.
Who do you think?
Oh, I see.
Okay, Nick. Who do you think you are?
Just the greatest alive. I don't know. Okay, so
Going around the
It's like the worst. It's like.
so funny.
It's not real, right? Procedural eye generations.
It could be real.
Oh, that threw me off. Okay, we have a question from Though Jewel Mike. Why does Project Pike reuse some animations? But before anybody answers that question, you threw me off. I don't know if you know this, but like when a new group of people start their orientation week or their denubification week at Riot, they get like a name that is based around something that was just released, and my group's name was Project Pike. And I thought you were asking like a weird cutting question, like why does Project Pike, like us as
Why do
a
you guys
class,
copy?
reuse animations? And I was like, oh my, that seems like a very targeted and nuanced question. I don't like the shade, but I think it was just authentic. So, somebody went,
Mine was Don't Bring a Ribbon.
That's good.
Mine
Yeah.
was Anivia something or other.
Oh, Star Guardian Lux.
That was
Wow!
Yeah, it was like Winter Wonderland Anivia. I forgot the skin name.
I can speak to the question.
Yes.
Depending on the tier of the skin, oh,
yeah.
He was a legendary, by the way.
Yeah.
Project Pike was
bit-
legendary?
It's a little bit tricky, I think, in that
This,
game.
maybe I can't speak to this one specifically then, if that's the case.
So, I mean,
That might be a little bit hard to answer.
I can talk a little bit about when we started doing legendaries for newer champs that had more updated kits. They were of higher quality, and they were more complex. It became a lot harder to kind of improve upon or create unique stuff for those. So once we started doing these really legendaries for champs like that, we started to be more strategic about the stuff we updated. So while they did get touched in a lot of ways, and I didn't work on Pike, Matt actually would know more about the choices he made on Pike. A lot of it comes from finding areas to like maximize the value, and sometimes like transitions and small one-offs and attacks end up just getting like changed or tweaked. They almost all get tweaked in some way, and sometimes they look really close to the same, but it becomes a lot harder to do like a completely unique set on something that's like super new and fresh and has
That
like
makes
an
a lot of
amazing
sense.
animation kit already.
Yeah.
It would be like making an all new like current champ in a lot of ways, instead of updating an old busted thing that's really easy to make look good and new.
And I guess if you change it too much, it might as well be a different character.
That's another big part of it.
That's,
too.
yeah, it's a hard thing. Yeah, you still need to keep the flavor of the character similar enough that it
Yes.
still reads correctly to people you're playing against.
Yeah, there's a lot of we actually go through a lot of like the more things we change and do, like it's hard to know as when you're an experienced player, but especially for a new player, that's like a lot of visual information. And if someone sees a character they don't recognize as the character, that could be really tough. And the more we do that, it's just like a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing.
Yeah, we had this talk with other people a while back. Thank you. Where a designer was coming up to us and said we needed to sort of discuss the way that we approach skin design. And there's one kind of topic that we talked about which was interesting, was like if you imagine readability as a bucket, and readability can be impacted by every single discipline. And basically, if one discipline takes up most of the bucket, that leaves the other disciplines less room to really change anything. So for example, one thing that we expect for most skins is for the model to be different, right? And how different, that's debatable, but a lot of times when we do legendary skins, they're very, 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 very different. And so what ends up happening is that the character becomes a lot harder to immediately recognize as the original base character. But that's cool for most people too, because you're really branching out from the base fantasy, right? The new fantasy becomes all that different and all that much cooler. But then that means, for example, if the base model and the colors are different and all that stuff doesn't match, how else are you supposed to recognize that it's the same champion, right? Because skins are supposed to be just the same champion, just different look. So a lot of times, at least what that boils down to is animation staying the same. And there's a tricky bracket where it's like, okay, well, animators want to change something because it's cool and fun to do so, but then there's a balance of how much extra work is that, and then also how much are you actually changing and how does that translate into, is that a visible change? So for example, I'll give Galaxy Slayer Z. I basically spent 2 weeks working on 4 different runs trying to really change it and make it look and feel very cool. But because this base character looks so different, anytime I did something very not like base, with the same pose with like left arm forward, back arm back, and then ninja run on the fast run stuff, it didn't read like that to anyone. So whenever he popped out in gameplay or like did stuff, people were like, what the? I don't recognize this as this character. So the way you can think about it a lot of times is a read for a character is silhouette, shape, color. Is that it? Basically like shape and color, right? Those are probably the main two reads.
Silhouette, color, and motion.
So
or something.
motion is
Like
sort of
pose.
is like a important like snuggled under silhouette.
I
Yeah.
do remember there being like 3 important pillars though. And
Yeah.
I don't remember what like was the third one. I thought it was like movement, but
It could be movement.
it's like you can change 2 of them, but one has to stay. Really
Maybe like
similar.
effects. I know that's not really a pillar, but like
That's another
We
part of it.
follow the same rules, like silhouette, all that stuff. We just do
Yeah.
that, but with VFX.
And in gameplay, then, the most iconic silhouette, right, is the run, generally speaking. It's the thing that when a character is just moving across the map and not doing anything, or trying to get somewhere, or usually comes out of Fog of War, that running pose or running motion pose in that silhouette is the first thing that you'll read, on top of what kind of character build the character is, right? Is it a Rek'Sai with like 6 legs and a long body, or is it a human female like Janna LeBlanc or Lux that is just a girl with a staff with pretty clothes on it, right? Sometimes those become much more muddy, and then again, it's not an actual science in terms of like A plus B equals C. It's always a discussion. You can show something to someone and they'll respond to it differently. For example, pro players or very experienced players will be able to quickly adapt to saying, oh, I recognize this thing as this, and make that connection. Whereas a lot of new players, when I play with a lot of new friends that start playing League, they end up being like, when they run into ARAM and they see a new skin, they're like, I have no idea what the fuck that character is. Wow. So
Yeah.
that's pretty common.
There's a question for Jason.
Oh,
Probably here.
yeah, what's the question?
Go ahead.
Not specifically Jason, but it's about
okay.
TFT.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I got
It's, are there any animation tweaks used to improve visibility in TFT as opposed to League?
Yeah, so TFT, I think the design philosophy is a little different, where the idea is that with the Little Legends, our goal is to make them as cute and as goofy as possible. So Pengu, for a good example, his run is kind of just nonsense. Like his legs just go bananas under him, and he just kind of moves around. So it doesn't really quite make sense. But I thought that was funny. In something in like Summoner's Rift, maybe that like visual look might not be as successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just different ideas.
Are they asking about tweaks to actual champs?
Animation
Oh,
tweaks.
like the
That's
TFT
all I
champs.
know.
Oh, was that the
No,
question?
They don't mention champs, but.
I assume if they're talking about gameplay.
Oh, yeah, it says,
player-
are they all the same as base game? So I guess.
For the most part, yeah. Like I think we slowed them down a bit because in League at most you have 5-on-5, so there's 10 players going at once. In TFT, you could have I don't know, like was it 18 max? Like there's a lot going on, so the animation is actually slowed down, just to help like with the information you're getting, so you can kind of get a better idea of what's going on. Some of the UI stuff helps a lot, so when you open it up, you can see who's doing the most damage. So yeah, it can get a little bananas in TFT.
Just before we get to the next question, Pacemaker, our wonderful mod, has been putting a reminder in chat for you guys to fill out the straw poll for what you'd like to see us do next, if we have time. Even if we don't have time today, if you guys like this stream, I don't know what the future holds. But it is something that I think all of us have really enjoyed, and if it's something that you guys are liking, then perhaps there's a way that we would come back and do something similar on a more frequent basis than a decade. So if you guys do want to see something else, check out the straw poll and vote on that, because maybe, who knows, we'll come back and do it later. So just a quick note on that. Thanks.
Somebody asked if we could use this as one of the animated GIFs that we're going to release too.
Oh.
So yeah, I
We'll
guess.
we'll have a double check. But
Yeah.
We'll see. To be decided.
To be decided.
There's a Pengu dab in there. You can pop up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can have that.
That will be in
Oh,
there.
are you gonna put up the pack at all, or is that like for later?
Probably.
Okay.
Somebody just said, this is probably my favorite stream of all time. Please, please, please do this more. So sick, everybody. We did it.
We've committed.
We
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just for you.
Solid now.
So there's a good question there from Space Entropy that I will ask you, Nick, in a moment. But first, let's just do a quick check-in on the animation demo. You have a lot of good shit coming in here. But good stuff. But something I noticed that you did at the very beginning, where like when you first posed him out, you had him sort of standing upright, and then you put him in that big dab pose, like the big key pose. But you have since added sort of like this big wind up. Do you want to talk about this wind up that you've put in there? And then while you do it, the question is, what are those red lines in the timeline?
Oh, yeah, real quick, these are just the keys that I'm making. I think, so basically anything that I had selected, I don't know why this is a partial line,
I know, I was wondering that.
I
That's
don't
kinda weird.
usually.
I think it's
work
over
with-
the gray line, right? Like the ones that aren't over the gray line.
Oh, I see.
Just
yeah.
a render thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's a feature.
Yeah, so every one of these red lines is just where a key is set. So you can see there's a pose change anywhere where there's not a line, there is no change because it's set.
Oh, one sec, your microphone, sorry.
Oh, yeah, and these are all where I've keyed, where I've set keys on these controls, specifically this hand control. So there's a change to this control at each red line in the timeline. But yeah, the thinking here was, so yeah, when I was posing it out, I was like, okay, this is just default pose he comes in at. And then there's like the dab pose, so I was like, okay, so we need something, some sort of anticipation to kind of go into that. So that's when I started to make this pose. But as I was doing that, I kind of felt like, I feel like I've seen dabs that like where they like really hold it a lot longer before they go into it. And so I thought like, oh, maybe he could just like hold this antic. It's like a slower anticipation up in before he, goes into it. And then to help support, now that this antic is so much bigger, it actually needs its own little antic before. So that's kind of why I did this little dip down, which I'll probably do more to, maybe make it less symmetrical. But yeah, that was the idea behind what I was going for.
Yeah, a comment in chat is, seen a lot of dabs, have you?
Too many. Just too many.
Too many.
You just see one and it sticks with you.
Just too many dabs.
Hey Paul, were you in Animation Mentor?
I was.
Wow.
Your name sounds good. Someone recognizes you.
What?
They recognize your
Pratt
name.
Bros thinks he knows you.
Keep you humble.
Do you know someone
Not my work,
called-
my
Do you know someone called Pratt Bros?
Nick by handle.
Oh wait, Pratt Bros?
Not sure if that's
Not by handle,
Given name.
unfortunately. It's been
It's like code talk.
8 years. But that's awesome.
Yeah.
Grizzly Kin says, do you use a lot of reference at Riot? And do you use mocap sometimes?
We almost, actually there was one time where we almost never used mocap. I don't think we've ever used it except for when we were implementing the KDA dances. Because I had to be choreographed separately for the music video and everything. And then that data we were able to utilize that data when crafting the dances. As for reference, it depends. Obviously, we do a lot of crazy characters that sometimes you can't really do reference for. Like you can't do like a multiple flips in the air with a sword. So a lot of that is just kind of, you kind of figure it out or you study reference in other ways.
We do have a room.
You can't?
In.
Oh,
You
you're
can
right.
flip,
Wow.
You can get some mats out.
Yeah, it's literally just the ceilings are too low. Otherwise, I do it all the time.
So if your arms are out, you run a little faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think the reference is subjective. I definitely shoot a ton of reference. Not for everything that I work on, but lots of stuff. Reference is not even, like there's a lot of times where I will know my idea and I know the broad motions of what it is that I'm trying to capture in a single animation, but sometimes the like subtler details of like, okay, what am I doing? What is my offhand doing when I'm doing this cool motion or like a subtle motion? It's usually like the subtleties of things that'll sort of get me where I want to animate something that feels more organic and not necessarily super animated. So I'll take reference footage of myself to see exactly like what, like different weight. I'll capture myself just shifting my weight a whole bunch of times to see, sort of like loosen up and see what my limbs do when I'm not really thinking about them. And so reference sort of helps with the moments that people probably aren't paying attention to, but help make something feel sort of whole and organic in certain specific ways.
It helps take those quieter moments and ground them in reality so
Yeah.
that you can go crazy.
That's
You
my
can,
thing.
like give yourself that breath without having to worry about, am I doing this weight shift right?
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about like chatting with animators and other VFX artists is we have to somehow share our timing without like many words to do that, right? So you'll definitely see everyone use a lot of hands to explain timing, or like a lot of sound effects, like like that goes. Everyone goes, oh yeah, that's like something dropping or an explosion happening at the time. That is a constant thing that is going on. You'll see a lot of people moving their hands around and try to figure out timing out of like just using what's around you.
Yeah, making noises too.
I have a buddy who always says that animators speak in onomatopoeia, which I always like.
I guess it depends on the kind of champ too. I mean, if it's someone like Cho'Gath, it's kind of harder to reference than someone like, I don't know, a biped, right? Or with like Yumi, obviously, cats. So she's a cat, so reference cats. Whereas with a creature, then yeah, it's harder. I mean, like we wasn't Warwick, right? So he's not, you know.
Well, there's what was interesting about. I mean, I didn't shoot reference for Warwick. But I looked up a ton of animalistic motion videos. Generally, if you're making a creature from nothing, I mean, a werewolf is sort of a known entity, but if you're making a creature that doesn't exist in the real world, in order to make it believable or relatable, you're going to probably take that motion and attach it to a real world animal. Like, oh, this is an alien, but it moves kind of like a dog. Or Toothless in How to Train Your Dragon is very cat-like. It was animated to be very cat-like because it's cute. People get what it is. Like that, you need something to ground it. Otherwise, if you're just trying to dream stuff up from nothing, it's way harder to get to that end goal.
I would say that's even the same for things that are outworldly, like a lot of like aliens or monsters or something. Usually they're like insectoid or like deep water fish or things that like are still real, but you don't see it on a day-to-day basis. So it has like a really creepy vibe to it. So, yeah.
When it comes for like shooting reference and stuff for creatures, like you can't really do like full body reference, but something that I do or I found in the past when I'm animating creatures is getting the timing by just animate like shooting reference with my hand, which is really silly, but like sort of getting the idea of like where I want my creature to look and getting like the timings of literally using my hand like it's a puppet, and then even taking audio from the reference that I shoot sort of like grounds my monster timing in the reality of how fast something can kind of move in the world because my hand's moving. So there's lots of ways of like capturing something to reference that isn't something you could like rotoscope, which I mean I would never suggest rotoscoping unless you're doing that stylistically for a purpose. Yeah.
I think one thing that's interesting about that too is like the idea of planning. Reference helps give you like a better plan because it gives you information that you can pull from and then be able to sort of measure and then figure out. I think animation obviously for most people or for in all cases is a very expensive kind of craft where it's time consuming and you have to devote a lot of time. And a lot of times the biggest portion that you have to get over in terms of hurdles is making sure your idea is good and that your execution of the idea is good. So if that doesn't fall soundly, then it becomes even harder to actually take to the finish. So anything that you can do, reference, drawovers, thumbnails, any kind of method that you can get your idea out of your head and then to other people to be like, yeah, that's great. That's probably the thing that most people struggle on because once you master the techniques of like principles of animation stuff, most people know how to do it. It's just the manner in that you take those things and translate them over. That's always been, at least for me, a very hard thing to do too.
Idea is king, always.
Yeah.
Same with collaboration. Like
Totally.
you said, bounce ideas off.
Somebody asked if we add smears in blocking or later.
Sometimes.
You can.
I do, but not if everyone does.
It depends on what you're trying to sell. If you have a really fast motion, probably. Like you'll probably want to put that smear in there as a really important pose to sell an idea. But if you're doing more subtle motion, you just want like some overlap smears, you know, something that's real small. Not really, probably not.
It's like a differentiation between like keyframe smears or like polished smears.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're adding a little bit of squiggle to make it feel nicer. That's not necessarily information that you need to put in the key poses, but if you're doing the poppy thing where it's like this pose into straight down and then like the transition is over like 2 frames, then it might be nice to have that 1 frame in the middle to have the description of the motion.
So somebody says, if I don't understand what's going on right now, is it okay if I just nod my head to confirm what you're saying Yes, but that being
we
said,
probably explain stuff, yeah.
we're gonna do like stop and like just catch anybody up who might be joining us fresh. This is our celebration of 10 years of animation in League of Legends, which is pretty cool. We will be releasing a VOD later, but we've answered a bunch of questions from chat. We were looking at a bunch of old work earlier. We did some introductions. And right now, Nick Matthews is giving us a beautiful animation demo where he's animating live for us while we're sort of answering questions. So if you hear us talking a bunch of animator jargon, probably if you check out the VOD probably if you check out the VOD that will be up later, but go to an earlier point in the VOD than this moment, I think we try and go over terms as we bring them up as much as possible. If you do have questions, we also have a Discord, so just type !Discord in the chat. You should find a link. Excuse me, I hiccuped. And you can type in questions to the AMA questions, and then probably when the stream's down, we will be going through and answering as many as we can, or as many as we feel like answering, and hopefully we'll get to yours. So check it out.
Man, you make this like a real stream. It's so good.
Pro.
So good at this, Anna.
I know how to
Too good.
spout information. Anyway, more questions. Do we want to?
It's almost 2, by the way.
It is almost 2. It's 2 minutes away from 2.
What does that mean?
There's plenty of time to explain.
So it's like, yeah.
So what happens at 2 p.m.? Who wants to explain?
I mean, I guess theoretically the stream was scheduled to be between roughly 10 to 2, as we mentioned before. Specific Riot supported streams and official Riot streams are going to be starting around 2 o'clock as during the approach towards the 6 p.m. stream that we're doing. So we have a couple options, I guess. We can terminate at 2, or we can sort of bleed over. Totally expect other people to be either filtering in and filtering out. But we did mention a little bit earlier that there were going to be offline activities that we're going to be doing. So even if our stream is not on, we will still be doing games with people, doing Sketch League, doing all this other stuff. Just make sure that you're in the Discord so that we can sort of organize that if you want to participate. But I believe basically that's what we'll be doing from 2 onwards. If there's enough people that still really want us to keep streaming a little bit, we can probably go beyond the 2 p.m. mark.
Yeah, so I guess like chat, there's a bunch of you in here. Can I get some idea with, put any emoji you want, but don't spam it because you'll get mod botted. But just any single emoji you want if you want us to continue past 2 p.m. We have roughly a minute. Hearts are good. Hearts are good. We like hearts. If we keep streaming, we'll probably be probably always answering questions. We'll definitely be playing some games. We getting lots of emojis in chat right now. So I guess we're in it to win it, baby.
Well, I say at least at the very least what we'll try to do is we'll sort of take your dab to the finish.
You think so?
How long will that take?
2 weeks.
2 more weeks. Give me 1 more week for this animation asset.
No, I'll just try to. It might not be like the perfectest animation, but it'll be something.
It won't be.
It better be.
You guys want to run like maybe another 30 minutes to 45?
Well, I have to run it at 2:40. I think I'm on the. Is anyone here on the official
No.
one?
No.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
But I need to go make some.
Do you wanna-
gifts.
Because I'm a one-trick plant. That's all I got.
Oh, you're playing
Play
live.
Shake.
Yeah.
how are
No,
things
no.
going with the,
They might. I know
Okay.
they're like, yeah, support Shake.
You got a better stream.
The audio is the audio's getting chaotic in
Yeah,
here.
sorry, everyone's talking.
You have a question.
Oh, it's just how are you feeling about the GIF stuff?
Yeah, I need to go do some.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Well, and
That's what I feel
you got a bunch.
Straightforward.
I mean, we already have a bunch made.
Oh, that's
that we
good.
did.
There's no
today,
pressure.
this
Is
morning.
what I'm saying. But it's always nice to me.
But I should go do some more.
That's your prerogative.
Yep.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, is the Discord only for the celebration? I don't think I'm gonna delete it at the end of the day. So no.
And we probably won't be as active in it, I would wager.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep our eye on it when we can.
Are we active in it right now even?
We're trying to be sort of.
Oh, okay.
Sort of. The Discord, I imagine definitely us being more active once we shut the stream down, but it's already 2:01, baby. So we will answer your questions in the Discord, but who knows when.
It's going pretty fast.
We have multiple people answering questions.
Yeah, and we have people who aren't like in this room with us. Like I said, this is just a subset of animation representation from Riot Games. So there's people in there for sure answering questions and hanging out. But yeah, are you leaving?
Yes.
All right. Do you want to give a final farewell?
One of those.
Excuse me? I might be back.
Oh, okay.
When are you stopping the stream?
I have no idea.
We'll
We're
find out.
flying by our
How do you say
hearts.
bird, Adam? Don't do that. Okay.
How do you say bird? How do you say bird?
I'm not doing this.
Or bringing this up.
Good luck, sir.
Have fun, Adam.
Agam.
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 Bye, Adam. Leave me alone.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye, Drew.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for dropping by.
When will you stream again? We don't know. We don't know what we're doing.
45?
Yeah, I think I probably should leave it
So
to
it's 2 p.m. So there are a bunch of Riot official streams going on that you can. I think there was a blog post or a Reddit post, and you guys, I don't know where those links are. I should have made a link to them, but I didn't. Excuse me, but I'm sure you can find them on your own because you guys are capable. I believe in you, chat. Great. Yeah, so do we have other questions that we can ask in to our beautiful panel? Any questions about... Oh, so somebody's asking what's happening now in the animation. What's happening now? Animation smoothing?
Explain those curves.
Yeah.
So,
Some of them are steps and some of them are not.
So I reached a point where, just kind of looking at the poses that I was blocking in, I kind of was liking. I was generally liking where they are, but the limitation, of course, with stepped keys is that it's not always super easy to tell what like the timing is going to be. So sometimes something can look snappy and really good in blocking, but then you're going to have to spline it to really get a sense of like, okay, how long is this move really taking when you play it? So I was just smoothing some things out in the beginning to kind of get a better sense of like how it's moving and how I'm going to want to maybe overlap some different, like delay certain limbs, because you can see like all these limbs are moving at the same time right now. Would be really great for me to delay some of these so that they arrive at slightly different times. You don't want to overdo that because you still want poses to like hit, but since this is a kind of a slower antic, it's okay if it doesn't like hit poses at the same time. Yeah, we'll delay the foot almost definitely. And yeah, and then we'll just kind of see where I go from there. I'll probably just keep smoothing out these curves and then seeing what I need. What I do a lot is like once I spline, I notice like in-betweens and things that I didn't really think about. And in-between would be, of course, like a pose in between one of these keys, where sometimes you just don't think like, oh, I needed to really go in and sculpt that out and figure out what it should look like. So sometimes splining helps me do that, because like when it goes halfway through and you're like, oh, that doesn't really, like this right here, I don't know, just this whole, everything between these keys is just not doing what I would find appealing, so I'm going to be messing around.
We've got a question. It says, question for Mr. Animator here. That's Nick Matthews to you, Pyrable.
That's Dr. Nick. I'm not a doctor.
Oh, sorry. So he says, why are you using spline curves instead of the auto tangents? Any insights?
Was I not using auto? Oh.
You weren't?
I don't know. It depends. I kind of doesn't. It sort of really depends on what I'm doing. Like at this stage, like I don't expect any of these curves are gonna go wild on me, so I'm not that worried about using auto. Like for me, it's like it's the same both ways for me. Obviously, like there's some slight difference, but you can see like here, I could change to auto, and it's not gonna change the way the curve looks. So.
What about the red curve? This one.
Oh.
Like that one.
Yeah, I mean that would level out if I did that. But really, since I'm gonna be doing so much in between here anyway. Like I'm not that worried about exactly how the curve is looking, and I'll probably go in and if I was going into like polish, I would probably go in and look at these curves myself anyway, and then maybe I would auto, or maybe I would just manually place it.
Yeah, it's tricky. I've always it's the 3D kind of thing where it's like graph editor stuff.
graph editors are what dictate what happens in our animation, but it's one of those things where it's like having a good graph editor workflow enables you to animate more efficiently, but in the end, it's not really what matters with the graph editor. It actually matters what your character is doing visually. So it's as long as you can wrangle the graph editor to sort of do what you want visually, whatever process you do usually will work. There are some people who live and die by making sure the graph editor looks beautiful, but in the end, no one actually looks at the graph editor, right? What they look at is the character on screen. And a lot of times, a good graph editor does equate to a smoother, nicer, more controlled animation. But it's not always the hill you want to die on, making sure that your arc and your curve is perfectly every single pixel. Because honestly, all it's telling the computer is, I need this thing to be at this point with this rotation and scale on this frame. And as long as basically visually it's doing what you want, then that's good enough.
We've got another question from KP, the _broken_tangent. Might have already been asked, but how much time is scheduled out to complete a Champions animation set? I don't think we have answered that question, actually.
We're talking about skins.
Yeah.
These three people.
Oh yeah.
It's been a while for me.
It's been a while for me too.
I mean, I would say it completely depends on the design of the character. If you have a character like Kale, for example, when they worked on Kale, they had 3 different versions of her that they had to tend to with multiple sets of wings and a lot of things to wrangle. There was more animation time given for that project versus Ezreal or I think Pike might be a good example too, where he had like a quote-unquote normal release schedule where Kale, I think, had a longer tail because she had so much more to do.
Well, she's like 3 champions in one.
If I had to put an amount of time on it, I would say we get about 18 weeks from start to finish, and that doesn't always include production time. There's a lot of waiting for things to get finished from other disciplines before we begin. So it could be anywhere from like 14 to 20 weeks.
The broken tangent, that is my reaction as well. He put PogChamp.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking about animation layers. Like, do you use animation layers at all? Like for blending idle animations, or is this done in Engine?
Yes. Animation layers rule.
I think it's like an individual workflow thing for
Totally.
people using it, but I think if you're talking about like blending them in the game, I'm really loud. Can you guys hear me? You don't. Just wait. We'll see.
Should be okay.
Just making sure.
Yeah, there's a moment of silence now while I'm waiting for you guys to read. Yeah, they can hear me.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I project. I took theater.
Oh.
Ugh.
We can all learn from you.
But I think like when it comes to like blending between animations, like while you're playing the game, that is done with the engine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean we have to kind of craft our own because of our engines. We have to craft our own transitions usually. Otherwise, they're just pretty straightforward blends between animations. But yeah, layers for the most time are just used for like how people want to organize their scenes. If you're talking about like Maya layers, like the anim layers over here, those are just for when people want to like, you know, do an adjustment to a run cycle, but they don't want to just make a new run cycle. They might just change the way the spine is positioned or something.
I actually found layers to be really big deal when you're working with mocap. Like that's when I think they become incredibly important. I think in our workflow, it's like a nice tool. I don't use it all the time though.
Animation layers are great for putting like subtle secondary motion that you'd want to turn on and off while you're working on an asset. Like if there was a bunch of shake in a hand, like you'll put that into the animation last and you might want to turn it off so you can clean the whole rest of the animation up and then turn it on at the end before you export it. I also know animators who use animation layers for everything too, so I think it kind of goes both ways. It's personal preference, but when it comes to working on a team where other people will probably be working on your stuff months or years down the line, animation layers can be a little problematic for that, because not everyone's comfortable.
Yeah, I think that they are a super powerful tool if you know how to use them. I think they can be problematic depending on like the different proprietary workflows, depending on where you're working. But if it's just you and personal stuff, and you learned how to use animation layers, and they're well worth getting acquainted with. Absolutely. Okay. JB Jazz 9 says, why aren't all the keys in the timeline solid lines? We would also like to know this.
It looks like it's just the way.
It's a render issue.
Yeah,
Just rendering.
these
It's
gray
all
lines are
lines.
rendering on top of the red line for some reason. Like here, it's not. You can tell they're like next to each other. So, I think it's just Maya being weird.
It's a new feature to tilt.
Feature. I like it.
It's a rage feature. Keeps you on your toes. It just makes you wonder if you've broken it or if it's about to crash. You know, just keeps your heart rate elevated because it's a desk job. You're sitting. You're not always active. It's tough. Great. So, more questions. Why the programming team will not stream too? Gotta talk to them.
Pro what?
Programming team.
Oh.
Engineers, baby. Here's a question from TCHE_Mythos. How many animators work on each character?
2. Usually like 2. Maybe we add more if it gets crazy. If it's a skin, where it's just like a recall, then maybe just 1 animator. Yeah, it's kind of.
Some full champions will be done by a single animator too. It sort of depends on the timeline of the project and who's available when the project begins and ends, and like everything in between. Sometimes things get crazy and get pushed back, so they'll roll another animator on to support. So it kind of goes both ways, but on average, like Nick said, 2 is probably the most common.
And I think Kale was 3, 4. I think that was a little wild though.
That's also the most insane thing we've done in a while, so.
Yeah.
Michiri, again, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your usernames here. What is the most remarkable thing you've learned working as an animator at Riot Games?
Wow, good question.
People are going to ponder that one for a moment.
What was the question?
What is the most remarkable thing that you've learned working as an animator at Riot Games?
Working on real-time animations.
Specifically in the realm of
like having a rig that is almost 1-to-1 playback. Yeah, I think working on assets for Riot, like in League of Legends, is really nice because like the characters are relatively simple on a technical level, like not creatively or visually or anything like that, but like on a technical level, there's not really a whole lot going on. It's basically geo attached to a rig that has a self-illuminated texture on it, and that's it. So like it feels very freeing, not worrying about like 1,000 straps or like massive facial animations or like all sorts of crazy stuff that would bog down your scene and basically triple your work time for the same output. Like, yeah, no, it's a nice change of pace.
Good answer.
Anyone else?
Makes dabs great. That's what.
The most remarkable thing you've learned as an animator. I've only been here 7 weeks. If you're just joining us, you might have missed our big intro, so maybe after this we should do another big intro. So I've been here a very limited amount of time. My first animation is on PBE right now, so I don't have too much of a runway here to have learned like many remarkable things, but I have really been leaning into the power of a good draw over. We do animation critiques, and we have a beautiful little software that enables us to sort of step through the frames and draw pictures on them for suggestions of where we would give our fellow animators advice of where to push things, how to change poses, look through lines, balance, etc. And I always appreciated a draw over, but I never did them much myself, mostly because I always just had like a mouse or maybe a Wacom tablet, but just the tablet, not like a screen I could draw on. And it is like sort of like a bummer to say, oh, my biggest thing that I've learned is that Cintiqs are cool and you should get one if you can. But honestly, like the power of drawing over something, even if it's like, I don't know, to be like putting a piece of paper over the screen and drawing over your pose to see where you can make things better. That's a really like low version of that. But seeing a sequence of drawings over top of where your drawing could be, like it's very easy to break, quote unquote, break the way the model looks in a drawing of a picture than it can be sometimes to push and pull the rig exactly where you need it to go. So I've been even like made my own animation and then pulled it into a draw over software, made a drawing over top and said, oh, you know, that's actually better. I should try and match more what I can draw and less what I'm trying to do with this model here. So the power of a good draw over is probably something that's the most remarkable thing that I've really been enjoying over the last couple weeks here.
Nice.
Should we do some intros, or do you have a remarkable thing?
I have a remarkable thing. Just trying to think about how to word it. I think more than anything else, the thing that sticks out to me is the power of tracking your arcs. For anyone who's not an animator, tracking your arcs means you are over time tracking one of the points on the character or their weapon or something they're holding in space, so you can sort of see where the weapon is across the entire animation. And once you have that information, you know generally what needs to be cleaned up. And if you are actively tracking your arcs, that is the fastest way to make something look polished. I'm just sort of off the heels of an R&D project where time was really important, and we would have maybe like a quarter of the amount of time to finish an asset before we had to move on to something else and help someone else. And my lead was like, just track your arcs and make the rest of it like whatever, and everyone would immediately react to it better with tracked arcs. Like that's all we had to do to make something quote unquote polished for what we were working on, and we could just move on. So you take that and you multiply that by 10 when you're polishing your entire asset, and it's going to be beautiful.
One thing that I learned when I first got to Riot was like workflow and like work process. This has stuck to me for a very long time, which is when I first started studying animation, I did everything in blocking, but layered blocking. And Lena was talking about this a little bit, where it's like you don't do block key poses. You do the approach of animation through, well, how would you describe it? Through like areas of motion on the body. So for example, one more approach would be to, instead of blocking out the pose, you would take the root, animate just the root in space to convey what the character is doing in space and time, and then one by one layer animation on every control as you go. But you have to make sure that the root is animated correctly and build off of that. And so that was actually very, very useful in film, because I was taking classes to do like film animation, and a lot of times when you're like animating to camera, you're basically working on like a couple second clip to convey sort of like a one-liner or whatever. It's quite easy to sort of like mimic the root to do what the character is saying or thinking, and that process works very well, but only in certain cases. When I first got to Riot, they also actually, when I did my animation test, the people who evaluated my stuff weren't sure that I knew how to pose correctly and weren't sure that I knew how to do key poses correctly. So they actually gave me like a supplementary test. But when I first got here and started doing animation, I was resorting back to my layered method. And it was interesting because whenever I showed the team my animation, that was just a character bobbing back and forth on the root, no one understood what the fuck was going. Sorry. No one understood what was going on in my work. So what I learned quickly after a couple months, and even still learning after a year or two, was like, how do I convey my idea as an animator to other people, superseding the discipline of animation? Because you can show stuff to an animator that they speak the same language as you, and then they can understand what you're trying to convey just through a couple key poses without specific timing, without breakdowns or whatever. But you show that to someone else on your team, either like a modeler or a VFX artist or a rigger or just your product manager, and sometimes they'll be like, that kind of looks weird, that feels weird. And a lot of times to convey that correctly to them, you have to do a little bit more work. So for me, what I gained coming to Riot at the very beginning was learning how to communicate through as few key poses as possible, which was something I never was taught to do. But that has been a very, very useful skill. And I also think that both approaches can still work together. I think there is still an element of like when I do my key poses, that's to convey an idea to someone. But then when I go back into my animator hole and then just like work, I then tend to do this same process where like, okay, I'm gonna focus just on the root, just make that really good, spline that, polish that, and then move out from there. And that has been very good for me. But what I think I'm trying to say from this is that learning different ways of working and adapting what works for you and understanding in what situations these fit is very important, because it's basically like an animator's toolkit, right? Being able to say, I can use this tactic, I can use this approach. And that'll be very, very helpful when you're working with other people as well as yourself.
That is an awesome answer. I did see their chat sort of blew up for a second, or you were asking why can't we swear? We absolutely can cuss as much as we want. However, there is a level of professionalism I think all of us just have silently agreed upon, because nobody has ever been offended by somebody not swearing. So don't worry, we can be as rude as we so desire every day here, but we don't, because we love you and we love the children. Okay. Did you have a best
Sure.
thing that you've learned?
Yeah, for me, it was, I have a very strong background in programming. I actually was a programmer much before I joined any form of art. And when I was starting out as a VFX artist in like Disney and other places, it was very, hey, look at what I'm capable of doing, all these destruction nodes and like all very technical aspect. And coming to Riot was, yes, that's nice, but how do you make something look beautiful, right? Like it's this focus on like art quality and realizing like what our craft is making art. So really understanding that, and like it doesn't matter how simple you made something, but if it's beautiful, like the end of the sentence, right? And really upholding yourself to that more than like technical aspects or other logic is our number one, and something to keep in mind.
That's related to just like treating something as your baby, right?
Uh-huh.
Getting so attached to it because of all the past history, context, effort you're putting into it, where once that's out there, no one really thinks about that. No one cares too much about that. What they care about is, did you come up with a good idea? Is this serving the purpose of what we're asking you to do? Blah, 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 blah. I think in a professional space, that's a very important thing, where it's like, someone says, oh, this is a project we're doing. We need you to do these things. Can you do this with these specs or this frame of box or whatever? And like, here are your goals. And ultimately in the end, in the professional field, is, did you meet those goals or did you not? And as a professional, your job is to figure out, how do I reach those goals with what I know, with what I have, or all the tools available to me. And so that's actually interesting, because a lot of artists I know obviously are very attached to their work, because you spend so much time on it, you're putting so much effort and thought into it, that like it's something that you really treasure, and you want people to sort of approve that, which then gives you like, oh, they approve of me. But then there's still always that kind of thing, because anything that you do or work on is still yours, that is like a part of you. But there is a little bit of growth pain, at least for me, on that topic, where it's like trying to sort of distance yourself from that, and then, as you said, meeting the expectation that you need to hit and all that stuff. So
we're all about results here.
So before we go on, I see a really, really awesome question from CAIODSS, and we're gonna get to that in 1 second. But because we have a bunch of new viewers here, we should probably do a secondary round. Oh, sorry. Can you put a mouse pad or something under the mic? It's hitting the keyboard on the laptop, is vibrating the table. Which
we're shaking the
this
table.
napkin. I'm so
Sorry,
sorry.
I
Oh,
might
there's
be-
a mouse pad right there. Yeah,
Oh.
thank you so
Good
much.
catch.
Yeah, just grab the mouse pad and put it
Good thing it only
under
took
the
us
mic.
how many hours to do?
Yeah,
Buffer.
sorry everybody.
Well, that's also why I was
Dampening.
using the blanket.
The blanket.
So if someone else has something.
All right, so everybody, a couple things. First of all, this is our first time streaming, our first time facilitating a stream on our own. So thank you so much, everybody, for giving us, like, telling us when the mic's too low and telling us about the mic rattling. Like, anything that you guys have, like, please let us know. We'll try and address it as best we can. We've had a slow turn of a whole bunch of people coming in and out of the room at any given time, but we will do a quick round of introductions again for folks who might just be joining us. of the folks who are here right now. This is a celebration of 10 years of animation in League of Legends. So we're animators and an effects artist. We're artists with different disciplines, and we're going to introduce ourselves. Do we want to start with the man at the helm, Nick Matthews?
Sure. Hey, everybody. Nick Matthews. I've been here at Riot for 7 years, currently doing like legendary. Oh, thank you. Legendary skins. What's the most recent thing we did?
That we have released.
Is it Jin? No. Wait, since then.
Wasn't
Jin
Ezreal,
is a safe
wasn't
one to
Ezreal
stick
after?
with.
Yeah. Alright, I'm trying to say whatever. But prior to working on
they
skins,
all blur together.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Prior to working on skins, I did I worked on some of my favorite champs like Lucian and Gnar, and a little bit of Vi, and stuff like that. So I've been here kind of a while. So yeah.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, let's go this way around.
Go this way. Let's see, am I even on screen?
Yeah,
Am I good? Hi.
Yeah.
My name's Paul Jarvis. Right now I'm an animator just about to join and help out on TFT on some little legend stuff. But I've been all over the place at Riot. I've been here for about 7 years. I started on Skins team. The last thing I did on Skins team was DJ Sona way back in the day. And then I joined Summoner's Rift and did a whole bunch of creature stuff. I worked on like Red Buff and Wolves and Minions and all that jazz. And then joined Champion Update. I was on Champion Update for about 4 years. And I've worked on Ryze, Ezreal, Poppy, Swain, Warwick. What else? Gangplank, Misfortune, Zac, amongst many others.
Really cool ultimate skin.
DJ Zona?
Yeah, pretty dope.
I said it.
Oh,
I
good.
said
Say
DJ
it twice
Zona.
because it's that good.
Yeah. And I was on R&D for about a year, and now I'm just helping out on TFT to help them ship some more Little Legend stuff. So, yeah, that's me.
Cool. I'm Isaac Wood. I'm a VFX artist over on TFT, but I'm also on Champion, and I used to work on skins. Been here for over 4 years. I'm probably most known for Elemental Slux was my big project. I've done things like work on a crud load of skins. So me and Chris worked on Veigar together, and we worked on Mechasaya, there you go, that's his name. And I worked on Akali, Yumi, some Swain, some Kai'Sa. I've been around a bit, tried a bunch of things. Pretty much all VFX on TFT is at least partially of mine. And yeah, that's me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lana Bashinsky, aka Latai and I. You're technically on my stream right now, but if we do this in the future, it probably won't be on this. We just needed one to make it go. I've been animating at Riot Games for about 6 or 7 weeks, and half that time I was at a conference in Japan. So whatever. But I've been in the industry almost 6 years, and my first animation just went to PBE the other week. I was very excited about it. Bewitching Misfortune. I got to do her fun little recall there. And that's my big contribution, but I'm really happy to be here and very excited to see what else I get to do. Woo!
Welcome to Riot.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christopher Singh. I'm a senior animator that currently works on skins. I have been working on skins for about 4 years now, ever since I started working here. I probably am most infamous for my Muka Alistar cowbell dance, donk 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 thing. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with that kind of thing, but otherwise I worked on a lot of other skins, just like Isaac. We worked together a lot. Some of my favorite skins that I've worked on are Stargarden Ahri, Omega Squad Veigar, Warring Kingdoms Azir, all that kind of stuff. I also recently pitched a skin line that came out, which was Papercraft, and I got to work on Papercraft Nunu and Willump. That is probably one of my kind of like small babies that I helped nurture through the process of over a year of development, which was really nice.
It's a very niche skin, but it's one of the things that like keeps me warm in my heart. So that's what I've done.
Nice. So that's some introductions. If we see more people come in, we'll make sure that they introduce themselves as well. And now the question that I saw earlier, which I thought was really great, is somebody was asking about the 12 principles of animation and if Nick Matthews could, going through the animation he's creating right now, point out some of the principles of animation that you are using in order to complete this gorgeous work of dad.
Do you even know what the 12 principles are?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
List them now.
Hot seat,
God.
showdown.
There's various ones. Thou shalt not squash thy no. So I don't know. I'll go through the ones. I forget. Is anticipation one of them?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, there you got one.
Sweet.
Let's name another.
Yes, we got anticipation. I got pose to pose, which is what I've been doing. The animation style is pose to pose.
What's the name of the full principle?
There's straight ahead.
Versus pose to pose. I'll give it to you.
Oh, that's the whole thing.
That's 2.
Yeah, I know these. God. See, I've internalized them so deeply that I've just like lost. I've lost terms. You know, like I don't have words for it anymore.
I just see blonde, brunette, redhead.
Yeah.
It's a Matrix reference.
Let's see. We've got squash and stretch, which is I'm kind of doing that a little bit here. I'm like kind of stretching him out as he goes down into this in between.
That's 3.
I've only done 3.
It's kind of like language, though, right? Like when you adopt a language and you like understand it so normally. It's
Okay,
like,
there's
you
timing
have
and
to-
spacing. There's appealing drawings. There's
You're sort of mixing 2 when you said that.
Oh, am I?
It's not appealing drawings. What is it?
Appeal?
Yeah.
Oh, then what's the other one? Well, anyway, and then there's the ease in and ease out.
Yeah.
There's straight in, post.
You're a professional, Nick.
I know they don't quiz us on this every day. I have to animate, not write notes.
You're at 7. I'll give you the other one. It was solid drawing.
Oh, solid drawing.
Not appealing drawings,
Yeah, see,
but
that-
appeal and solid drawings.
Yeah.
You're at 8. 4 more, baby.
I'm trying not to look at chat so I don't like cheat.
Chat's not helping you. Well, now they are. Chat, don't be this way.
Support them. Help Nick out.
All right, you're doing it with your hands right now.
Oh, secondary action.
Hey!
That's one of them.
See? It's
Oh,
ingrained in his body.
follow through.
Yeah.
2
2 more. You do it with all of your limbs because of gravity.
Huh?
Gravity and ball joints both create
Friction.
Or what do you?
No.
Did you say this one again?
Say again?
No, that's what I'm talking
what
about.
do you track?
Oh, arcs.
Yay!
Yay.
That's 11.
There's one big one.
Which one of these 2?
I could have sworn I've done them all by now.
No.
There's like a major one.
Yeah. It's like if you're in the theater and you're thinking, well, where do I stand?
Oh, staging.
Hey!
We got there.
Can we get emojis in chat?
Please don't.
I must say, honestly, okay, so
No.
first off, Nick is doing an impromptu demo, and then we grill him on what the 12 principles are. He's probably the one that's been through the most during his life.
Yeah.
The most amusement gets.
Yeah, for
he
real.
deserves a round of applause. That's a new-
No,
Oh, you
don't
did the
applaud
full
that.
round?
Don't applaud
Oh
that.
my god. Yeah. But yeah, so you were pointing out that you're sort of doing some stretch on that breakdown as he goes through here. Are there any other principles that you could like especially point out? Like where is an arc?
So an arc would be, well, I'm not doing a great one actually. I got to track that better. This hand here, the right hand, as it goes up, or any of these hands really, but the right one especially. Oh, it's because of here. See, that's it goes. It's going straight between them instead of doing what I want to do. So yeah, an arc would be one of those, the way those arms are moving as you kind of track along the fingertips, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. And then what would you say is let's say an overlapping action or follow through?
The fingies.
The little fingies.
Yeah, that would be an example. The fingers going up.
Hi.
At the end of the motion, they just kind of keep the motion going. I always mix up. He's not really doing any secondary though. He's kind of fully
Stuff tends
engaged.
to come at the end.
Yeah, he's kind of fully engaged in his dab, so it's not like he's doing.
There's no secondary to it.
Yeah, the secondary would be like secondary action. There's a couple of the principles for anybody who is animator inclined or is reading through some of the principles and is thinking, hey, wow, some of those sound like the same thing. They feel like the same thing, kind of. But secondary action is often described as like an action that you're doing that isn't the main action but is a part of it.
Like a supporting action.
Yeah,
maybe.
like you're animating a cat, and like the way that like a cat's tail sometimes seems like it has a mind of its own. So like the way that a cat's tail would animate, where it's kind of flicking, while the cat could be like looking around or doing other cute things, is often considered secondary action. Perhaps like, see in like a case like this, like maybe while he was winding up, if his little foot did like a little whew, but that might also be anticipation. Like, so some of the lines kind of get blurred with the way that things go. But yeah, animating's fun. You should do it if you want to.
If you want to worry about this all the time. This is the life we lead.
Somebody asked, does his finger moving in this dab look like a secondary action to me? Like the way his fingers kind of splay. I think we're saying that's carrying on the overlap or the follow through. It's like continuing the motion. But overlap, follow through, and secondary motion in my brain are like pretty close. Secondary being the most different. Yeah. Cool. Right on. So how much more time do you guys want us to really finish out and polish this dab? We got a couple more step keys here. Or we can go back, we could look at our straw poll and we could check chat's choice to see what we do next. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, where's the straw poll?
I'll check. Pace said to me, the straw poll is, I can check it on my phone. Easy. Oh, the straw poll is called what? Anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
Happy anniversary, everybody. Everybody, let's just, happy anniversary. Oh, do I have to vote?
To see the
Yeah.
I've done this a whole bunch, but I'll just vote on that one. All right.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, I'm very surprised by that.
What?
And this one only bumped up most because I voted on it. So this one has 20 votes. So for those of you who are wondering, exclamation point what Pacemaker95 just posted in the chat. Thank you so much. Right now we're doing this animation demo, but we are wondering what do we do next, and we want to make sure that it is your choice.
Sweet.
And the straw poll says Sketch League.
Okay. That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Question is, how do we set it up? In what manner are we gonna do it?
Don't.
We'll just do it on that computer.
No.
Well, are we doing it just with us?
So Sketch League, we originally pitched as, is there a way we could do Sketch League and we could just turn the desk and point it at the whiteboards?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah.
like we would be.
We could also be adults and not look at the screen.
Wait, what screen?
What?
Because isn't Sketch League you just like it's picture?
We're figuring it
Well,
out.
yeah, that's fine. But I guess it's more of like the question is like if we're trying to involve the stream. There were two versions. One we play with the stream. The other one is we just play ourselves and stream that. But the problem is if we just play ourselves, then people vacate the room because we have two computers. Unless everyone moves their computer in here.
Oh, we did actually get more people have voted since. So Sketch League is still the highest one. We're trying to figure out the actual Sketch League we initially wanted to do when we had like more of the animation crew in here, so we could have like teams and really make it a big
Service
event for y'all.
Streaming with people.
We'd like to play with you guys, but it is risky in a particular way that I'll let you just guess. But our second most popular thing is game dev advice. Oh, but something that actually isn't in the straw poll, it's not
it's my fault because it's not really clear, is we could also play games. We could stream with you guys.
We can play group games with them.
And we could play group games with you. We could play TFT. And
Yeah, who wants to see Nick feed in Summer's Rift?
No, why are you doing this to me?
But we could do it. We could do. We could
Sorry,
do
I
games
feel bad about that.
where we would we could do it like fun where we could either like play ARAM or we could play Summer's Rift and we could be crazy. We could all rotate out anytime there's a death or a kill. We could swap out who's actually in the driver's seat, so not one person is doing it for too long, which would be bad. But everybody seems to be like, everybody in chat keeps saying that they want us to talk. So maybe I've got a question with the new chat, with the chat that's present. Dear sweet pacemaker, Jacques, could you help us? Can you make a new straw poll that says Sketch League games?
Oh, they're totally okay. Well, even if someone's gonna play, like there will be one person streaming from the main thing. They'll be playing, and then if any of us want to keep playing a game, if it's an SR or something, we'll still be playing. There can still be people here talking.
I thought we were just gonna straight.
All play? Yeah. Well, then in that situation, it probably would just be offline at this point. Then. If
that's
we're all
true.
gonna,
That's a good point.
If we're all gonna disperse and to play either.
Oh,
Sketch League
sorry.
or
I thought we
SR.
would all play, as in we'd keep rotating through the one seat.
One seat.
Oh.
How does that work?
Like-
Seed League.
Like Hot Seat League, I'm telling you.
Okay,
we
so you
choose
choose.
a
Oh, I
character
see.
or
Choose
we
a champion
ARAM,
every time you die.
and then
switch.
you switch. This is how I used to play. I have siblings, and so that's how you play.
Whoa.
We played a game, and then we would swap out anytime somebody died. Yeah. So if you guys are interested in that, I don't know if Pace is listening, but I don't know. I don't know how to make a straw poll. Yeah. So that's that.
Let's see what.
An ARAM. Good luck, have fun. Yeah,
in
maybe not ARAM.
ARAM, you die so much more. Well,
Yeah.
actually, it may be more fun that way.
Yeah, it'd be super chaotic.
That's true.
And then you play a champion that you're not used to.
Yeah. Infinity and One says, one time me and my best friend played where we would swap after a timer, which may be less chaotic because I got some learning to do, you know? I've played League.
Oh, so there's a question here about,
The end of
could
that
you give some info about frame 34? Looks out of place, but it's working nicely. Oh yeah, so this would be a case of kind of a crazy, I wish I could do like crazy stretching and stuff. I don't know if, I'm not super familiar with this rig though. But basically it's like when you have a pose like here and a pose like here, you can do a really, what's that?
No, keep going.
You can actually get away with like some pretty crazy in-betweens. It almost doesn't even matter in some cases what you do. I generally, it's like as long as it sort of flows, elements of the character flow from the previous pose, like the hands here are kind of dragging from where they were. And then this leading leg is kind of heading towards the...
Looking to
Oh yeah, the leading...
photograph you guys.
Oh.
So the sorry, you got some people coming in for photos.
The mic is
and so the leading leg,
leg.
yeah. So the leading leg is going this way, and then you can get away with like a pretty crazy dip here. That surprisingly you don't actually have to. You don't need like a really sensible in between. You can, and if you play it fast enough, it's like it's actually cutting away the frame a little bit. I might have to like play blast and see what it's doing. But yeah. And that's a fun thing about cartoony in-betweens is you can kind of do anything you want sometimes, as long as it sort of feels okay.
So I'm really hyped that you guys are taking pictures of us, but there is a requirement that while you're here, is that you introduce yourselves to the world. You can give fake names, but they can hear you, they can see you, and they ask and they want to know who
Hi
is the
everybody,
man
I'm
behind
Colin Young Wolf, riot photographer for 7 years now. It's been an amazing ride.
Hey, can we get some hearts in the chat for Ryan Wolf? And next we have...
I'm Dan Maxwell. I'm the advertising creative director for Riot.
Wow.
Wow.
Dang. Everybody,
Oh.
thank you so much. We're so excited. We feel like celebrities.
You are.
Oh my gosh, shut up. Great.
No, seriously, keep going.
But for real, I'll give you my email. Thanks. I'm just kidding. Okay. Yeah. So.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Photos. Actually, so it's interesting that you call that out, because when I look at it in the Play Blast, so this is the case where frame rate can hide things. I was actually missing, it's a little bit jarring if you saw what that was looking like. It was a little bit jarring, that pose, even though I was saying you can get away with it. There is a limit. I think I would actually need to ease into it or pad the sides of it a little bit with something a little bit more. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely flashing. So I still stand by. I can use this pose. I'm gonna try padding around it to see if it works.
It'd be good to lead with that leg, probably.
Yeah.
If you give another frame and then start the move with the leg, that might
Start the leg.
Yeah. Well, if you're animating to this camera, right, then the idea would be look at the leg silhouette and you track that into the thing. So between 33, 34, and 35, you look at the leg, and the question is, do you want the 34 read to be like that angle at that position, or do you want like the foot to be halfway between the first frame and last frame, and then the knee to be popped out a little bit, just to get that like boom bend kind of thing? I think right now it definitely is, as you mentioned, flashing because that shape that you see in between those two frames doesn't carry the transition as nicely as it can.
Right.
And
Ivern specifically too, like his knee popping, his legs are like 70% of his height. So it's really easy to get that sort of knee strobing with this guy.
Does he have the knee control that you can just kind of move in?
Yeah, I think I might just.
Oh,
Well,
No, there's an actual noodle.
Is there?
Yeah.
like where you can actually grab it in
Should
the
be.
thing.
Okay, cool.
Also, if you turn your
It's
nose
those ones.
curves on and off a lot, I have a script that does that.
Oh no, I do too.
Oh,
I'm using
Going on
his.
with the angle, but yeah, that-
Interesting.
something looks broken.
Yeah.
It might be a rig
I think
issue.
it's because of this joint here.
I believe it's called a feature.
Yes.
Plebeian? I'm just joking. I'm so sorry.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's to.
Man. All right.
Because you know how trees, when they have limbs, they all gnarly and stuff, right? So that's supposed to not be straight. Yeah. They crack.
Touche.
I also think this is really cool because we just got like a little glimpse into what feedback looks like, guys. Feedback culture. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Speaking of feedback culture, I've been staring at my water bottle and not wanting to interrupt the stream to ask for my water bottle, but can somebody please? Thank you. I'm dying. It's empty.
So that's always good to get. Yeah, because this thing is clearly not working as well as I was hoping, but at the end of the day, it's a dab. Someone asked a question about jiggle. There are some controls in our rigs that we have rigged up with like a little bit of physics that can just kind of get baked onto the character, so we can just add some properties. Like in the case of these like grass pieces, although they're not working great right now. I probably don't have the right settings dialed in, but they can have a little bit of like physics on them. Unfortunately, that's not in-game physics. It's just baked right into the animation, but it's not so bad. Was there another question? Oh, I was trying to fix this dumb pose.
You were doing a kick-ass job of doing this, by the way.
Yeah, and talking
Holy
and all this
smokes.
stuff.
That's hard.
Does a team ever run into problems with in-betweens with the game engine running at higher frame rates than the animation?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the time.
I haven't had it in this engine so much yet, but I have had it previously where like an effect would spawn like on an in-between frame that was on like a different, it was like an uncontrollable frame, so my animation wouldn't actually perfectly sync up with it because it couldn't, and yeah, it's not that's like an issue that is sort of, I think, would be faced almost anywhere. Just but usually things are happening. Like you'd have to slow down the game to an extreme amount to be able to see it. So usually there's like little problems and stuff that are usually solvable just by way of people probably aren't going to see them.
Yeah, with games like this, the way the game is loaded is through chunks at a time. It's through literally frames. And that means sometimes it skips out on an animation or something drawing. So it is literally sometimes impossible to fix that. Just the nature of us going through a server and like the way the game is loaded, it is something that we just have to grit our teeth sometimes. But know that people with decent machines are typically having a good time most of the time. And this is more of a rarity than a super common occurrence. But
I'm gonna grab a beverage and fill my water bottle. Does anybody want something?
Can you, are you going to the kitchen?
Yeah.
Can you grab me a LaCroix?
This is what I found out. This is like
Don't
a
judge me.
This is what I found out from my pals. Is I was back home. I'm Canadian, and I was back home, and I had said something about having La Croix, and my friends were like, "Don't you mean a LaCroix?" And I was like, "Haha, I get it. I live in the States now. That's how people from America often pronounce French things." And they were like, "No, it's a company, I think that's based in Michigan? Minnesota. And it is. It's called LaCroix.
Yeah.
That's the actual name.
Oops, we screwed it up. Sorry.
Anyway, so if you're wondering, don't feel embarrassed. It is LaCroix.
All right. Can you grab me some LaCroix?
I will grab you. Anybody else for a LaCroix?
Not good. Thank you, though.
Give us some advertising.
Yeah, you're
this stream brought to you by LaCroix.
Yeah,
but not really.
sponsor.
Don't take that out of context.
This stream is brought to you by the taste of an apple a couple rooms away.
Yes.
In water.
There is a neat question that we have to face every day. How much do you take the camera perspective into account when it comes to animation cycles? Would you go for an animation which reads better at a top-down angle instead of a cleaner one from the side view? Short answer is yes.
We actually have the ability to do angle-specific adjustments if we need to optimize like that, which is cool.
Yeah.
Do you have any examples of times you've done that?
Oh, what do you mean?
Any kind of like angle-specific things you've accounted for?
Well, ultimately, like one thing that someone mentioned earlier on the stream was like exaggerating TY, right? So what happens when you have a top-down perspective is that you are foreshortening. Can I be seen on stream? So if this is your TY and you guys are using the webcam right now, this distance on my arm, if it's vertical, looks like this distance, but if you tilt the camera so that it's above and looks like this, it's foreshortened, right? So now the length of my arm looks a lot shorter. So when you're looking at a character running, one of the things that we do tend to use as a cheat is when you're running, you exaggerate the characters up and down by maybe 50% to 100%, just to get it so that from camera angle, from top down for League of Legends specifically, it looks normal. And that's something that you just have to take into account. So a lot of actions also, for example, if you're facing like this profile-wise, when it's top down, you're seeing the top of my head. If you want to make it more appealing to the camera, then you tilt stuff and your pose towards the camera, right? That's one reason why when you see Gangplank's idol I think is like this. Whatever, he's very, very like up to the sky. And if you look at it from the side view, it looks a little bit kind of uncomfortable, but in game it actually looks very appealing. So that's one of those things where it's like, just like with film, when you're watching on a movie screen, you always want to act towards camera. That's the idea. Obviously for games, a little bit different because you can rotate your character 360, but we do still have the mentality of what looks good from this angle, generally speaking.
If you're going to see something like 90% of the time from a certain position, then if you optimize for that position, then it's going to look great, big air quotes, great, the most amount of time.
Also, one specific example I know is that Heimerdinger's hair, I think, was adjusted based on facing angle. Was that what you were thinking of?
That's what I was thinking of, yeah. Heimerdinger has a giant spaghetti head of hair, and if he's running away from camera, all you see is the hair moving around, you lose the entire body. So that's one instance where we actually made an adjusted run cycle for when he's running away from camera, up the map.
Oh, the hair.
So you can actually see. I think we just tilted his head and made some arm adjustments,
Oh.
so that you can actually see his silhouette a little bit better, and he's not just like a meatball.
I never knew that.
VFX is the exact same thing, where we'll have like spiral meshes and like things that are like twirled, but if we didn't face it towards the camera, you would lose half of the effect, right? Because
like
it's
two dimensions.
literally like if you think of a helix that spins and you're seeing a thing on top of the helix go around, you'll see a quarter of it, but if you rotate it towards there, all our helixes are going more this way than what you would expect upwards.
cool.
And that's true for like pretty much everyone that works in an isometric game.
That's awesome.
I didn't quite hear the original question, but hearing that, somebody asked, is that why it almost always looks weird when pro streams use free camera? Yeah, I assume that's why.
Yes.
It's it's interesting when you try. There's a lot of stuff online. If you look at like behind the scenes for films, you can like some animator behind the scenes stuff will show. Oh, it looks great from this camera angle, and the moment you take the camera angle, like you can totally see. Oh, actually, we can. No,
We should
we
should show footage from other.
No. We can show. Can we show splash comparisons? Old stuff.
I was about to say, I think that would be cool. I
That'd
was
be kinda
thinking about it earlier. I almost brought that up when we were talking about.
Yeah, let's leak stuff.
Okay,
before-
I might be.
Yeah.
Well, we ought to after Nick's done, we might be able to pull some stuff up to show. But basically, it's like whenever you do something to one camera, it's challenging in video games because specifically you have to work from all angles, right? But if you do something specifically for one camera, it'll never ever always look good from another angle. A lot of times. So that's why VFX, especially when you have like camera-facing cards and all that stuff, doesn't look good when the camera suddenly like instead of here, it's like down here. Also, cards are flat, right?
Yep. So we have there's arbitrary and camera facing. So we have like arbitrary things. The most obvious stuff is like our red buffs and stuff. All our glows are faked. There is no lighting in League of Legends. It is all painted. So we're drawing circles on the ground that kind of look like glows. So we'll have a very common thing where we'll have like a glow on the ground and then like maybe a bunch of stuff that's flat that looks 3D when we're looking down. Then all of a sudden like esports is like and then sideways, or all of a sudden that's all gone. Everything looks half and half, and that's caused by the camera rotation.
This is looking so awesome.
Yeah, it's really dope. I'm so glad you got the jiggle to the hair.
Somebody said with TFT out now, did any animations need to be adjusted for the new camera perspective? Is it a new camera perspective?
So yes, it is a different camera perspective, which means that all VFX are completely recreated for TFT, which is a nightmare. Animations are not touched. The only way that they are adjusted is they are brought in by half in their idle animations, and that's because of characters like Ari that has her tails that go like crazy. You can literally have 6 of them on your bench to where it caused nightmares, to where we had to slow it down and make it like so people weren't staring at that. But yeah, different angle for TFT is one of the biggest like annoyances. There's also reverse angles. So we're using one camera in League of Legends. In TFT, we're going from your friendly side and then your enemy side. We're swapping cameras. So we have to make it work with 2 angles at the same time.
Oh, so we got space_entropy says, I don't know if you showed a play blast, but the stream is locked on Maya only, just so you know, Nick.
He is right.
We have been showing
that is
play
correct.
blasts, so
Don't worry about it.
It's really cool.
Sorry.
Trust us. Yeah,
It's super dope.
We can show.
We will
Yeah.
show you the play blast at the end.
yeah, it's a secret reveal.
It's not
Stick
drastically
around.
different.
It's secretly exactly what you're seeing here, just slightly better frame rate.
Somebody Pace says, I love how we asked for an Ivern dab, and Nick was like, if I'm gonna do this, it will be of the highest quality and ready to ship.
It's the way we roll here.
Woo!
You got it. I mean, once you do one thing, you got to do the next. It's like a domino effect. Or like as soon as you do like an antic for the dab, you got to do like, well, I got to set up the antic properly, and then the follow through. It's like you just can't stop.
Somebody, Angst Uwu, says, Pog, is that a dab? Honey, you must be new here. Yeah.
Is that the nanny?
Got angst. Ooh, he got
Fran
Fran Drescher.
Sorry. Hey, somebody says, that's Tyler. Says, hey guys, if your question gets lost in chat or you think of something after the stream, drop by in our Discord. I don't know if I've plugged the Discord in a while, but we do have an AMA questions and AMA answers threads in our Discord community, !Discord in the chat to get a link. So yeah, we'll answer those as we can. There's a bunch of more animators who are off doing some of our off-stream activities, which is pretty fun. And the rest of us will also be going through and probably answering questions just as we can. So check those out. And yeah, we certainly don't want to lose questions, and we are happy to answer as many as we can. So do that. If you have to go and you really want to hear your answer, post it in the Discord, and then that's a better way to make sure that you do.
Yeah, definitely. All of us will be looking at the Discord throughout the day, and also tomorrow, following days. It's just definitely one of those things where stream chat goes like this really fast, and if we're talking about something else, some things get buried.
Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. All right, how are you feeling, Nick?
Feeling okay. I mean, it's like at this point, it's like it's blind and the things are there.
I think it looks pretty dang
there's a
good.
certain amount of
I
noodling
think
that we can do.
this is shippable.
Are we ready to do the big reveal?
I think we do big reveal.
Is chat even ready for the Play Blast reveal of this?
Hype it
The
up.
greatest dab ever
Ivern has
done
ever done?
by Ivern in this
But
world or
specifically-
the next.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to
Ghost
use the chair?
Ivern.
Because you will be talking about this, right?
Oh, will I?
Yes, indeed.
There's so much to go into.
Do a quick retro.
A quick retro.
I should have the squirrel to do it too. Oh well, that would take more time.
We need 2 more hours.
We need we need Daisy and the squirrel in there, and then they could all be hitting some kind of like, I don't know, internet move, whatever.
This Sassy Camille, also done by Nick Matthews.
Oh, let's go back.
Oh, wait, do you see it?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Where did it go?
Oh, I love this.
Sassy Camille. I have too many of these things open. This thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
Why am I nervous? All right.
Hang on a second. So I need to move this over and then switch.
We're figuring it out, guys. We want to make sure that it's the best reveal we can possibly make for you. JB Jazz 9, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your sleep. All the way from Germany. We really appreciate you hanging out with us in our stream today. So awesome.
This was in the Playblast folder, the default one.
Look at the dimensions on that video. How do we team up with the animators for gift making?
Yeah, what are these
Last
dimensions?
Light Media. There is a channel in the Discord called GIF-making. If you tag any of the folks with the tag animators, they should be able to point in the right direction. But I think that Riot I don't forget if he's going by Anim Turnbull on the Discord or if he's going by Cattle Prod.
Cattle Grid is
Cattle
is
Grid,
normal.
not Cattle Prod.
And Turnbull.
But there's a channel on the Discord that you can check it out. So ! Discord. Thank you, Remus Feig. Cattle Grid is Cattle Grid. Yeah. Avian Animator says give at Cattle Grid a Cattle Prod. Thank you. But here we are. We've got it up. Chat, are you ready for this?
It is this go.
Oh, that's gonna be
We're
like
gonna
sorry.
shake that.
That somebody's asking what version of QuickTime is it? It's not.
Oh, Pog.
It's Keyframe Pro. Nick, count us in.
Okay. Ta-da, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Woo!
Yeah, that's pretty fucking dope, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's good.
So I think actually what's quite interesting, right, is can you look at like the different amounts of timing and spacing of like what each action takes, right? Like where is the antic, where's the actual action, and then where's the settle? Because that's actually, I think stylistically for League 2, it's one of those things where it's like we do a very specific ratio of those kinds of things to get that kind of, I know everyone describes it as snappy, right? So that's something that I think overall we've all trained ourselves and acquainted ourselves with, but then to sort of look on a time range, can you explain that?
Sure. Now, I'll preface this by saying, like, if I was actually animating Ivern for a game, I wouldn't probably... This is a little bit, like, poppier than we would do, probably. But actually, it would work for, like, a Little Legend or something cartoony. And maybe Ivern if we were doing a joke. So what do we got? Oh, I've got a few frames of just nothing.
That's good.
That's okay.
It's a visual lead up.
Yeah, anyway, this is his default pose. So then we have about 2 frames into a little mini antic. And that's just to precede the motion. That's to precede this sort of big wind up here, which happens over the course of
9 through
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. So around 22, it starts to, or no, I guess 32 because we're adding 10 frames. That's where you see it starts to drift back down. So it reaches like kind of like the apex of that at around 30. And that's when I start to have like the arm starts to go down, the foot is continuing its previous motion. And then I kind of have the whole body going, the hands are still continuing up. And then that's sort of into the transition, which used to be like 3 frames. We saw how flashy and weird that was. So we've added 2 more, so that's about 5 frames into this pose. It's a pretty big gap in the spacing here, but I think it works for the snappiness. If we were trying to make it feel a little bit more naturally physical and like what someone would actually do, we'd probably have a frame in between here, just to flesh that out. But yeah.
But this is an inhuman level dab.
Yeah, this is the imposidab. So yeah, that jiggle's going crazy because I never actually got the right values in, but whatever. on the feather or feathers, the leaves. But yeah, and then it settles for after it hits this pose. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, basically 9 frames of settle after.
Crazy. So it's like 20 frames of antic, 5 frames of action, the 10 frames of recovery.
Yeah.
So the actual action of dabbing is so short, but it's buffered by a lot of antic and a lot of settle.
It's more about what happens before and after the action than the action itself. Like that might even be a clearer way to make something read.
You know, he's pretty right.
Noodle the action.
Someone's saying that 1 frame's popping pretty hard still. You're probably right.
That one there, yeah.
You probably are.
You could probably
maybe this
lead with
one
the body
here.
and drag the arms for a frame.
I think this adjusted one works better because it flows in, but then this one I think is weird. I don't know.
Oh.
You're probably right.
Yeah, it still feels very snappy and like overall smooth. It's pretty good.
And I think for an animation done under pressure and under fire, live in 2 hours,
Heck
it
yeah.
is pretty damn good.
Agreed.
All
Thanks.
right.
Well done, dude.
People are asking, will it get posted? I think we will see if we are able to, or we're able to do that.
Someone said, do I do math to decide how much anticipation? No, it's more just like, you just sort of get used to doing things. Like a lot of times when I'm blocking something out, I just like, by default, I leave 5 frames and then I just like remove or add based on what I need. But I know like, you just start to get a feel for it. You don't have to do any math really.
It's a feeling.
Actually, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit about, it may be about the motion that it's anticipating. So like, obviously like how big of an antic you do is going to depend on how big of a motion it is. A very small motion doesn't need more than a couple frames.
I think if you get 5 of us in this room to animate the same action, it'll have different timing and spacing for all 5 of us, because all 5 of us have a specific style or kind of like feel for how things should be. So generally speaking, we've sort of aligned. A lot of times we try to discuss about, oh, should this feel longer, slower, heavier, blah, blah, blah. And that kind of language will help inform whether we change animations in terms of timing and spacing. But everyone still has their own sensibilities. And I think it's quite interesting when you look at specific champions or skins. Sometimes it's pretty fun to sort of say, okay, who worked on this one? Who worked on that one? Like, there's an animator that's not here, but his name is Anthony. And he worked on Akali, Morgana, Jhin, and a lot of these champions all have a very similar feeling in terms of like how they move, how they settle, and all this stuff. And it's quite interesting to see sort of what kind of flavors every animator puts in.
So it's definitely not an exact science.
We're still artists. We still have our own style that we follow.
Right on. Well, we did it.
All right, go team.
Good job, Nick. All right, so what? Oh wow! Somebody says thanks for the stream. It's great to see how you guys work, and it's gotten me to start a new project doing
Nice.
some Samus Aran stuff.
Ooh.
I wasn't sure if it was Iran or Aran, but thank you so much, Avian Animator, to hanging out with us. It's been really, really awesome for us as well. I don't know if this feels like the best place to sort of like stop the stream. Now we have this big reveal, this big dab. We can definitely still hang out with you guys, but like, what are the animators in the room and the artists in the room feeling? Do you want to keep streaming? Do you want to like pull it offline and just play some games? What do you guys feel?
I wouldn't mind doing one last ARAM game or something with all 5 of us, and
Okay.
then we just leak that as closer.
Yeah,
I'm down.
that works for me.
That's cool.
All right, chat, you in? We're gonna play some League. We couldn't celebrate League without playing
How does that
some
work?
League.
Well, I'm just gonna log on.
Oh, we're gonna get into our machines.
Well, no. So we're gonna do a mini game here where we all play on the same account.
Oh,
in
God.
The same game.
Swap in between.
And we're gonna swap
Is that
after
allowed?
swap after deaths.
We're on account sharing right now.
It's
Watch
count
this.
sharing.
Yeah.
Wait, is it?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh gosh.
So we're gonna do a custom ARAM.
Yeah. So you've got Discord open, I'm sure. If you guys want to join us, we will be playing under Omu's account.
Yeah, sure.
So if you want to play with us, go into the Discord and type in Happy Anniversary in the Games channel, and we're gonna pick a couple random names from the thing. I don't really care how you spell Happy Anniversary, but
You never say it.
what?
Nothing.
They probably heard you whisper more than they heard whatever I've been saying. Pay says we can drop a join link in Discord. Oh. Maybe. Or maybe I could ask people to write happy anniversary.
Which one's more fun? Yes.
I'm so glad that we're saying happy anniversary. That's my my pride and joy. But yeah, in Discord we're gonna pick a couple random names. Oh, and your summoner name, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, it is an efficient pacemaker. You're a great mod, but I'm about the anniversary. I've got priorities, and it's using dumb words and making other people use them too. So yeah, Discord, the games channel.
Christopher, close that shit right now.
Close what?
It's not streaming.
Oh, okay, good.
That's my leak.
Yeah, we can see what's up here.
Okay, good.
Yeah, my heart stopped. It's fine. We're good. Okay, so. Yeah, so wherever the Discord is, do you have Discord open?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing for Discord?
So go to the games channel.
Invites.
It's right there, games. Nice.
Okay, cool.
Happy anniversary. So just pick a couple random names from
Just
here with their
paste it.
summoner names, and then we can play with those folks, and it's gonna be a fun time. Maybe the first 5. So Last Light, or first 4, because we're one of them. Oh, look at all those anniversaries. Milk Mantheon. Sorry.
There's things we can put up on that board or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Equinox, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful.
Okay, am I just taking the first 9?
Scrap whoever you want.
Oh.
We're having a good time.
Oh yeah, first 9. I'm dumb.
I don't know if I want this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We have the perfect amount, everybody.
I have to make sure I can add people though. I might not even be able to add.
Can't you just invite them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The technology.
Yeah.
Play. Custom. Great custom.
Are we doing ARAM or SR?
There you go. He's catching on.
Team size 5 password.
Anniversary.
Who would've thought?
Oh no.
Now everybody has to know how to spell anniversary.
Can't believe tried to kill it.
Well, I mean, we are leaking that like people are just gonna join. But I'm fine with that. I think that's great.
That's actually true. You just join. Okay. Actually, so that makes sense, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna do Riot Omu's animation game.
Oh, so we are having people.
The difference is that
Sorry,
they have to
everybody.
fight for it, which is sad.
Now you have to fight for it. I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, do we want to do that or no?
Yeah, no, that's good.
You could pass the password to the 9 people
That's true.
if you need to.
We could do that.
We'll figure it
It's fine. We're going to be playing more games at our desk, so even if you don't get to play with our sick stream game, you can still play with us in the future. We will make sure to add you to some stuff. It's going to be a good time. But join Riot Omu's animation game, password anniversary, to join us for one wacky round of Howling Abyss. Ow!
Yep.
That's what it's like a dog howl, right?
Yeah,
Not like winds
No.
in a crevice.
It's like a dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you.
Ow!
Yep.
Yeah. If you don't pay attention, there's actually a lot of wolves in Howling Abyss. That's why it's named that.
Ghost wolves.
Yeah, ghost wolves.
Oh gosh. Golly.
All right, how are we doing this ordering? Let's just do it clockwise and just go through.
Yeah, every
Well,
death.
I'm not going first.
Oh, that's too bad. You're already
No,
there.
you're there. It's
Yeah,
your
that
account.
is what's happening.
You think I'm gonna play it first on your account?
Yep, I totally
Gosh,
agree.
we better hope we get a champion I've played. Otherwise, it's gonna be rough, everybody. By that I mean I'm very good at games.
Maybe you should go first then.
No.
No, but see, then that because like dying early in ARM doesn't matter.
We are on the NA server, Angst Ulu. Oh, sorry. Rip.
We've got a stacked left team right now.
Do we?
Oh,
Can we?
Do we make it less stacked?
Yeah. Can we try and do some balance?
We'll figure it out once we have a fully. Actually, I might just join the other team.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry to debate.
Wow, I get it. I get it.
So we have.
You're stacked. Wow. Wow.
See, but we have accumulated, right? So all together we can be silver 4 together.
Oh.
That sounds about right.
Should we move this table out of the way so it's less of a panic?
Oh, when we're switching, sure.
Yeah.
That's a valid point.
All right. Yeah, let's scoot this table.
So there's level 200, 200, 200, 161,
Oh, is it
100,
locked?
168.
Oh, they're not
It's
wheels.
just heavy.
Oh, let me go to. There we go. Oh, you good?
Yeah, something because they're cord.
Did something catch?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're fine.
Ah, we're good. We're fine. Yeah, just
We're
set it
animators,
down.
not bodybuilders. Am I right?
Ow, my arms.
Yeah, it was the cord here.
Oh, that's heavy.
Weak and soft.
We don't care about any kind of cables.
I hope you guys are ready for chaos.
Chris is just not gonna die. It's just gonna be Chris playing.
Well, it depends on what champion we get.
Come on, Sona.
Dang.
But yeah, Sonar or Lux,
Sustain,
yeah,
baby.
don't die. Don't die ever.
Or Ziggs.
Well, I'm
Watch
not.
it be like
I'm honestly not good at Ziggs, so I can't.
They're expo markers, Grizzlykin, but thank you for your concern.
Were you
I
sniffing
think they
them?
were vape pens.
No, he said the Sharpies are escaping.
Oh.
Yes, we keep a jar
It's a
of
stock
vape.
of vape pens. The right way, apparently. No, not really. It's just the life we live.
That's what happens when you have to give that cotton every time.
Oh shit!
What? Oh shit.
Wait, we're playing
I've
Quinn.
played Quinn.
Can we not play Quinn,
Oh,
please?
no.
No,
Oh
I played
my God.
once. I forget what she does.
Quinn,
She's the
Quinn.
That's
bird.
Nick's main.
Okay, wait.
We're gonna hard
Hey,
it.
what spells are we? There's no reroll either because it's a custom.
Okay, we're doing.
Wait, do you want Quinn or Callista? Someone's off. Tidecaller is offering.
Let's go Quinn.
Get
We're
it.
living in the rainbow.
All right, they're
We're
being nice.
living in the
They're being
rainbow.
nice. They're being.
We should be nicer
Okay,
to the microphone.
Most important thing. How many of you guys are trash and use Flash on D?
Wait, are we doing Volibear? Can I take Volibear? Volibear seems more
What?
fun.
Flash
for us.
on F.
Flash on
Thanks.
F.
Okay, you're being a nice
Oh,
person. I'm gonna take it.
Never mind. On one of those buttons. I thought you meant like a
I
more
thought I'm gonna
custom
fat
button.
finger it and I'll mess up the flash. I don't want
Flash
that.
on F6.
Everyone does that. Flash
All right,
on
we're
F.
taking.
Yes,
We're
how
gonna
you
take
spell flash?
Aftershock with Demolish,
Provided
and then these
flash on.
things, and we're gonna take.
See, if you did it on H or something, I would respect that. Like that's like next level.
And then
Maybe
we're going
flash
snowball,
on
right?
those.
Snowball. Everyone wants snowball in this one.
Yeah,
But we changed our character.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never played Roller Bear. Somebody tell me what he does.
You get up real close and then get killed by all the range characters.
And by that I mean, so, like chat. Not some people are just here for animation. Why don't we explain what Volibear's abilities are for the chat?
I say we don't because it's funnier.
What that?
We're against. Fiddle.
I mean, he's pretty, like, Volibear is pretty, like...
Volatile.
Well, he's older at this point, so he doesn't have some of, like, the fancier new stuff we like to do.
See, Infinity N1 says, what is a Volibear? We must help the chat.
It's
He's a bear.
We will teach by hinting.
Yeah. It's a crash course. Hey, look, it's Surprise Party Fiddlesticks. Happy
All right. So okay.
Happy
So
anniversary.
based on
Oh, then got us some
comps, how does this feel?
Extremely AD heavy.
Is our team better or their team better?
I mean, our team is
They've got a lot of
nicer.
spike damage.
I kind of feel like they're gonna do some.
They've
get
got
crazy.
some assassins, but they don't have any tanks.
We got a decent wombo.
Yeah, I'd say the fortune is in our favor.
Aha!
I don't get it.
Does anybody have any like stories about working on any of these characters?
Well, we worked on GGMF.
That's true.
I did Phoenix Quince Respawn way back.
Oh wow.
Actually, our team has skin synergy. Other team is missing 4 skins.
I believe it's called Skinnergy.
It is Skinnergy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, missed the boat on that one. Okay, so I'm gonna go boots.
Always go horn. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Wait, boots lets you run faster to throw people over. What?
Oh, for the bear specifically.
All right, I'm just doing it. Sorry.
We're backseat bearing you right
Twitch
now.
plays ARAM.
Look at him. Ow, ow. That's a cat.
Wait, who's coming up? Oh, actually.
So if we win, does
So
Ryan
when
give
does
us
Ryan give us
RP?
RP? Okay.
We'll see. Depends on how well everyone does.
Yeah.
How well do we get crushed?
Yeah.
Is really the
Let's
key.
see.
I need to take a. Okay, take a screenshot. Hang on a sec.
What do you take a screenshot of?
Of the names.
Oh,
Just so
nice.
yeah.
Yeah. So
We will. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to.
I'm good. How about this? Everybody in the game right now. Is
Everyone in
gonna
the
get
game is
RP.
gonna get RP after this. How about that?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Maybe, like,
All right.
Some good question askers, maybe.
Oh yeah, that was yeah.
Oh yeah, we can answer questions. Yes.
So yeah, that's a really good idea. Sorry, we've been pretty distracted, but so, yeah, maybe going back through this VOD afterwards and everybody's giving us good questions might get a little treat as well if we don't know your summoner names. Wow. Guys, are we winning?
We got first
Some
blood.
of the names.
The game's basically over already.
Hiding in the bush. It's okay.
The
I think they
very
literally don't
secret technique of just chilling in brush forever.
They're just waiting. You could tell when the stream catches up because they're just watching us. And then 5 seconds later, if we're hiding in a shrub and they hit us, they know. Ow.
I got feared.
Whoa.
So who's after me? Who follows me up?
We're doing clockwise, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I muted the game audio. I should not do that. Hang on a second. Give me a moment.
Oh, for the stream.
Yeah, we'll be playing games off stream as well.
Someone asked that.
Great. So, chat, can you hear us? Can you hear the game audio?
Yeah, I should have turned it on now. We only go forward.
Oh my
Whoa!
god!
Yes.
No follow up.
And then
Oh my
backwards.
God.
That was valiant though. Very well done.
No follow-up.
Oh.
Jeez.
That's the best emote. That's
I love that
approved.
Press T. Yeah. Hey, little buddy.
We go for it.
We go for it. We go for it.
Run.
We go for it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You made it.
Farewell.
They only went forward. Okay, Nick, you're up.
Oh god. This isn't.
You only have 7 seconds. And
What-
you have to buy still.
What should I buy?
Oh my god, give me your iPad.
It's up to you, man.
I mean, well, you're all
You
gonna
buy
judge your
well. That's what you
choices.
do.
I say that horn.
The horn's pretty good.
Nah.
You also can get
You're-
MR, they have a bunch of AP. I don't know, whatever you want to do.
I know, you're alive now. Follow your heart.
Believe in your dreams.
There you go.
No.
I never noticed your voice before until Chad pointed it out, and then I'm like,
oops.
it is a powerful voice. Goodness gracious. Believe in your dreams. When do we get the Paul Jarvis ASMR stream?
Man, anytime. Welcome to ASMR.
Oh god. I don't remember his keys.
Oh,
no.
go ahead. Oh my god! Do you have special hotkeys? Because I'm gonna
This is the
Yes!
only forward type.
Get that in.
Use that snowball. Just
We only
pull it.
go forward.
Shit. Wait,
Yeah.
it's on. Wait, I just flashed.
I know.
No, I didn't.
It's because they
Is
use
it on D?
inferior hotkeys.
What hotkeys?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
on D.
No, it's not.
That is.
Flash is on D.
Yeah, flash is on.
Leave
Don't
it.
switch.
Oh my god. Leave it. This is part of the the
Okay, it's part of
chaos.
it. It's part of it.
Go forward into that dark night.
Ooh.
Oh.
Hmm.
So what is his ability to do?
Save the queen.
What is Q?
Q
Right there.
will make you
Ha-ha.
run and
Nice
fight
flip.
people.
Use your E to stun the thing. Nice.
E will
Make sure you do auto damage.
talk,
Because
like,
good.
make them run away if you mean.
What does
W will heal you.
Oh,
Oh wait.
E makes people run away.
Oh, I'm-
forward, Ollie,
He has
forward,
a
Ollie.
fear.
Oh, nice. Oh my god.
Oh wait, I missed a guy.
All right, Paul,
Oh.
get in there.
Oh, my up. Oh, I played
Somebody
better than
has
yours.
to repeat what the abilities do. Q runs forward.
Q runs forward. If you auto attack someone with your Q up, you'll flip them.
Nice.
Um,
So you Q and then make sure you auto somebody.
Well, yeah. So Q, you run like, and if you touch someone, you'll flip them.
Cool.
Your E is just a roar, but it interrupts and like knocks people up for a
Okay.
very short time.
Okay, and
And then
W.
your W will only activate when you have done 3 autos.
Your passive will tell you.
I think it's 3 autos. Once you've autoed 3 times, then your W will come up, and your W is a bite.
Okay.
So
Nom
you,
it, heal
you
you.
like nom
So it's like a
something.
crit. Does it?
Sort
Is
of.
it like go on the next auto where you're trying to like
Yep.
really max it?
Yeah, it's basically an extra ability that just like noms someone, and it does more damage to someone if they're lower health.
Nom 'em, baby, nom 'em.
Nom, nom, nom.
Nom 'em, nom 'em, nom 'em, nom 'em.
There we go. That's
Got
how you
one.
know.
Ooh yeah, baby, get in there.
Well,
Meow, meow.
scared.
He's a cat now.
I am.
Yes. Get that turret.
Get in there, get in there. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Being the sneaky bear. He's a sneaky.
4 ladies and 1 bear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
my god.
Only 4.
We're good, we're good. Everything's fine.
I approve of the lack of breaks on our team. That's good.
The point is not.
I keep hitting F for flash and it does nothing, so. There is that.
It's a snowball. What does that do?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait. Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god.
Yeah, eat him, get him. Yes.
The play. Oh
Aw.
my god. All right, Isaac, get in there. What
There you
a
go.
play though.
Oh my gosh. I'll play.
We did it.
Yes, get the.
Oh well now.
Oh, I don't play Melee Champs like at all. Poppy's the only one I ever played.
When I get in that seat, somebody's gonna tell me what I buy, right?
Items. Maybe a potion.
Oh.
Part of the
I'm gonna
chaos.
buy as many potions as I can until we run out of gold.
All right.
Drink. Forever.
We don't have the highest, KDA, but we'll do well.
Wait, our tower's almost dead too. What?
Oh yeah, super cool.
Oh no.
Oh, flipping.
Oh yeah. Woo!
Outplayed.
Oh no.
Oh, help the.
Oh no.
I was gonna use my snowball, then realized it's on the
It's
wrong
on
key.
Y'all
Yeah.
gotta use your eyeballs.
Wait, do you guys all have flash on that?
Yes,
Also
once again,
nice.
we're not all
Yeah.
inferior people.
Wow.
Proper hotkeys.
Muscle. Sounds like
Yes.
you gotta get good.
Exactly, get good, use the correct keys. We got this.
Got it.
It's okay. Believe.
Alright.
He's like, he's closer.
Oh, I did it again. Wow, come on.
Somebody
At this
says.
point, what you do is you have to spam both D and F.
I just realized somebody in the chat said. Oh shit.
You got this.
Somebody says I'm the misfortune, so fortune is not in your favor.
Oh.
Okay.
What am I doing? What am I buying? This mouse is sensitive,
I
y'all.
know.
I can't even
Buy
click this
Dead Man's
button.
Plate.
What? How? Is it this?
To the right.
No, to the right.
Orange shoulder.
That one.
This thing?
Oh,
You gotta wait.
you're just
Well,
not
you can
close enough. That's
sell these two things,
Be patient.
and then
Okay.
take this thing and
Yeah.
sell
Wait,
that.
wait, you're almost there. Don't sell.
It's fine. It's fine. Buy that.
Run as fast as you
We
can.
did it. We did it. We did it. How do I make this less sensitive of a mouse?
You can go into the settings.
Really? There's not just a button on the mouse that does
Well,
it?
there's one that you can
There.
toggle it slower.
That's a little better.
Q or your E.
Which one's better?
Q.
Yep.
The
All right.
screen is so high. I
So
feel like
Ori
I gotta
has a bit on her ult.
Too high?
And she's really good
a
with
little,
you.
yeah. Don't be this way, everybody else. Leave me alone. What did you say? Somebody's explaining things to me.
Ori's gonna put her ball on you, and you're gonna run in and just destroy everyone.
Yeah, I am. That's how I do. I'm a bear. Ah.
Get him.
Okay, but I need. We only go
It's
forward.
that classic sound bears make.
Ah. I'm so slow.
Remember your
Everything-
snowball as
everything's
well.
got
What
a
is slowed
fear.
by?
What is? Oh, that's the
Fear and- fear and charm.
Oh.
Yeah, it do it.
I wait for that. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. It's
Good.
fine.
You're good.
Go in.
That's
We're
the
going.
signal,
Now.
we're going.
Use your snowball.
How do I do
Oh,
Fuck! I'm really getting hit here, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, what
nice,
now?
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
Hey, somebody else get in here. I made a play!
Oh.
I got so slow so many times.
Oh,
Alright,
Cassidy.
buy some good items.
When I get super slow like that, is it better to like just flash in and be like, ugh, I really wanted to use my abilities? Or just wait till it goes away?
It depends. If you're close enough, it's probably better to flash. If you're not, then just walk away.
Alright.
Are we in trouble?
Carry us, so move.
Perhaps.
We're in trouble.
You are running into 4 people.
Are any of them bears though?
That is a very valid point. I think they lack mostly bears.
Yours worked. They lack most.
Rawr. All right, so we got tower already. Again, this is only forward.
How do you possibly have that much control with your mouse?
Get
That
him,
insane.
get him. Yes.
Yes,
Say
yes,
no
yes.
to the ADC.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah. Blessed Q.
There you go. It makes you heal faster if you dance while doing it.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, it does.
That's a little known riot fact.
Bear fact.
Bear fact. Bear fact. Meow! Bear facts. Coming at ya.
Okay, team, I have snowball.
All right.
We're going.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh no! They were.
Okay, we're running. We're running.
They spit their moves. Wait, no.
Okay, we're going.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, that-
No.
That could have gone better.
Nick.
Next up.
Okay, good job.
What couldn't you have lived?
I think I jumped the gun. Because our team can't, we don't have like, we're not
Well,
party.
no, the stream is delayed.
Yeah, right.
So it's like when I'm saying going in, that's like 4 seconds in the future.
Well, that's why I was asking. They're like, they can't hear us on voice.
No,
because we're not in a
we're
party
not
with
voice,
them.
yeah.
I believe.
Oh God.
Yeah, get him.
Yeah.
Oh.
I saved her. Maybe.
Took the bullet.
Does the queue last for a long time after you hit it?
Yeah, it takes a bit.
Oh.
So you can run for a while and then.
Ooh.
Ow!
Be the beefy
Amazing.
tanker.
Get this in.
Oh! Man, everyone
Okay.
does so much damage now. That it's like, that's me. One team fight. you
Oh
die.
god.
Oh my god. I love how every time you go back to the iPad, like, you're not gonna play again in like a minute.
Hey, I trust that you guys
Are
gonna.
This is the last rotation for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to handle it.
So we're going to get a spirit message.
What?
Those two pieces equal spirit visage.
Excuse me. Oh, those little guys.
Oh, footsteps.
Those minions, they were so unhappy with
I
you.
see it. Oh,
Gosh.
Okay, I mashed D and it did not flash until I died.
Well,
Oh wait.
right.
That-
It'll happen.
Swap.
I did absolutely nothing.
It'll happen. Okay.
Were you silenced or something? Does somebody have that?
It could have been.
I had a 4-second fear and then I got charmed and then I died.
Oh, is that game?
No.
It might
Never
be.
give up.
I'm
Believe.
going to run in.
Oh, you are. Yeah.
But
yeah,
it
you
is.
No, they're running.
Go. Clear the
Not
way.
over yet.
They're too
Thundershock.
nice.
Thundershock.
What is up with the lightning?
His
He's a
ult.
Thunder Bear.
Oh.
When he ults, he becomes charged with thunder, and every auto he does electrocutes everything around him.
Zappity zap.
That's a go button.
Yes.
My team is
Even
not
though
agreeing with the go
everybody-
button.
That's called strategy, baby.
I have to remember to ignore Chris. This is the fundamental flaw I fell into.
Sorry.
Go, Callista.
Okay. Not ending yet. Slow down, mouse.
Wait, we're winning.
What should I buy? Tell me.
Buy this thing.
This
Yeah,
thing.
Sterix is good.
Nice. I did it. I bought an orb. Okay, y'all.
Folly and Orn are brothers.
Brother.
Ohana.
Means family. Everybody, welcome to the bear stream. We fight things here
The
as
bears
bears.
and other
Oh, bears.
Are they here? I don't care.
You're a bear.
I
What are you
care.
gonna do about it?
Oh no, I care.
I care. I lied. I totally lied. I definitely care. Ow. What does charm do?
You will walk towards
The person.
who charmed you.
Yes.
Alright, let's go, team. This is what I'm about.
Oh dear.
Pacemaker says that
Queue
just
up,
scream
queue
when
up.
you run in. They don't- Oh, nice.
Oh my
Callista.
god.
Use all your stuff. Press all the buttons.
Use your R button.
Go back in. Okay, no.
What? I pressed it. Nothing's happening.
All good.
You have to
Uh
auto.
oh, oh.
Just kidding. I didn't want it anyway. Just kidding.
Yes, you just got charged.
Oh,
You're fine now.
baited.
Yeah, I make great
Decoy.
bait. Decoy. You think I'm gonna do something? I'm not. It was just pretend. Oh god, oh god.
Well, you survived longer than I did.
I like how when like
Believe.
Fiddle fears you and you move away from him, and then the Evelyn charms you and you run towards him. You're like,
Alright, let's get a health orb. There aren't any. Let's just pretend
just
we're gonna.
won't control my character for the next 8 seconds. How long is your charm?
I have no idea actually.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3.
Got hit by something.
3 seems way too long too.
Oh, nice. Guys, we did it. We hit this orb. They're dancing.
Yes.
Everybody's
Feel
running
faster with
away.
your dance.
Cowards. I mean, strategy. Yeah, what's up? You hiding in that shrub? Jump on it. I dare you.
Oh! Yeah.
Ah.
Fiddlesticks things.
Just a decoy.
Decoy!
That's the ultimate plan.
This is my whole existence.
Yes. See, our team is embracing
Oh!
the Leroy Jenkins
I tried to hit.
lifestyle.
Oh, I did hit it. All right, somebody else get it.
Yeah, that might be the end.
That might be it.
That was funny.
Well, we did it. We
You
tried.
got your. Get your belly back.
Thank you, Lonian Queen X, Ionian Queen X. I'd love to stay, but especially for the mainstream, but it's 11:40 p.m. and I'm sleepy. TT. Rip. Good luck and have fun, guy. Thank you so much for joining us. We had such a fun day, and we appreciate you being here with us. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Ah, GG.
GG. Woo! Woo!
Thanks for playing with us.
Thank you for playing with us, and thank you for streaming with us all day up to this point. It's been super fun.
A big thank you to Christopher Singh for making all the beautiful stream graphics, for manning the helm during the most chaotic portion of the stream at the beginning when we were reviewing animations. I have never seen such Microsoft wizardry in my life in managing those windows. So thank you so much, Christopher.
Sure.
Sho just walked in. Thank you so much, Sho, for bookending our experience here. If I'm not mistaken, Sho just finished up another
Yeah, we
stream?
just finished up a Twitch stream that we couldn't get to work for the first 45 minutes.
Oh,
We only
my
got
God.
10 minutes at the
Technology.
end. But yeah, it was still a lot of fun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you end up doing the reference thing?
No, they got it set up, and then when they got it set up, they couldn't show any videos or pictures, so it was just the camera on us.
Wait, you
So
should've-
we had to cancel everything.
You should have joined our stream. That would have been great. It worked perfectly.
I got the videos. I can bring them in. We can do a game.
We should post it forward. Or like we should like bring that into
Share it out.
Discord and we can share it out and we can just continue this level of animation hype going forward. Do you want to explain what the game was so that our wonderful viewers know what the plan
Yeah.
was?
The game was called Guess the Reference. It was basically, I went through my old collection of video reference for animations that I worked on League of Legends, and the game was Guess the Reference from in the animation in League of Legends for the reference that I have. Some of the stuff looks very one-to-one, like the actual animation, and some of it's a little obscure. You can't really tell which one it is, but that's where the fun is. You want to guess the reference.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Very awesome. So we should definitely try and post that out later because I think it's
Some of the videos are a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm like in method mode. It's like lizard style. Yeah.
What if you were
Yeah.
a Riddick?
And then otherwise, again, if anybody was just joining us for the tail end, thank you so much for playing the game with us. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are, say your name when I point at your face.
Christopher.
Where can people find you on the internet?
My Twitter handle is @RiotOmu. Otherwise, you can just search my name, Christopher Singh. That should be fine.
We are also.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm Nick Strataganza in game and on Twitter and most things. So I'm not like totally on there, but I'm trying to slowly build up the things I do online. So, but yeah.
Influencer.
Yeah.
I'm Paul Jarvis. I am Paul_Jarvis at Twitter, and Partyist Cat on most gaming stuff. Partyist Cat on Discord.
I am Showkeystador is my summoner name. My Twitter is Showkeystador, but I haven't posted anything in a few years. Instagram is show_Stilo. Yeah, that's me.
You should skip
Oh,
the
yes.
mark, yeah.
I'm Isaac. I'm Riot Isaac on Twitter, on everything. So just look out for VFX.
Yeah.
And finally, my name is Lana Bashinsky, Senior Animator at Riot Games. My name is Latayani. You are technically in my stream right now. So that's how you spell that crazy word. I'm also at Latayani. I'm saying it wrong myself. At Latayani on Twitter, in the Discord, and pretty much anywhere else on the internet because it's a made-up word. So that'll be me. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you in the Discord, and we can play some more games online. And well, everybody who just played a game with us, I think we've screen capped your beautiful summoner names, and we will be maybe sending a little surprise your way for joining us. Thank you so much from everybody here.
Yeah. Also, tune in to the live stream at 6 p.m. today. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a very, very important one.
Yeah.
Hype.
No hype.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Sweet.
Awesome. Nice job, everyone.